Hello everyone and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 19. I am CCP Overload and we are here for day 3 of 4 of these finals of this tournament. There is a lot of explosions have already happened. There's plenty more explosions still to come, and I for one am super excited that we are back. I'm joined once again by Blackbird Pirate and moderator here on the desk, and we have an absolute banger of a match ready to get us going in just a few minutes. It's going to be We Form Volta versus Pandemic Horde. Bart, let's talk about the flagships. A number of teams have already lost their flagships over the last week or so. Some very expensive ones, of course, Truth.Honor.Light. What happened?
Well, it died horribly. It got DPS down. It was quite sad for them. I heard that it was around 180 to 190 billion from what people were saying who know more about officer modules than I do. I believe that we lost maybe the most flagships in a single day, at least that I can ever remember. It was an absolute flagship massacre. We had 5 die in a row, which was crazy. It was so much fun to watch. We're probably going to see a lot more die today, but Truth.Honor.Light doesn't have one, and they will be in the lower bracket at some point.
It's going to be exciting. There's a number of teams from last year who were in the top 4 are all in the lower bracket. Volta and Truth.Honor.Light, last year's winners, are in the lower bracket. In fact, only 3 of the top 4 from last year could even make it to the top 4 again. So we're definitely getting a new team in the top 4, which is exciting. I would love to see a whole new top 4. I think that'd be amazing. And there's still plenty of opportunity for that to happen. Let's look at our bans for our first match of the day, We Form Volta versus Pandemic Horde. Okay, so the Volta team banning out the Curse, the Arbitrator, the Sentinel, and the Crucifier, all of the tracking disruption getting removed, minus the Pilgrim. Pandemic Horde going for the Widow, Arbitrator, Loki, and Osprey. And then trickle bans, EOS, and it looks like Psycho and Fleet Issue, but for some reason the picture has not loaded. Moderator, what do you think of these bans?
Yeah, so once again, we're seeing that a lot of these teams that are getting into, day 2 and now day 3 are saying, I just hate tracking disruption. I don't want to deal with it. And they're banning out basically all the ships that can do that, minus, of course, the Pilgrim. Pandemic Horde also choosing to ban out the Widow, very powerful kind of ECM ship. Haven't seen a lot of it used in the tournament so far, maybe a little bit later today and tomorrow. Loki, Osprey, trying to hit at some of the shield kind of kite, or with the Loki also in the Ham Rush, very linchpin ship there. EOS getting banned out is going to be pretty common. It's one of the better command ships this year. Very powerful and does incredible amounts of damage with the links it also brings to support the team. Cyclone Fleet Issue, we don't quite have the image here, but that one makes a little bit less sense to me. It can be used as kind of a missile kiting ship. Not quite something you see in the rushes nearly as much.
Yeah, as you mentioned about the Widow, Volta actually brought the Widow in their first match versus DarkSide on day 1 of the tournament. It was a pretty exciting and close match. Volta over the years, a love-hate relationship with ECM. So this time they chose to love it and it worked out for them, but Pandemic Horde saying, not for us. So they have banned it, which is probably a pretty solid targeted ban, especially for a team like Horde. They're maybe not as experienced as a team like Volta, but I expect them still to do pretty reasonable. Any predictions in this? We are in an elimination match. Do you think maybe we'll see any flagships?
I think you have to at this point. If you feel it's appropriate for the comp that you want to bring. I mean, Volta, at this point, they need to make it in and win this match if they want to get any prize ships. So, money's on the line, go big or go home.
I think I agree with that. We will find out very, very shortly if they are going to go big or go home. I mean, one of these teams will go home. That is a given because this is an elimination match. We are in the elimination bracket. And I guess we can go to the arena and find out with our casters, Jintan and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first match of day 3. This is Volta in red versus Pandemic Horde in blue, and I'm Miz, and with me is Jintan, and it looks like it's going to be a Max Threat versus a Max Threat. And Jintan, can you tell me a little about what's the difference between these setups?
Yeah, you can see that the setups here are different in that Pandemic Horde have invested so much more in their low end. That Carries and Hyena represents 10 points, whilst the Skybreaker and the crew of the Volta team is only 4 points. But Volta have brought a T2 logistics. They're going to need to keep that logistics alive, whilst Pandemic Horde goes for a logistics trade early in this match. How do you think Pandemic Horde is going to go about trying to kill their opponent's logistics here?
It's going to be extremely hard for them because the Volta team invested in an expensive Tech 2 Logi, and they have it flown by Rylode, known for the C-Kill guide. So he's going to be a hard one to catch and kill because he knows what he's doing, and he's supported by a lot of angry battle cruisers and cruisers. And the match has begun. I've already seen the Kyrus getting blobbed off the field. Like, these long-range guns can easily handle that.
Yeah, but look at just how much DPS Pandemic Horde is putting out as opposed to Volta. Look how big that red bar is for them. They are just hammering into Volta here. They're going to trade out one battlecruiser for both of their low-end ships. That's going to potentially give them the DPS advantage going into this mid-game here, now that the opening shots have thing. And Dindle is holding.
What Shane is putting back there, so he's doing the right thing, pulling away so they cannot apply that well, and catching reps now from the Guardian. In the meantime, the Volta team going straight for the Logi of Hoyer Larry in that Augur. So this is a Tech 1 Logi, so it's going to be much weaker than the Tech 2 ones. Already seeing heavy amount of damage.
Yeah, and I don't think Pandemic Horde's going to be as worried about that Augur going down as Volta will be once they eventually switch their attention to the logistics of that Guardian. But Roxanne's holding. The first choice here from Pandemic Horde has not fallen. They weren't able to leverage that usual incredible instant application from Max Threat to break something instantly. Now they're just spreading all across the low end. DPS on the Execra Navy issue, and also another Harbinger Navy issue of Stiggy. And the Augur is nearly going down here, Miz.
And meantime, the Volta team has been extremely offensive. They're going all in, trying to headshot that Augur. They're burning in, not have a about being at range or anything like that, just going right through the mess and executing that Augur.
Yeah, there it goes. And you can see the EHP difference between these two teams as well. That blue bar for Volta, almost double that of what Pandemic Horde has left. Pandemic Horde really needs to utilize the DPS of that Talos, really hammer into something and kill it quickly. If they can't do that, this match is almost certainly lost for them, as the Brutix Navy of Burtok is heading towards Hull here, and that's going to be the second big DPS ship lost for Pandemic Horde.
I've seen it. This is like devolving into a big brawl, like just a lot of cruisers and battle cruisers spread all over the places. That Brutix Navy issue does go down. So the Volta team is like way ahead already in the trading and really in a comfortable position. They're going to lose a Harbinger Navy issue, but at the same time, that absolution of Chosen One is already like going down really quickly.
Yeah, and we see some really interesting drone choices actually here from Volta. They have dropped almost entirely DPS medium drones, and these are doing so much work in just adding to their application. We normally see armor rep drones, which is why Sticky Mikaka with one flight on him is just about surviving in Hull, but it's going to go down here. Surely, Miz. There we go.
There it goes, but at the same time, like extra Navy issue from the Horde team is going down. So like the Horde team only having 4 ships remaining, while the Volta team is like having 4 DPS ships plus their Guardian plus their support frigates on top of that. So they are in an extreme comfortable position as they're taking down that started like it's made out of paper.
Yeah, I think we're just entering the wind-down phase here now with only 3 DPS ships left on the grid for Pandemic Horde. What was so dominant about the Volta team here? What was their main kind of difference the difference that they brought?
I think like one of the main adventures of the Volta team was like set up bringing like a lot of Tech 1 and faction battle cruisers and cruisers, giving a lot of point for a lot of value for the points. So they're having a high amount of DPS and also a really good target calling. They knew how to like leverage the advantage they had as they were like gaining a bit snowballing right from the beginning. They just right now just cleaning up the field.
Yeah, the way that they just snapped those electronic attack frigates off the grid almost instantly as soon as the game started, that was so brutal. Whatever game plan Pandemic Horde had in mind, they weren't able to implement it here. And because of that, we'll send them back to the studio whilst we break down this match.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the f? Bullshit.
Oh my god.
Pandemic Horde dropping to WeFarm Volta there, much like the X47 Keepstar in a match that maybe should have been a little bit closer than it actually was. Two similar-ish comps, slightly different executions, slightly different cores. Volta going more for command ships. Blackbird Pirate, what happened there? Because you were saying that, you know, like I just said, this match could have been closer if Horde played it differently.
Yeah, so if you looked at the attack bars, the team comps, and the setups, Horde actually had probably higher DPS and more potential to do damage there. And they actually started off, that Harbinger almost died. But what happened was the Harbinger pilot was like, oh, I'm being shot. What if I get out of range? And Horde kind of just stayed there. And I think that one of the things people forget about these max threat setups is because they do have such long range, is they're used to being kind of stationary with it and being like, oh, I can pick this ship off from anywhere on the grid. Well, that's not actually the case. The Harbinger pulled far away. Rylode was able to rep them back up. And if Horde had maybe pushed in there, I think that this could have gone maybe not necessarily differently, but I think that it would have been a lot closer to the match. And we also saw a very different sort of philosophy on how to do the target calling. Volta correctly took out the carries in the Hyena right off the bat. Both of them are very, very powerful support ships. I do think Pandemic Horde actually chose the right target. A regular, plain old Harbinger is actually pretty weak. But again, they didn't chase after it. Like, they didn't commit. They were like, oh, no, but if we get too close, they'll shoot us. Well, they're shooting you anyways. Just go for it. You know, ram in there. Ram in, press F1. That's how good pilots play, right?
Yeah, we saw in one of the zoomed out shots, we could see the Harbinger and pulled right back, right next to Planet 6 in the Guardian. The entire Volta team and then the Horde team were really far away. And it did feel like once that Harbinger had backed up appropriately, the Horde team kept shooting it for a very long time. We were looking, it was like a minute, 20 seconds or so, they were still shooting that Harbinger. Whereas I feel like they could have swapped earlier onto, I think it was they went for an Executor Navy next, moderator. In those situations where a ship's not breaking, when do you cut your losses and swap?
Well, when you can see that a ship is clearly that far out of the range, you say, okay, look, that guy's basically in Narnia. We're loaded mid-range ammo because we're trying to hit, you know, at that target range. We want to have the right ammo loaded for the job. Just swap to a Navy Executor. Pick literally anything else because that guy is so far back that you probably don't have the right ammo loaded. He's so far back that even if you do, you're burning so much time. It's just not economical. And this is starting to be kind of a theme that we're getting into these matches, is that max threat this year is kind of the default setup where the better teams traditionally will bring these setups where they don't have to show their, you know, 5D chess game. They'll just say, we bring this, we're better than you, we can outpilot, you know, mechanically, and we're just going to do that until we face an opponent that we actually respect. Sorry, Pandemic Horde, but Volta just didn't respect you that match. And they demonstrated why they didn't need to there.
Bart, what do you think about the difference in the low end between these two teams? We saw Horde bringing the Carries and the Hyena. Normally, Volta, massive fans of the Hyena, they use it quite regularly, but this time they brought a Skybreaker and a Crewer. Bit of a different choice. What do you think about that?
It is a different choice. Honestly, like we were kind of talking about it, I don't really see why you bring a Crewer over something like a Confessor, which is just, you know, more tanky. And Confessors actually do a massive amount of damage in the AT. Obviously, Volta won with it, so who am I to say anything about this? Crewers are pretty cool. Like, they do have a longer range web. If somebody's trying to run away, the Crewer is actually very difficult to escape from. And once it's kind of latched on, you're not going to nuke it off because they have functionally infinite cap, but they're not that tanky. I do think it's cool that we saw it. For Pandemic Horde bringing, you know, you invested 8 points or 10 points into a Carries and a Hyena, and they just died instantly because at the end of the day, you're not going to keep those ships up versus this medium gun spam. And so I was kind of looking at it like, you know, that plus the command ships, you invested a ton of points into your high end, and then you also invested a lot of points into your low end. And I'm wondering if maybe they would have been served better, you know, bringing something like a Celestis, which we've seen work really, really well. Obviously, they couldn't bring any of the cheaper tracking disrupting ships as Volta banned almost all of them. I learned, but they could have brought a Pilgrim, and Pilgrims are fantastic. So I don't know, maybe it's just the difference. Like, the max threat setup is very, very powerful. It is very strong. It is kind of becoming, as moderator said, this is the A tier. You always have to be prepared about it. And Volta's was just better executed, and they played better, and they maybe outcomped them a little bit. I think the command ships are just maybe too expensive, and those electronic attack rates are just too easy to kill.
Yeah, the Astarte as well. Not a very common pick. We don't see them very often. They're one of those ships where if you put it in Pytha, the numbers are very nice, very, very chunky numbers with DPS and things like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you fit an Astarte with polarized weapons, if you're a madman, you can get like over 2,000 DPS, which is kind of ridiculous. Of course, it will die immediately and everyone will laugh at you for doing it, but you can make the numbers in Pytha extremely large. Moderator, is there a better choice there instead of that Astarte?
Yeah, so my personal take on this, and I think we're seeing some of the better teams kind of execute on this, is you say, hey, maybe the most expensive ship we bring is going to be our Logi. Everything else we're going to bring Harb Navy, Brutix Navy, and then we're going to fill around maybe like an Oracle, a Talos. We're going to get Navy execs in there. Maybe if we bring too many Navy execs, we bring a Navy Augurer. And then you get like 7 or 8 ships that all have medium guns that all do maybe not exactly the same amount of health, but they all kind of fundamentally play the same way with medium guns. And it's very easy to dodge bans with them. It's like, okay, you ban out 1 or 2 of my battle cruisers. Okay, I just bring something else. And because of this year's rules, you can only ban so many battle cruisers. You just can't ban out max threat. You need to be equipped to deal with it, and if you're not ready for it, you're going to get eliminated.
Yeah. Now, speaking of eliminated, we saw a couple of teams go out last week. I think there was 14 teams eliminated of 32, and there's still 18 to... Well, I say that we just lost Pandemic Horde, so there are now 15 teams eliminated and 16 to go. But some of the teams have flagships remaining. Some of them do not. We can see them now on the screen. So good choice, good smattering of flagships. The Barghest's still the #1 choice here, but we see a couple of Vindicators, a couple of Armageddon Navy issues, and the lone flag Redeemer of Arrival. Pandemic Horde, I'm sure they had a flagship. It's been eliminated, doesn't count. Odins and Truth.Honor.Light, they sadly lost their flagships last week. Truth.Honor.Light lost it against Barcode while also being dropped down into the elimination bracket in a bit of a surprising upset and a very good match as well. Meanwhile, Odin's Call, they managed to win their match, but did trade their flagship Barghest to do so. I believe between just those 2 ships, it's maybe nearly $500 billion ISK. They were very expensive. The Odin's Call match, if you watch it, you could see the opponent team realized pretty quickly they couldn't win the match, and then they just decided to go for the flagship headshot, and they just switched straight onto it. And Melinda flying that Barghest was just so close to tanking. I am told later, they released a video, he did burn out his capacitor booster right towards the end, so he didn't have the cap to keep firing his shield booster, and that was what caused his untimely demise. So we might see some more flagships going down today. I'm certain we'll see some more flagships going down today. Of the teams still in the top bracket, I believe most of them still have their flagships. Only Odin's Call lost theirs, and obviously Truth.Honor.Light lost theirs, but they're in the elimination bracket. Also, by the way, Twitch drops. They actually are working today, I'm told. So we tried Twitch drops yesterday on CCP's Live to Feed roam, which was great fun. I recommend checking out the VOD on that one. We went out in a bunch of Galenti ships, roamed around, shot some people. We fought Eve Uni a couple of times. They illegally primered me twice, so I have revoked their charter. They're now just Eve College. And it was a fantastic roam, but we tried our Twitch drops, and unfortunately something wasn't working, but CCP Convict was working really hard with some of the team back in Iceland, and we have it up and running now. So you can just head over to eveonline.com/Twitch, link your Twitch account to your EVE Online account, and then if you watch for an hour, you get some fancy clothes, and if you watch for another 2 more hours, you get the Galnet Gnosis skin, which is brand new and unique to this particular campaign. So pretty cool. All you have to do is just watch us on Twitch, so make sure you link it up, and you'll see the little progression bar start to go. So excellent job for everyone getting that up and running. We're super excited. I think it's going to be pretty cool. See what we can do with Twitch drops in the future on the channel. All right, 5 more minutes until our next matchup. So let's start taking a look at the bans. It's going to be Platinum Sensitivity versus Laserhawks. So Platinum Sensitivity here, a crowd favourite among some of the studio crew, banning out the Eos, the Curse, the Abaddon, the Barghest, Laserhawks going for the Widow, Abaddon, Sleipnir, and Blackbird. And then we have some trickle bans, which is the Loki and the Celestis. A quick rundown on trickle bans. As you see, both these teams have banned Abaddons, which means they are duplicates. Because there's one duplicate, each team is offered an additional one ban. If there was two duplicates, there'd be two. In this case, it's the Loki and the Celestis. And these bans are done blind, so the teams don't know what the other teams are banning when they submit. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think of these bans here? A double Abaddon ban, question mark?
Yeah, that is a bit of a question mark. Platinum Sensitivity has actually used Abaddons historically. Like even last year, they did a fantastic job with it. So they're very well known for kind of bringing out these laser rush Abaddon setups. It's not been as prevalent this year, and I think that's just because we have this new archetype of this max threat. But clearly, both teams don't want to see it. The laser rush is still very powerful. It's kind of sort of getting into that, I'd almost say, all-in setup at this point, though, because you are risking quite a bit. I don't know about this Widow ban. I know we've seen a Widow, and it did work, but that was a different team, so is what it is. But, you know, Blackbird, always a great ban. Celestis, pretty good ban. Curse is probably one of the most banned ships. I'm sure we'll look at that later, so I'm really appreciate it. I do think that Platinum Sensitivity banning the Barghest might be them trying to bait out a flagship here. I'm not sure if Laserhawks has a Barghest flag, but we're about to find out. I can see he's checking. They do. So I think that Platinum Sensitivity is basically saying, hey, we want you to bring their Barghest, and they might try and go for a cheese headshot on it, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah, you'll have to see it. I mean, Wormholers, of course, absolutely rolling in the Iski, so I expect Laserhawks to put a decent amount of effort into a Barghest, especially it is one that does scale relatively well with a little bit of, you know, the old Mullah. So, Moderator, any further thought on those bans there?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen, like Bart was saying, some of the Barghest bans being like, hey, I triple, double, giga, doggy dare you to bring your flagship Barghest. I believe Barcode did that against Truth.Honor.Light. They ended up bringing their flag Barghest, and, I mean, they ate shit for it. So you have to be, you know, careful and think, you know, do they just not want to see it because they don't want to see, like, a double Barg comp that's been used traditionally, or are they, you know, trying to bait us into doing this? You have to just not overthink things. Look at the bans that you have, see, like, what comps do we have that work against this, and just play from there. Don't get over into your head.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule. So we have a couple more matches in the elimination bracket after this, but then later on today we will jump back up to the winners bracket. And the teams in the winners bracket this year so far, Barcode Dracarys, Tuskers versus White Flag, Odins Call versus Fraternity, and Arrival versus Hidden Leaf, Village, Ninja, Assassin, Squad, Esports, and then that's the elimination bracket we can see right there now. So a bunch of teams that we didn't expect to hit the elimination bracket at this point. DarkSide versus Truth.Honor.Light is going to be a giga exciting match. Templis, CALSF down there as well. Boundary Experts, I think we expected to see them up in the upper bracket. We formed Volta last year, top 3, year before top 2, getting knocked down somewhat unexpectedly as well by Arrival. So I'm really looking forward. And Arrival bringing that flagship Redeemer as well, which either they've got a 7 brain or something is off there, because I don't think we see very many flagship Redeemers. So I'm kind of low-key hoping that one dies at some point so we can take a look at it. So any of these matches you're particularly looking forward to, Bart?
I really do want to see the flagship Redeemer myself, because I think somebody picked it last year and they never brought it, and it's such a weird one. So I really want to see that. Obviously, always want to see Truth.Honor.Light do stuff because they pull out weird stuff, and I was sort of got a comment from one of them that if they want to win, and this is true for most of the lower bracket teams, they have to play 5 matches and win all 5 matches today, which is that's a
lot of matches.
That's a lot of skins.
It's a lot of skins.
A lot of matches.
It's a lot of skins. Of course, every time you win a match, you get 10 skins of the really cool Vacancies skins. We'll show you them later because we're about to go to a match just now. But they are awesome. They are super cool, and I actually really like them. I'm definitely going to be purchasing 1 or 2 myself. But it's time. Let's head over to the arena for Platinum Sensitivity versus Laserhawks with our casters. We're going to cross.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to the arena. I'm Wingnut, joined by Mr. AK, Alexia Carr. Now we have a flag pancake has arrived and a lot of DPS with it. What are we looking at, Mr. Alexia?
Laserhawks has elected to bring their flag barcast in a rapid rush comp with an Typhoon Fleet issue, Rapid Heavy, Orthrus Double Caracal Navy, Osprey Navy, an excellent roaming ship, a pair of commands, and a Vigil Fleet issue for the Webs.
That is a lot of missiles. They're going to be trying to rip me through this comp as fast as they can, but the opposing team is thinking the same thing. They have a metric ass ton of DPS themselves. And honestly, no backup control to it, just full damage rush as the match is underway.
Yeah, we've seen links popped, and teams will begin streaking across each other very shortly. But actually, you're seeing Laserhawks elect to disperse. Platinum Sensitivity charging straight at them, and Laserhawks scattering to the wind while they start laying down some DPS on the Exeter Navy of Niauk.
Now, of course, going immediately for that Osprey, gone already so fast. I don't even know how long that was. That was, what, 20 seconds and the Osprey's already gone. And now they're going for easy DPS. Orthrus is the perfect pick. It is not particularly tanky. It puts out a lot of damage.
Difficult ship to catch, but they had no trouble applying their damage here. In the meantime, they do trade a Navy Exeter for it, but that's an excellent trade for Platinum Sensitivity, which has taken an early driver's seat here. Their Tech 2 Logistics and Neros still alive and buying them time as the Exeter Navy of AAA Third is tanking somewhat. Can't say the same for the Caracal Navy issue on Laserhawk side.
Not at all. They've taken down 2 more ships now, and it's left. This Exec Navy is now tanking. They have to focus this on Neros or some way distract them, because if they don't, this Oneros is going to hold this entire team up, because they can't even kill an Exec Navy. That's brutal. Going for a Brutix Navy. Bruh, they're just as tanky. What are you doing?
The Exeter Navy, one of the weaker tanks, and the Brutix Navy, perhaps not a lot of resist, but a ton of hit points there. And it's tanking fairly well. It's still in half armor. They are applying damage to it, but it's going a lot slower than they'd like. In the meantime, the Typhoon Fleet issue on Laserhawks is taking a pounding. It is not able to tank. It's out of shields. It's out of armor. It will soon be out of structure. And that is a massive, massive chunk of DPS from Laserhawks that is about to hit the dirt. If it goes down, they are not going to be able to break anything. Maybe the Oracle to try to find a way back into this match, but it's going to be a struggle.
And honestly, I think Marine Rosja in the flag pancake is now sweating absolute bullets. He's like, okay, well, we've lost the match. Let's try not to lose this ship. But I think they're still trying for it. But they're going. Okay, I just noticed there's still a Hound on grid that's been pounding their battleships for a while. I'm surprised it's not dead.
They finally noticed it and they've primaried it. But even the Hound is tanking now.
It's just like, hey, we've got a rapid light comp. What if we ignore the Confessor, the Purifier, and the Hound? There's 2 bombers. Wait a minute, hold on. How did I miss that second one? I had it hidden. They had 2 bombers on grid with a rapid light comp, and neither died. Okay.
Yeah, that's an impressive piloting, I guess, from the bombers to evade that damage. The Osprey Navy issue has stabilized itself, a rare pullback from the Laserhawks team, as now they're looking and poking and prodding and trying to find some hole in the armor for Platinum Sensitivity.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Caracal Navy was actually shot after the Typhoon Fleet, but I'm assuming it's just more of a positioning thing. But I guess these bombers must have been like cloaked or something, because no one saw them apparently and shot them with the rapid light comp. So this is just going to be an absolute pull apart now. The Oracle's even tanking. It doesn't look like it's uber tanked. It looks like the armor's going down a reasonable speed. It's just unfortunately the Oneros of Pose. I can't say that. I'm sorry. That Oneros is doing some really, really good work today. He kept an Executor Navy alive under a lot of DPS.
Yeah, the logistics piloting on both teams was really the deciding factor here. Platinum Sensitivity put a laser focus on taking in the Osprey. He went down in the opening seconds of the match, and they've just not been able to recover ever since. In the meantime, the Platinum Sensitivity of Neros is doing incredible work to keep his team alive against what initially was an incredible onslaught of damage. But that Navy Exeter, not the tankiest ship on their team, he stayed alive thanks to that Oneros being really on the ball and pulling him back from deep armor. Speaking of which, the Barcast is now in deep armor. This flag Barcast is not going to last the 6 minutes remaining in this match. He is in structure.
This is going to be, hopefully, incredibly expensive. If it's a full T2 forfeit, I swear to God, Laserhawks, you got all the money in the world from those wormholes of yours. If your battleship is not made of purple, I'm just going to be sad.
Probably is blue loot in the cargo. We'll find out soon as it does go down, so the desk will be able to take a look at that fit. In the meantime, 6 Vinataries Vigil Fleet issue is next up. It is also in deep armor. Kiting to win, though. It's got a string of drones behind it, which have now been reassigned to the Bifrost, which is not tanking nearly as well. And the Bifrost is down for Laserhawks. Their Vigil Fleet issue, the last man standing.
Yeah, but it looks like Missile Rush loses to the Gun Rush. And Vigil Fleet is still going to be alive for a bit longer, but honestly, very, very well played by Platinum Sensitivity. Laserhawks, I feel like they're just... I'm not sure if they even particularly fumbled too badly. They just kind of couldn't break through.
There we go. Yes, the Vigil Fleet issue has boundaried. He has gone beyond the edge of glory, and we'll send this match back to the desk for analysis.
We're gonna walk through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more. Alright?
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the f?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now.
Do it now. Mark Resurrectus in shambles as the Wormholers get rolled out of Alliance Tournament 19. And with that, we do have our top 16. So the remaining teams in Alliance Tournament 19 have all secured top 16, which means they have all secured prize ships, which is awesome. The new Cybele and the Shapash, which is the frigate, are pretty cool. I think they're going to be hashtag poggers, and I'm very much looking forward to them. Now, Bart, talk to me about that last match.
That we actually saw, I would say, the triple threat comp, or max threat. If Pandemic Horde had flown like Platinum Sensitivity there, they might have beat Volta, because we saw a Navy execer just ram straight in at full speed, and I was sitting there watching, and I was like, oh, he should probably turn around. No, he's going faster towards the middle, but yeah.
He had his can of spray paint. He's like,
yes.
here I go, straight to Valhalla.
Yep, yeah, they did a great job. I think, personal opinion, the setup that Laserhawks flew is a dead setup and should not be flown, specifically because we saw how hard it just got rolled by Max Threat, which at this point, that is a base comp. Like, if your comp can't beat that, your comp is bad. Like, we are now in the second weekend. You've had 4 or 5 days to kind of re-theory craft and look at what happened in the first one and say, okay, we maybe need to rework some stuff. Laserhawks should have been like, oh, everybody's flying this. Let's practice it against that. Oh, we fed. Maybe we should get rid of it. They lost a flagship too.
They
which
did.
is
I
great.
haven't seen it yet. It's. I'm sure I'll get told when it's ready to be looked at, and we can see how expensive it was. Moderator, one of the other ships that Laserhawks brought there, the Fleet Typhoon. You not a fan?
In this comp in particular, no. So Fleet Typhoons used to be a very, very powerful ship in what was the default setup in like 2013. But the problem now is that for the amount of points you have to spend on them in AT19, a decade later, current meta, they're just not that good. And especially in a shield comp, like Bart was saying, you have 5 mids. One of them has to be like a micro warp drive, which means you can maybe put like an ancillary shield booster and maybe some resist mods. But bottom line, they're not that tanky. They don't do that much damage. Yes, you get 2 utility newts, but we saw against Max Threat just how quickly it absolutely melted. So you can't put that many points into a key ship and just have it do basically nothing for you.
Yeah, so Laserhawks there sadly eliminated from the tournament. They do lose their flagship as well. They don't secure that top 16 spot, whereas Platinum Sensitivity do. As I mentioned, everyone remaining in the tournament is in the money at this point. They've won skins by winning matches, and they will win at least a couple of prize ships. Of course, some people will win more. Some people will become first in the tournament, and they'll win the most of all, which is very nice and very, very... Those things are pricey. Now, we're here at the Eventy Studios in Nottingham. We had our weekend 1 last weekend, and of course, there is 5 full days between weekend 1 and weekend 2. 5 days to be excited, 5 days to wait for more explosions. So we had to find something to fill it with, and our answer was to eat some food. Let's go check out Bart eating.
Worst case, I look stupid, but I already look stupid because I've been doing EVE Online esports for several years. So here, I am Blackbird Pirate. I don't actually fly with anyone right now. I am probably one of the greatest EVE pilots of all time because I don't play the game. I think it was like right at or after the Battle of Asakai, so like you got all those new dudes coming in. And one of my friends who had been playing for like a couple weeks after that had done the classic new bro thing of, I'm spending all my money in a rogue that I rushed for in 3 weeks. And at the time, you know, there's no skill injectors, so he gets tackled in like level 3 mission. And he gets on probably even Trello at the time, this was like 2012 or something, and it's like, I need all of you to make a free trial account and come break me out of tackle. Obviously that didn't happen. I continued to play the game and everyone else was like, all right, cool, that was fine, and the rest is history. I would put this sauce on any taco ever. Like, this is fantastic. So whatever this sauce is, like, I'm gonna put that on the chicken later when we use it. Oh, when they get red though, I get scared. Red is far more dangerous. This one looks intimidating though. Ooh, yeah, okay. That's one of those ones. Yeah, no, definitely this. I mean, it's a super unique experience. Like, I never thought that I would be able to travel to play video games. So, here we are. Oh, it's even more red and angrier. Whew. All right. I'm scared. I want to take another bite, but I think that's going to be a mistake. So I'm going to just wait, because now my lips are starting to burn really badly just from touching it. I'm going to go with Satonia. Yeah. I think he was kind of saying that he was scared of it, so that's generally a sign if you're worried about something beforehand. It's like, maybe you know that it's going to be bad. But I can feel tears starting, and I'm like, I really want to hit them, but I know that's a terrible idea, so we're going to not. Yeah. Whew.
Second bite?
That's too fucking hot, yeah. Second bite? Hell no. I practice with the teams. I watch team skirmishes. I pay attention to this stuff. I'm literally crying right now. It keeps me qualified to some degree. I also still have no idea what I'm talking about, so it doesn't really matter that much. Oh yeah, it's coming down. Yeah, there we go. I'm not eating more of this. This is hot as fuck. It's good. Whew.
There you are, Bart eating some chicken. It looked like it was a little bit of a struggle towards the end there, Bart. How was that?
That was pretty bad. Yeah, I was literally crying, and it was horrible. Don't ever do that. Like the second sauce was amazing. I think we all agreed it was just like perfection, where you actually are all getting it just for at home. But no, it was fun though. I had fun. It doesn't look like I had fun at the end, but afterwards, you know, you drink a couple of beers and you have some good times, and everybody else is like, yeah, that was rough. I think all of us did it.
Yes, we all suffered through this. We haven't got a name for this segment, so feel free to just drop a name in Twitch chat. You guys are a bastion of fair and balanced ideas. I'm sure you'll come up with something, because obviously we just blatantly stole that from Hot Ones, so we can't call it that. Mod, I'm looking forward to see yours. I did it as well. I think that pretty much, as Bart says, the whole crew did it. Seems to be swift though, stone cold. Just looks like he's just having a nice casual meal. Like, he comes out like, yeah, that was nice. I was like, what the heck, man? Someone suggested Hot Drops. That's a great name. Hot Drops. Okay, it's canon. Episode 1 of Hot Drops has now been broadcast, featuring Blackbird Pirate. We'll see more of those in due course over this weekend. Another suggestion, Overheated, which is quite a good one. Oh god, I've already made it canon though, and there's so many potentially good ones. So I'll make it uncanon, and we'll see if there's any better ones. So watch this space. All right, so 6 minutes until our next match. This one's going to be a spicy one, speaking of spicy things. Truth.Honor.Light versus DarkSide. Truth.Honor.Light, of course, last year's defending champions. DarkSide has a number of people from the old Vidra Reloaded team, which is a 2-time winning Alliance Tournament team. So the number of Alliance Tournament wins on field in this next match is ginormous. There's so many people who have played in either finals or just won the thing outright. And I believe these two teams essentially have played each other in 2 finals. So this is an extremely interesting match to watch. Moderator, what do you think about this?
Honest to God, this feels like the final, like the grand finals of a tournament, and it's crazy that one of these teams is going to go out in 16th place. One of them is going to be like, hey, you're done, it's over. And the other, I feel like, is going to go very, very deep and could even win it all. Anyone sleeping on DarkSide, kind of a mix of the old core of Faffy Waffy, who's been around and been very good at tournaments for the last 10+ years, is making a mistake. Hydra knows this. They respect him. They've flown against some of these people as their practice partner. I got the opportunity to speak to a couple of their members over the week. They felt like they had misplayed their previous match where they dropped a barcode. They were scrimming very, very hard every day this week, and they feel like they're good and ready to go into an absolutely hell gauntlet of 5+ matches just to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, I just noticed that the flagship bar guest of Laserhawks has been posted on Zkill now. A medium spice of approximately 15 billion of your finest interstellar credits. Most of it in a 11 billion officer damage control. So a little bit of pimp, not too much. Now, we don't see the absolutely ridiculous STML launchers of teams like Odins and Truth.Honor.Light. Those launchers are something like 17 billion each, and you need to get 6. Obviously, there's not that many of them cutting around in the market as well, so they're hard to get, and it's a heck of an investment in both time and money. Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match, Truth.Honor.Light versus DarkSide, and see what kind of things we can expect not to see. So Truth.Honor.Light going for the Magus, the Pontifex, the Oneros, and the Blackbird. DarkSide going for the Hyena, the Abaddon, the Barghest, and the Sleipnir. Blackbird Pirate, your thoughts, especially the Magus and Pontifex ban here?
So Magus and Pontifex is actually a very, very good ban. They are pretty much required to bring if you're not bringing this max threat setup, which I've noticed nothing's actually banned out for that. So something to think about, seeing as Truth.Honor.Light did in fact lose to that in their last match. DarkSide banning a Barghest out. Obviously, they know that Truth.Honor.Light's flagship is dead. I think everybody who's been watching this is like, haha, those guys got. But yeah, this is actually the first time I've seen Truth.Honor.Light kind of do normal bans, because they've been doing some weird stuff. I think we saw them ban a regular Executor in one match, which is like pretty much why would you do that? But honestly, these bans aren't really that crazy.
I feel like Truth.Honor.Light is one of those teams, Mod, that's going to have so much experience and so much confidence in their ability that they are willing to maybe drop the ball, so to speak, on the ban meta to avoid telegraphing more things, like take a more risky ban approach to hide their true intentions. DarkSide, though, feels like a team that they can't really afford to do that, especially without their flagship. What do you think?
Well, I feel like the flagship Barghest is a very targeted ban against any sort of Barghest comp that Hydra has, because DarkSide still has their Barghest flagship, which of course is not affected by that ban. But DarkSide also choosing to ban out the Hyena, I believe, is basically saying this is a very skill pilot intensive ship. We know that if there's a team in the world that's probably the best player at that, it's going to be on Hydra. And the ban, I believe, of, I want to say, Sleipnir also makes a bit of a dual sense threat to me. That can be used in either a rush comp, but it can also be used in sort of a long-range kite comp, something that Truth.Honor.Light has brought in both kind of setups. So these teams are just opting for very, very safe, I would say almost default, not giving too much away bans.
Yeah, like you say, there's still a lot available, including variations of the max threat, medium gun spam. Potentially, we could see something like that. The Oneros being banned out certainly makes it interesting in terms of, are they going to go for a Guardian, or are they going to go, downgrade to frigates or Tech 1 Logi? Any thoughts?
I don't think they'll do Tech 1 Logi. Of the frigate variety. I don't think they'll do frigate Logi.
No one's that mad.
I mean, people have done it, so
yeah, but
we're probably
mad.
about to see it. Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't think you use frigate Logi. Really, it's really been just performing extremely poorly this entire tournament. So I think that you could either see something shield based, which would be interesting, or we could see them, show up with like an augur and max threat. But I think this has the potential of being 2 max threats going up against each other and then seeing who's able to out execute.
Awesome. Well, it's time to head to the arena and find out Truth.Honor.Light versus DarkSide with your casters Jintan and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. I am Yintan, joined by Mizir, and we are about to watch Truth.Honor.Light go up against DarkSide. And we can see here that DarkSide have brought a really interesting composition, and I believe that those are heavy assault missiles actually fit to those normally shield kite ships that we see here from DarkSide. What have Truth.Honor.Light brought to the grid here, Miz?
So Truth.Honor.Light have brought a Navy Geddon and a normal Geddon alongside with the EOS, Member Navy Issue Arbitrator, 2 Logic Frigates, a Sentinel, Vexor, and Borders. And those Geddons don't have any guns, so it looks like they're going all in with neutralizers and drones, as there seems to be a drone-heavy setup with some good amount of control. And the match has begun, and already seeing the blue team of DarkSide burning right away.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting control versus kite matchup. Both teams are going to be equipped here to play the long game. The red team here from Truth.Honor.Light, they need to position those Armageddons and Armageddon Navy issues in such a way that they can pincer in on these shield ships, turn off their MWDs, and start to whittle them down. Once they break a couple of those top-end ships, there's no longer going to be the DPS from this kiting setup to kill them. But the hard part is going to be getting there in the first place.
Yeah, the meantime, the DarkSide team are like grouping up on that beacon. They're getting ready for making a micro jump dive play and forcing the Truth.Honor.Light team to go in and bunch up together so they don't get a good drop on them.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there's not really a huge amount of actual tackle here from the Truth.Honor.Light team. I think the only ships that are likely to have any sort of scrams on them are the Myrmidon Navy, the EOS, and maybe the Vexor. So that it's going to be difficult for them to stop it.
Blue ships shipping across the field as they're all jumping, and now everyone is turning around, scrambling in to get to each other. But these long-range neutralizers of the Geddons, they have found a target and already starting to nuke out as they're going for that Caracal Navy issue.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see and wait and see if some scrams go down here where they're putting DPS on the Arbitrator, just trying to increase their DPS, take that little bit of control off the field so that they can apply their damage properly. Heavy missiles, not really known for their ability to apply without the benefit of bonus paints or similar, which DarkSide have not actually brought to this occasion, just relying on what they have on their Jackdaw. Now switching over to the Thalia, whilst the Caracal Navy of Dracarys is going down very, very quickly here. Mizid, this doesn't look like a maneuver that's worked out very well for DarkSide.
Yeah, I feel like the Truth.Honor.Light team, they responded correctly to this. They grouped up and then slowly moved in together. So even when they got the jump, all these heavy battleships are in range to actually do something. At the same time, these drones, they're not reliant on where the ships are, so they can easily send them towards them. So don't if they had a Vindicator that was stuck in the other end, they had to burn back. They can just send the drones and kill stuff.
Yeah, one interesting fact, though, about this matchup is that DarkSide doesn't actually need any capacitor to fire all their weapons. Missiles, obviously, a capacitorless
weapon. We've seen Brainstorm and Myrmidon Navy issue taking a heavy amount of damage, so the DarkSide team is actually getting a pretty good trade if you can get him for the cost of their Caracal Navy issue. At the same time, the Dark Jackdaw of Era Sen is taking a bit of damage as well, but seems to be holding so far.
Yeah, he's only got a scram on him as well, so he should be able to start moving away from where he's trapped in this engagement, as it looks like he's been deprioritized. And there we go. That's the Myrmidon down for Truth.Honor.Light. This is now swinging back in DarkSide's favor.
But they're losing the scalpel of Sam Punisher. With that one down, they're going to struggle to even stay alive against these drone onslaught.
Yeah, but they might be able to trade out the Thalia or potentially even the Vexor, and the Vexor's doing great work here in holding down their smaller end ships. If they can take that off of the grid, DarkSide might be able to regain some of the control of the positioning of this match and start to move their Nighthawk low-key Cyclone Fleet issue out to the outskirts of this fight, and that's going to give them so much. The Kirin down now, though, that's going to take their longevity down. This is still neck and neck.
Meantime, General Hungary is holding at that Thalia as they're taking down the Jackdaw on the DarkSide team as well. Ferox in the Vexor is going down, but I think at this point the Truth.Honor.Light team is crawling out in the advantage cycle. They have killed off the Logi and they can just finish off these remaining ships, and they can't run from these long-range neutralizers.
Yeah, it looks like DarkSide's now trying to trade back onto this Arbitrator, and they are making progress, but look at how fast that Cerberus is dropping now from Olosha. Probably all of those hardness turned off by the long-term impacts of these Armageddon newts, and just falling. I don't think we've even seen the ADC get hit. Might not have capacity for that.
Yeah, so this is like these neutralizers, they might not be able to turn off their guns, but they can turn off their hardness, they can turn off their micro-warp drives, they can make it extremely hard for these ships to actually maneuver on the field, and we're seeing them getting picked apart with the drone swarm and not really being able to do much to mitigate the damage and not having any repair left on the field.
Yeah, this is just some devastating control here from Truth.Honor.Light. Now that there's only a few DPS ships left on the grid, that Sentinel, that Arbitrator, just turning off the missile launchers that remain on the grid from DarkSide. You can see how little that they are actually applying now. The red bars of Truth.Honor.Light might be significantly smaller, but it is applying so much better. Fern scored here now, the Cyclone Fleet issue, and that's the last little strand of hope being cut for DarkSide. Up until now, they've had all of their top-end DPS ships left alive, and now it is no longer the case.
Yeah, we're hitting the 5-minute mark, and the DarkSide team is like having the high-end ships remaining, but they're slowly getting picked off one by one. They have lost the momentum. They don't really have the DPS anymore to break through any of this. So they're just trying to apply to that Arbitrator, trying to apply to the Thalia, but the weapon disruption is like just stacking up on the remaining ships, making it hard to apply to these small ships.
Yeah, what do you think DarkSide were going there with that initial jumping maneuver? Do you think they were hoping that Truth.Honor.Light would get baited into positioning their Armageddons too aggressively?
Well, I think against the heavy neutering battleships, you want to get behind them because these Geddons were like a brick in the front. You can't really run into them without getting screwed over. But at the same time, it's like an extremely risky maneuver to pull off, and the long-range neutralizers on these ships is going to make it even harder. So it's they are like in a really tricky position, and they did a risky play, but in the end they didn't play off for them, and they really deserve credit for trying and executing it well. But at this point, it's just too hard to. They're up against a too good team to have a good odds on that maneuver.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've talked about on the desk, these two teams are teams with a lot of history. Pandy, one of the pilots that we saw on grid here from DarkSide, is obviously one of the ex-captains of Vidra, who was a long-time scrim partner for Hydra Reloaded during the earlier years of the competitive scene. And, these teams have probably seen each other's tricks hundreds and hundreds of times over the years. It's unsurprising that Truth.Honor.Light really knew how to take that little out-of-the-box maneuver and dismantle it in the way that they did here today. It's now just a matter of time as DarkSide gets picked away. 3 minutes left here on the clock. I don't think that DarkSide is going to make it all the way there, but you've got to give them a huge round of applause. They have played magnificently this year, but the brackets have just been so tough.
Yeah, and I think the Truth.Honor.Light team did a really good play with the batting. Like they took out the Pontifex and the Mages, and this is weakening the traditional battleship heavy comps, making it hard to field these comps that would otherwise actually be strong against this comp. So definitely good play in the drafting as well. As Faffy Raffy and the Onyx is going down, so it's only Pandy remaining in the Nighthawk. It's just a matter of time before he's going to get finished off because he's already pinned down, already muted, and there's not much he can do.
Yeah, do you think this is really the end game comp here from Truth.Honor.Light? Are they showing their hand early potentially, and is that something that could have an impact on them in the future?
It's hard for the teams to adjust from one day to another. If people haven't seen this comp before, they're not going to have much time to actually practice much against it. But I think they're going to have some better comps in the sleeve ready for use on DarkSide. Is a strong opponent, but it's not going to be the strongest opponent they're going to face, and they definitely have some more tricks in the sleeve as Pandy goes down, and let's see if the guys in the studio will agree with our assessment.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Truth, Honor, and Light turning out the lights for DarkSide in that very exciting match. That was a nail-biter for sure. It's one of those ones where you look at the final scoreline, it looks like a bit of a clap, but it definitely was not. That one, I am sure both teams were very animated on their comms throughout it. You saw some excellent play from both teams there. The arena is laid out such that there's a bunch of MGD units around the arena, and we saw DarkSide at the start of their match immediately start to pull back. They went to sit in that arena. They got roughly in range to jump on top of Truth.Honor.Light, and they did a coordinated full team jump right into the back line and tried to catch some stuff. That's quite difficult to do right, because if someone happens to click in the slightly wrong direction, or just gets bumped or something like that, you can end up all over the place. They did it all pretty much at the same time. They almost caught some stuff in the back line, but then Black Bart Pirate, we saw some excellent screening by Truth.Honor.Light, and I believe you said that if that's almost any other team that DarkSide faced in that matchup, DarkSide probably wins.
Yeah, I think this was one of those cases where they unironically got skill gapped. Like, unfortunately for DarkSide, the MGD play was insanely good. It was actually perfect. It's like the perfect response to what was on grid there. I honestly think the DarkSide team probably hard counters what Truth.Honor.Light brought if it wasn't piloted by Truth.Honor.Light. But the trick of the shield rush is if you spread out and then screen everything, they take enough time to get to you that they can't take you down. And the screening on Truth.Honor.Light was insane. Like, almost every single ship was tackled by some other ship. And then once that was done, they got a Navy Merm down. They kind of sacrificed a Navy Merm, but the amount of energy neutralizers, because we saw that the Armageddon and the Navygeddon were full rack of heavy newts, and so we basically just saw Truth.Honor.Light bring a newt drone comp, which is kind of weird, but it worked. But because all of the ships were neuted out, once they got those first targets down, they couldn't activate their micro warp drives. And the thing is that when you're doing a shield rush, generally you're not fitting cap boosters and things like that on your ships. So any newt pressure can make you dead in the water. Heavy assault missiles are very short range. They just got spread out and then slowly whittled down by drones.
Yeah, it was. You could see towards the end there, when the last couple of ships on the DarkSide team were going down, how much that sustained newt pressure just really screwed them up. I mean, 2 neuting bonus battleships, just giving it the old suck the whole way through, sacrificing DPS for control. The amount of control on the Truth.Honor.Light side there, just phenomenal. And of course, newts are one of those things that get more powerful the longer the match goes. Tracking disruption is the same basically the whole time. Same with E-War, which is on or off. But energy neutralization, you have a limited pool of basically space magic, which allows your ship to run, and that thing gets slowly whittled down. And once you're dry, it can take the neutralizer and put it onto another ship and leave one on top of you here. So you can see this graphic actually showing just running down that capacitor, meaning that those teams aren't able to run things like any shield tank, which of course tends to be very capacitor heavy, and obviously depends on the weapon system that you're using as well. If you've been neuted dry and you don't have a fast enough cycling capacitor booster, you're going to be probably turning your hardeners on and off throughout the match. So again, like I say, it's one of those things that just kind of continuously makes it harder and harder and harder. Moderators, any real counter to this kind of setup by Truth.Honor.Light?
Well, I mean, like Black Bart Pirate was saying, almost to a degree, what Vidra had, or sorry, not Vidra, excuse me, DarkSide, wrong year, essentially does hard counter it. The problem that Truth.Honor.Light, had for them is that when they saw the micro jump drive coming in, they said, "Oh crap!" and then they immediately micro heated their warp drives to gain range. And what this did is they were able to starburst and kind of spread out and individually call and pick apart all these DarkSide ships, spread them out, and prevent them from actually applying damage to like more than 1 or 2 DarkSide ship to a Truth.Honor.Light ship. And that was what we saw from the Arbitrator, that guidance disruption. If they were able to freely just apply all their damage onto one ship, or they had caught the Arbitrator, this would have been good game, just end of story, Truth.Honor.Light in the eliminated. But instead, they spread out perfectly and were able to just sustain that capacitor pressure, shut down the hardeners, shut down DarkSide's ability to do much, broke through the Logi, and then just ground out a victory over time. And really, it just felt like we saw a finals match in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Truth.Honor.Light will go forward in the elimination bracket and later face the loser of Odins Call versus Fraternity. So they had to beat Exodus to get to where they are now, then DarkSide. So they're having a pretty rough run through the lower bracket. Of course, last year's champions, multiple winners. They've got the chops to do it. There's some new pilots have joined from other successful teams. We saw BAP, formerly of NC Dot there, flying a battleship to great effect. So plenty of solid pilots in their roster. All right, let's look at our next match, which is going to be Till Doomsday versus Templis CALSF, and see about these bans. Maybe. I would like bans. Hello, bans. Yes, here we go. Okay, whoa, look at all them trickle bans. Okay, so Till Doomsday banning out the Guardian, the Blackbird, the Curse, and the Sentinel. Templis CALSF banning out Guardian, Oneros, Blackbird, and Curse. So 3 duplicates gives us 3 trickle bans, and then Till Doomsday going for the Augurer, the Executor Navy issue, and the Brutix Navy issue, whereas Templis going for the Crucifier, the Augurer as well, and the Nighthawk. Blackbird Pirate, your thoughts on these bans?
We have a double trickle ban. Actually.
Double trickle ban.
The Augurer has been banned twice, which does not mean they get a trickle of a trickle ban. These are really, really powerful bans, I think. Basically, every viable cruiser-sized armor logistics ship is gone. That has been kind of the key of this max threat setup. Almost all of the ability to actually tracking disrupt is gone as well, and then the Blackbird's gone. So I think we're actually going to see something weird here. Like, I think we're going to see something new. I hope that nobody brings triple battleship, armor battleship. It's terrible. Stop flying that. It's like one of the most losingest setups here. But other than that, like, this is great. I think we have an opportunity to see something completely different and completely new. Templis CALSF, sometimes they'll pull out some wild and crazy stuff. We've seen it before in the past. Till Doomsday's just been fantastic. I think this is their first sort of year as a congregated team. So yeah, this should be good. We should not see max threat, but we might see a shield variation of it.
Awesome. I want to see if we can take a quick look at the Templis team summary as well. They're a team that's been around for quite some time. The pretty tight roster of pilots as well. This is Till Doomsday, the other team, so we'll go to Templis in just a moment. There we are. So Templis, 41 people have flown with them over the time. Last Spartan, one of their most continuous members. And if you look at the matches, the teams that they have beaten, teams that they have lost to, it's a pretty decent run they tend to have. I mean, they lost out to Odins Call in Alliance Tournament 18, who went to the grand finals. They also lost to Truth.Honor.Light this year, who won last year, and Boundary Experts, who were, I think, a top 9 team, something like that, from last year. So a pretty solid performance. I mean, they beat teams like DarkSide, which, that's a good team to beat. So this is not a team that you can easily ignore. I'm also been told Till Doomsday are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue for this match. So we'll have to see if Templis can get around that. Blackbird Pirates, actually, no, moderator, any thoughts going on in this match?
Well, it feels like we were saying earlier that you can't actually ban out max threat. With every rule, of course, there is an exception, like BBP was saying. When you have this many armor ships that are banned out, and we also see Brutix Navy issues getting banned out as well, you're kind of saying, okay, maybe we have some sort of a rush comp, we have a control comp, or we have any sort of like an HML kite comp. You're basically seeing a lot of those options become somewhat viable just because max threat is no longer on the board. So I think we're going to see something rather unique that we probably won't see throughout the rest of the day, possibly until we get to trickle bans in the grand finals.
Yeah, we can talk about them a little bit later on, but it is time to head to the arena for Till Doomsday versus Templis CALSF. With your casters, we're going to Cross and Alec.
Hello and welcome to this thrilling match between Till Doomsday and Templis CALSF, one of the most ban-heavy matches of the tournament so far. Templis CALSF has brought an Armageddon, a Zarmazat, a very rare pick for the tournament, Myrmidon Navy, regular Myrmidon, Stratius Arbitrator, Magus Vexor Navy, going with a very drone-heavy comp with some Newt and Control here. Wingnut, what does Till Doomsday have for us?
I'm looking at the flag Armageddon Navy of Till Doomsday, and I spy 3 little missiles. They have brought Torp-Geddon Navy. Baby, yes, I'm set. Let's see if the Typhoon Fleet's feeling the same way. Is he feeling frisky too? That is also torpedoes. So we have a potential torp rush here with twin ham dams to go with it. So this is going to be crazy. I love that that's trying to ban out all the armor logic. We're like, no, there's still more left. We got Zarmazad and Rediva left. We can keep going. Match is underway.
Ham dams and a Zarm. What a match this is going to be as we start to see both teams starting some early positioning now, with drones being sent out from the Templis CALSF team, streaking toward the back line of Till Doomsday, looking to go after their logistics frigates, targeting the Navitas first. It's a very weak tank, and it's taking some heavy armor damage.
Hidden Navy isn't moving. He's torpedo. Why isn't he moving?
Yeah, that Getting Navy has perhaps not realized the match has started. Now he's picking up speed. Unfortunately, Damage is picking up speed on their Navitas. He's about to drop here. Very, very low armor. The drone cloud surrounding him is massive, and he goes down.
Yep, and already they're on a timer now. But they're going for a Vexor Navy first. It's honestly, outside of the tournament, very tanky ship. Inside the tournament, that self-rep bonus only buys you so long.
Yeah, he's also the most convenient target for him. He's the closest, not necessarily the most valuable, and he is getting rep from that Zarm. The Zarm is a Triglavian logistic ship. It's an upgraded version of the Rodiva, which you may have seen. So the longer they focus on one target, the better it's going to be at protecting it. Meanwhile, the Magus, have obviously hidden for Till Doomsday, is dropping into pretty heavy armor damage here. He's starting to pick it back up now, as it seems like the drone cloud is relocating to a new target.
That's it. They've only got drones in this comp. They've got basically nothing else. So if the opposing team starts removing these drones, they could really start limiting this comp's capability to do anything except tank. Because that Zarm will probably tank until the end of the world. But if they lose a DPS, there's nothing really they can do but nuke targets out. If Vexor and Vexor Navy both being targeted, everyone hates the Vexor hull today.
It's a great target choice. It's a lot of damage, a lot of utility, not necessarily known for its big tank. The Vexor Navy now, he's gotten on top of, he's being applied to, he's well tackled down. Unfortunately, the Zarm is still putting in work here, buying his team time. In the meantime, the Vexor on the Till Doomsday side, not faring nearly as well, with no logistics on his team to bring his armor back. It's now dipping into very low armor.
The Vex Navy is right next. The Stradios are next to the Vex Navy. The Stradios of Irania is right next to the VNI. Hard switch now. The Vex Navy is not going to go down with the Zarmad protecting it. Hard switch right now to this Stradios that was right next to you. Because it's not going to work. Yeah. Like this point, he's going to tank harder and harder. You can't break through Zarmad reps now. You have to switch. You see, they kind of have done that. Going for the Zarm.
The Till Doomsday Vexor does go down. They're pivoting to the Zarm. That's a really great call. He has been tackled by the Tech 3 destroyers. Destiny Noah Svipple putting in work. Unfortunately, the drone cloud is now caught up to him, and he's being taken into well below half armor.
The joys of being against drones. All it takes is a wrecking shot, and you're gone. But yeah, unfortunately, I think they kind of overcommitted to the VNI when the Stradios was right next to them. And the Stradios, if the VNI is not really known for being tanky, the Stradios is definitely not known for being tanky. And it was right next to your entire comp. So, yeah, I think, fortunately, they might have thrown it there. They're trying their best. Zarm is still being pressured.
Yeah, the Getting Navy is sitting right on top of the Zarm, putting in newts and all sorts of damage into it. Unfortunately, it's a cruiser, so the torpedoes that we got so hyped about at the start, not going to apply well to the Zarm. It's not the best target choice for the Get-In, but it's what they have to do to bring themselves back into this match. They're about to pay for it with their last remaining armor logi. This Inquisitor going down, no partner to help keep him up, and he's dropped. Meanwhile, Curtis Barrington in the Zarm is pulling range. He's got his prop mod. It's still on. He's doing what he can. The Armageddon Navy is pinned down, so he's just pulling further and further away from peril here, although he is tackled by a Damnation and a Mauler.
Yeah, I get the feeling this Zarm is going to just live to win the entire way through. Everyone knows like the Zarm has to die for this comp to be able to do anything, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do it. He's just going to stay alive as long as humanly possible. Unless a lucky newt cycle turns off his reps at a pivotal moment, he's just going to survive.
Yeah, he's a very tanky ship in his own right. It's a Tech 2 Triglavian ship, so it has the Tech 2 resist. It has everything you would expect from a logistics cruiser, a Tech 2 logistics cruiser. Just has a slightly different mechanic for how those reps are applied. That said, they might have turned off a hardener because the Zarm has suddenly taken a spike in damage. It's now actually in peril at 1/3 armor. Meanwhile, the Typhoon Fleet issue is the target for Templis CALSF. That is going down at a 2/3 armor, but falling much more slowly than the Zarm, which is an alarming set of circumstances if you're Templis CALSF.
And look at all these rep drones on the Zarm now too. I see a flight of mediums there, 2 flights of mediums. Yep, 2 or 3 flights of mediums on the Zarm, trying to buy him more time. I'm actually kind of curious, but that they're doing that because this is a drone damage comp. Having some of your drones devoted to rep instead, it's definitely an interesting call. I'm not personally a fan of it, but hey, it's buying them time. The Zarm does go down.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. They're giving up a lot of damage to try to buy themselves time there, and that time could have been used killing targets faster, which is really what they need to do. Now that Zarm is down, they have a ticking clock. Their damage output is not necessarily as high as till Doomsday. They've got to close out this Typhoon Fleet issue before the match gets away from them.
Well, now that the Zarm is dead, this drone comp needs the starburst. Just go in every direction. You're versing a Torp, a Get a Navy. You don't need to be at 0. You can be 50 kilometers away in any direction. Just starburst away and let your drones do the talking for you.
I think they may have heard you, as now the majority of the Templis CALSF team is streaking to the other side of the arena as fast as humanly possible, going every which way, as long as it's not toward another Till Doomsday ship. They're not worried about tackling anything at this point. They do need to get a kill, but it looks like they will probably kill the Typhoon Fleet issue. Unfortunately, Last Spartan's Armageddon is the target. He cannot starburst around. He is well tackled by Till Doomsday. And once he goes down, there's a huge chunk of points and offensive power from CALSF. That's all their newts.
A quick note as well, the Myrmidon of Devon Penkin, he's sitting on an MJD beacon right now. I believe that the Merm Navy of Killer is going to be doing basically the same thing. The good thing about these drone comps is they don't care how far away they are. They can bounce from beacon to beacon to beacon, doing damage the entire time. And yeah, Typhoon Fleet goes down, and these ships, even if they tried to catch them, they're just MJD away.
Yep, fabulous positioning from Templis CALSF. The Geddon was just unfortunate. He was too mired in the Till Doomsday team, too well tackled to escape. But they're not going to be able to replicate that toward any other Templis CALSF ship nearly as easily. Meanwhile, they are starting to get more and more of their armor hit points chipped away as Bradford Cleared's Mauler starts to go down. They're looking and searching and probing around for whatever Templis CALSF ships they can get their hands on. But it's easier said than done, as they are absolutely everywhere, pretty much dispersed onto 3 to 4 different micro jump beacons, or some of them are just floating around in the middle of the arena.
Stoesh in the Magus went up to his friend Last Spartan in the Armageddon, dropped cap boosters for him while the Armageddon is going for the MJD beacon. That is like a perfect bit of coordination to get it right when he has to slow down anyway. So the Armageddon of Spartan will now be freshly loaded up with cap boosters. He's now in an MJD beacon ready to leave as well. That is so perfectly flown and played from both team members there. Well done.
And props to Spartan for being able to escape the level of peril that he was in. He's now actually relatively safe sitting on that micro jump beacon. The micro jump beacons do not have cooldowns. You can activate one and then another one and then another one and then another one. So you can eventually ping pong yourself throughout the arena, which is actually a really fantastic strategy for a drone comp.
Exactly that. We saw that strategy like 2 or 3 years ago, I believe, in the Younger Games, where drone comps would just bounce from beacon to beacon, being an absolute nightmare. The interesting part was they were versing drone comps while doing it. So it's good to see this kind of idea returning, and they just can't. Yeah, they got so little damage, having trouble killing them all, but I think they've kind of got it at this point. The opposing team can't really do anything to them.
The Mauler's trying to make the most of his remainder of his life here as he is streaking toward one of the Myrmidons, Myrmidon Navy issue of Killa 542, who is unfortunately not near a micro jump beacon, but he is also much speedier than you might expect a Myrmidon to be, and they're having trouble catching up to him.
To be fair, we are comparing a Myrmidon speed to a Mauler's speed. Not very well known for speed themselves.
Eve brick racing.
Oh, mate, my favorite pastime, brick racing. Well, Mauler goes down, and at that point, what can this hams and torpedoes, what do they can actually do in ham dams? Unless he's a surprise
ham dam is a
ham
pretty
dams.
terrifying ship, but it has to get on top of something to realize that terror, and that is the problem for them. Unfortunately, these damnations are not likely faster than anything except the Geddon.
If we considered the Mauler and the Myrmidon Navy as brick racing, the damnation is just like entire house racing. It's not just one brick, it's multiples. They're so damn thick and slow. 30 seconds left. They're calling good fights on local. Well played by Templis and Last Spartan and his boys. Well done with a drone comp.
Yeah, the remaining seconds tick down, and we'll send it back to the desk to break this match down.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Templis, CALSF there, knocking Till Doomsday out of the tournament, but they do retain their flagship. The flagship Navy Armageddon managed to survive right to the end. That was actually quite a tight match. It looked like Templis had it very much in control against a torpedo rush, which is kind of unusual in Alliance tournament. It's very much a sort of a, hey, we're going to headshot your flagship type comp. But then when they killed that Zarmzad, the points suddenly swung one over to Till Doomsday, but unfortunately they couldn't really capitalize on it. Mezir, one of our remote casters, pointed out that the Templis Armageddon managed to MJD out of the hands of Till Doomsday. Probably one of the reasons that they were able to cling on and win the match there, losing that Zarmzad, especially against the high DPS torpedo rush. Not great. Now, speaking of logistic ships, I'm joined by a man who role plays as a Tech 2 logistic ship. It is the Basilisk. Basil, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. And for the first time, my team has actually made it to the second weekend, so
we're all very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hope we can go even further than a lowly top 12.
Well, you're in the top 8, I think, at the minute, because you're still in the winners bracket, unfathomably.
Somehow,
Baltrum not with the team this year. That might be something to do with it.
Quite possibly, yeah. I think there's correlation there for sure.
Yeah, and bonus, you haven't immediately fed your flagship this year.
As well, yeah. And it's more
phenomenal.
expensive than last year, so maybe there's like a correlation between, because obviously we see Truth. I mean, theirs was really expensive and it died pretty quick though, so that's sort of confounding.
So is yours more expensive?
No. It's not more expensive than theirs, but I mean, it's more expensive than last year's and it's lived longer than last year. So
we have a flagship graph. I wonder if we could throw it back up quickly and just take a quick look at the teams that are eliminated and the remaining flagships. So as you can see here, a bunch of teams have been eliminated this morning. Odins and Truth.Honor.Light, the only remaining teams without their flagships. Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja, Assassin Squad, Esports, or as they prefer to be known, Hilvananze, still retaining theirs as well. So it should be super interesting to see some of these explode today. How have you enjoyed the matches so far, Basilisk?
Yeah, it's been very good. I mean, that one, as you say, we were talking briefly during the match, it was very close, and I think about 6 minutes in, Till Doomsday were probably calling to stop the count because they were 1 point ahead, just that 1 point from killing that Zarmaz. But that comp they brought is very all-in with the torps and the ham rush, and I think it's like a battleship or even a flagship sort of meat grinder where it lands on grid and you just ram into it with the torps, and they saw the Zarmaz and thought, this kind of puts a spanner in the works because suddenly that all-in DPS rush unless you kill the Zarmaz, it's going to spool up, and it's going to take a lot longer to actually do what you're trying to do. So
yeah, we saw the Templis team, they had drones, and they were slowly losing their drones towards the end of that match until Doomsday, with a bunch of smart bombs on their battleships, were able to just keep smart bombing them off, and the damage was just trickling down and down and down. And of course, without their Zarmaz, we were like, hey, I mean, if Till Doomsday catch something valuable here, this could be the end of it for Templis. Misty, any thoughts?
Yeah, that was the problem, though, was that by the time they had managed to kill the Zarmads, because they didn't have that much in the way of application with the torpedo battleships, they don't exactly do well against small logistics cruisers, so they can mitigate a lot of damage. So by the time the Zarm went down, they didn't really have much that could go out and try and pin down any of the ships on the Templar side. We saw, I think they had a Mauler left from their lower wing, which was, I think, at like half armor by the time that the Zarm went down. Doesn't really leave them with much opportunity to go out and try and pin anything in place for them to apply all of their damage to. And we saw that Templis were very, very good at running away. Great job.
Excellent job. A skill that I'm sure is put to great effect in the Warzone. Most faction warfare players run away. Now, let us look forward at our next matchup, which is going to be Boundary Experts versus No Vacancies, and check out the bans for this one. So Boundary Experts banning out Executor Navy issue, the Arbitrator, the Orneros, and the Guardian. Novak going for Keres, Mollis, Scimitar, and Celestis. Baza, as a member of a top 8 team currently still in Alliance Tournament 19, what do you think of these bans?
I think this is the Novak special. They seem to do this every time. The Keres, the Maulus, the Celestis. That just seems to be their go-to for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't have the inside information on their team, but they just hate damps for some reason. They really don't want to see damps. Boundary Experts going for something a little bit more maybe standard. I think the Exec Navy issue is insanely powerful. I think Source, I made it up, but if you field more Exec Navy issues than the opponent, you're probably going to win. I think it's in that sort of situation where this ship is so insanely powerful that if you don't ban it, you probably should use it, and Boundary Experts just removing it, and I think that's a totally valid option as well.
Yeah, it's also point reduced this year. The Gallente Federation sponsors of Alliance Tournament 19, so a number of Gallente Navy ships reduced in the number of points that they cost, meaning that obviously it's more effective to bring them. You do still get hit with point inflation if you bring multiple of a particular ship. Then each one costs, it makes each one cost 1 more. So if a ship is 4 points, for example, and you bring 2 of them, each one costs 5 points. If you bring 3, each one costs 6, and so on and so forth. We've seen very few teams bring 3 of anything at this point. I think we saw 3 Arbitrators is probably the only one, which was... I'm not entirely sure if it was a 5-head move or a smooth brain move, but it was interesting to be sure. Mystical Might, any thoughts?
I think it was Templis that brought the 3 Arbitrators, wasn't it? Did they win that match?
They did, yeah.
Well, they're still here, so...
Well, well, I mean, they could have won in the upper bracket and then fallen down. I don't know.
True.
But, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it's usually best if you're diversifying the ships that you have on your team, because it allows you to get more out of your points. You only have a select amount. You start with 100, and each ship has a point cost, as you can see on the side of the screen during the matches. So diversifying means that even if you lose 1 Arbitrator and you've only got 2, you're actually losing less points and giving less points over to the enemy team. If you bring 3 Arbitrators, each loss that you take in those Arbitrators that aren't especially tanky ships actually means more over the course of the match. So
I'm being told as well, both teams choosing to bring flagship bar guests, so Boundary Experts and No Vacancies bringing those flag bargs. Both teams should have relatively deep pockets. Boundary Experts had a pretty decent run last year, so they would have got a number of the Besla and the Geri prize ships. Novak, they're a wormhole group. They've probably got plenty of money. They can afford to do it, unless they've got no balls. But we will certainly find that out soon enough. I'm sure at least one of these will die. Mystical Might, thoughts on what we might see? Both teams bringing bar guests.
The thing with bar guest flagship is that it's fairly flexible, so it can actually be shield or armor fit, or hull tanked if you really wanted to. So I'm expecting to see maybe like a missile kite comp versus an armor control comp with a bar guest, maybe. Hopefully we see something like that.
Awesome. I mean, Baza, any further thoughts?
Yeah, I think an armor bar guest comp could work. I think we might see an armor Kingslayer similar to what we've flown in a couple of matches. I think Novak have been one of the other teams that quite like that setup as well, so I think there's a reasonable chance they bring something like that. But yeah, bar guests quite likely for sure.
Yeah, bar guests are one of those very flexible flagships where you can fit them armor, you can fit them shield. They've got that long-range scram, so it can be really good for kiting, or you can fit them with like in-your-face torpedoes if you're a bit of a Chad and just barrel in and do a ton of DPS. Of course, we normally see them with those SMLs Rapid Heavies for the rich teams. But it is time to head over to the arena for Boundary Experts versus No Vacancies with our casters Jintan and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. I'm Miss and with me is Jintan, and this is and Boundary Experts in red versus Novik in the blue. And the Boundary Experts has brought like a Kingslayer setup with double Markist and Lachesis, Orgara, Mages, Pontifex, a Hyena, and Sentinel, and Crewer and Crucifier. So they got like a mix of a little bit of everything. But what does the Novik team have?
Novak have brought Moderator's least favorite composition here in the triple battleship all-in composition. All of 3 of those battleships from the Novak team have RHMLs, so they're going to be trying to apply a ton of DPS right at the start of this match, and they've only got a little bit of tackle to try and hold down no vacancies for that. They're going to need to take out some of this control here from Boundary Experts immediately at the start of this match, or else they are going to struggle after that first reload.
Yeah, it looks like the Boundary Experts like went with the control lever. That first Hyena goes down
immediately. No transversal, just getting popped immediately.
I think he got whipped by the other Hyenas. This is like one of the key things about the Kingslayer setup, having Hyena to pin down targets when your rapid heavy missile ships just tear stuff apart. And Rain Row in the Confessor is taking a heavy amount of damage, but they are stabilizing a bit, so maybe they can last long enough to survive this.
Yeah, but look at that though. All the battleships here from the No Vacancies team, they are screaming across the arena, have already crossed the halfway mark, and are now pinning Boundary Experts up against this wall. Boundary Experts want to be kiting this out, want to be utilizing the range control that is provided by this Crucifier, Sentinel, and Lachesis, and they're sacrificing.
And the Mages is going to get headshot, like a quick swap by the No Boundaries team, and that Boundary Experts team, they paid off.
Those boosts are still going to be applied for another 60 seconds or so, though, so No Vacancies still have a chance to utilize all of those skirmish boosts and gain the positional advantage here. But the Pontifex goes down as well. Boundary Experts with great target calling here, trying to take off the stuff that's going to allow Boundary Experts to potentially survive into the later parts of this match. Meanwhile, there's not trading anything back.
Yeah, so the Boundary Experts team, they did favor more control for what, like at the first glance, looks like a Kingslayer setup. Like still having these double bargains to murder stuff, but having all this extra support, like Lachesis is stamping down the Executor, making their life extremely difficult. At the same time, having all the weapon disrupting to make it hard for the blue team to actually apply to anything.
Yeah, you can just look at that on the Boundary Expert side. Still nothing tackled apart from this crew or the finally getting snagged there. And I think that's just the outer edge of a grapple. There's no real control being laid down here by No Vacancies, and you can see the impact that's having. Even as both teams go into reload here, we've got a moment where both teams get to breathe, get to try and move their small ships into position before that DPS onslaught begins again.
Yeah, I think the Boundary team is doing an excellent job with that kind of control, using it, and they're like.
Oh my God! Bet the balls
going down like. Just a Kingslayer set up in action, and with the control they're having, they're just making it difficult for the blue team to actually counter any plays they're doing.
Oh, 404 logistics not found. It's going to be a massacre going here forwards now for No Vacancies. They no longer have anything left to keep their low end alive. And those battleships, they might have a lot of plates to tank, but with nothing to hold down the faster ships here from Boundary Experts, it's just going to be a massacre.
Yeah, so I'm going to shout out the Lachesis pilot on the red team, like backslap Chew. They're doing a really good job cycling the dams on different targets, like initially on the Executor to kill off something, but also cycling between the battleships to make it harder for them to coordinate the rapid heavy strikes. So it's a really good play for the Lachesis pilot on a ship that's usually not seen that often in the tournament settings.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that that person's more commonly known as Chewy and is actually the captain for the Boundary Experts team, taking over for Radikos, who ran this team last year. And, you know, he's been doing an amazing job at bringing this team back together. Obviously, they lost a lot of pilots who moved on to plug and play with Radikos. He took the remaining parts of the core, brought in some of his own pilots, and he has been doing absolutely fantastically this year. It looks like he might be taking a second win for the tournament here, as Fury goes into very, very low armor here, and there's no way of him getting it rep back up.
Yeah, this rate is hard for the Novak team to really do anything. Like the control is piling up on top of the remaining ships. Like, these battleships cannot apply well, they cannot lock a lot of things, and these frigates are like largely irrelevant, like because without your battleships being able to apply, it doesn't matter what they're going to tackle, and even if they don't have any weapon fires, they or even if they do have webifiers, it's not going to be enough to kill any of the small stuff there.
Yeah, you've got to give a credit, though, to No Vacancies. They haven't given up just yet. They're forming a little bit of a triangle of death, as it were, with their battleships, trying to cover as much space as possible, make it difficult for boundary experts to maneuver, hoping that someone might sidle in unexpectedly into their newts or into that Barghest scram. But
and that bar is going down. I believe it is their flagship going down, so it could be some really expensive stuff. Like now, people should go and get the loot and then get the F out. As Jay Johnson and crew is taking him out damage, he might be the guy being the loot guy, but he's surviving.
yeah, you can see boundary experts. We're now finally seeing the start of the active part of their rep bar, and that gives us an idea of just how much they've got left to grind through. That's still looking like a couple of 100,000 EHP, but it almost certainly is going to be done now before the end of the match. So boundary experts en route here to another 100-0 match victory.
Yeah, definitely need to give a shout out to the shot call of the boundary expert team for the identifying the hyena as a key ship and then eliminate it right from the beginning. That's really what gave them that big advantage in this match up, and it's a really good call, and I believe the guys in studio can say a lot more about that when we get to them. But as now we're just seeing the boundary expert being the cleaning experts as they're cleaning up this field.
And there we go. We actually see that this is not the most expensive Barghest that we've seen go down so far. Just faction launchers here and a faction damage control rather than the really, really blingy purple fits that we've seen in previous teams. But still, you know, I don't think it would have made much difference. Even if they had an officer fit Barghest, it likely wasn't going to make the enable them to catch this boundary experts team, because as you said, it was just executed so well. Razor here finally going into Hull, and then it will just be a matter of seeing how long Vladislav can hold, or whether he wants to make a run for the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like there's still like just looking at Vladislav, they're like 20k off the center, so I don't think they're going to be allowed for the boundary, as already getting swarmed by these tackle freaks and doing the cleanup job with the remaining ships. Like, we're having drones and stuff all over the arena, but yeah, boundary experts showing they really want to get these shiny ships and well deserved victory. Definitely one of the coolest setups I've seen this year, and I've loved the way they executed it. And they, I should probably not keep simping for that, but for them, because I'll just end up cursing them. But at the same time, really good job.
Yeah, you got to say that it was a really interesting composition here, and it seems like something we might see a lot more of. Very, very high skill ceiling control comp here being brought by boundary experts. It just shows how much faith they have in themselves in a match like this that has the potential to see them eliminated from the tournament, that they would bring something that requires just so much coordination to be able to be executed properly. And Sven Blot as well in that Augur are doing a great job to survive versus 3 rapid heavy missile ships. Normally we see those things just obliterate every single, T1 cruiser that's left on grid. But in this case, they were able to protect it effectively. What do you think enabled them to do that, Miz?
Well, it was the control, like having the Lachesis for dams and having all these weapon disruption on the Sentinel and the Crucifier really made it hard to apply anything, and at the same time that hyena headshot at the beginning. And with that, I can get a Navy ship going down. We'll send it back to the studios. They can say some clever words.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in the armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Boundary Experts continuing their run through the lower bracket at the expense of no vacancies there, as we see 5 battleships go up against each other. The Novak side bringing 3, Boundary Experts going for 2, and some excellent piloting on both sides, really, to be honest. It was actually a pretty reasonable match. We saw the Hyenas, super useful ship, especially with these rapid heavy bar guests. Boundary Experts pilot Chad Hammercock flying his to excellent effect. Mystical Knight, talk to me about a Hyena.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the match, we saw that Boundary Experts deleted the No Vacancies Hyena to make sure that they would have difficulty applying their damage to the Boundary Experts team. The importance of the Hyena is that it has decently long-range webs for a frigate, so it's able to burn in and slow down some of these smaller ships that things like heavy missiles might have difficulty applying to. When they're slowed down enough, if you have the target painters as well, that the Hyena has a bonus for, it means that the heavy missiles are actually going to be doing quite a lot of damage to things like the Magus's that we saw, which allows you to effectively delete the lower end of a comp, removing all of their support ships. And when you've invested so many points into a 3 battleship setup, it means that you don't really have links on anything bigger than a command destroyer. So after about 2 minutes into the match, once those are all dead, you are losing a fair amount of effective hit points and repability.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like once the those ships go down, the links will stay up for however long until they run out, which is maximum of 60 seconds if it's just cycled prior to dying. And then you see that tick off is the EHP, effective health points or hit points or hull points of the comp just starts to drop off. All right, it is time to hot drop into another burner mission, which is code for watch people eat chicken. This time I believe it's me, so let's see if we can go to that now.
May I consume? This is number 1. Okay. You ever get the feeling you've made a mistake? I think I read a bunch of stuff on maybe PC Gamer or something like that many years ago. I think it was about the Guiding Hand Social Club heist. Many people heard that one. And I was like, hey, this game sounds cool, I can scam people. So I started playing. That was around about 2009 or so. That one's actually not so bad. The first one was worse. I mean, still being involved with the Alliance tournament is pretty good. I got to help with the rule set. Me and CC Zealous worked on them for a bit. I got to help just be part of the back end of the tournament. I can feel the heat rising in this corner of my mouth specifically right now. And yeah, that's probably like, I'm really proud about the Alliance tournament and the fact that the viewership's gone up year on year. This one's getting spicier. That's, she's coming, boys. Whew. Go. Going to, ooh, I think I'll have some, definitely not Guinness. Why is this one still coming? I thought it was over. It's not over. It's here again. I think I just burped a little bit and it came back. I want to know where I went wrong in my life, that this is where I am. At the moment, just staying alive is a high priority for me personally, as an individual. And yeah, I've forgotten the question. What was it? What am I working on? I think some of this was my idea, and I'm regretting that. Clearly, I need to rethink my priorities in life. Now I know how Truth.Honor.Light felt when they lost their flagship. Jesus.
Some people produce Alliance tournaments, some people produce results. What exactly do you produce?
Alliance tournament and results. That's what you get when you are a CSP overload. The finest results. The finest results that New Eden can possibly contain. My face is on fire. How did CCP Swift not be phased? I heard he was unphased.
There you are, some more chicken eating. That was quite spicy. I don't think I was emotionally prepared for what transpired in that particular studio.
I mean, you walked into next door and you were like, I'm lightheaded.
Yes,
and I was like, and I was on next. So I was like, oh no.
Yes, it was. I mean, the last couple just were like right up there, and it just nothing helped. It just kept getting worse. And then, yeah, I definitely felt lightheaded towards the end. I felt like I'd consumed some boosters because it was walked in like properly slightly spaced out just from the sheer spice. It was something. So hopefully it was fun at least. It was definitely fun to watch afterwards, less so at the time. All right, let's look at our next matchup, which is going to be We Form Volta versus Platinum Sensitivity. Another elimination match. Two very experienced teams here. This one should be very spicy as well. Volta banning out Curse, Arbitrator, Sentinel, Crucifier, crucially leaving that Pilgrim unbanned. Platinum Sensitivity going for the Barghest, Abaddon, Eos, and the Loki. The Basilisk. What do you think about these bans?
The Platinum bans are, I mean, they're fairly sort of standard, I suppose. You know, those 4 ships, they're pretty common bans. But the Volta gambit on the banning the TDs is far more interesting, as we saw earlier in the tournament. I think it was Frat against, I can't remember who, but Frat called their bluff and brought the 2 Pilgrims. I wonder if Plat will be tempted to do the same, or if Volta is actually just throwing the bait out there and seeing what happens.
And Misty, what were your thoughts here? I mean, we saw the Pilgrim be used by 1 or 2 teams last week. Not the most common ship, quite expensive points-wise, but it does get those bonus tracking and guidance disruption.
I think it's the same points as the Curse. I might be wrong with that.
Probably
I think so, yeah. I think it's fairly interesting to see a team just decide to try and ban out all of the tracking disruptors that they can, because it does kind of suggest that they want to bring something that is going to be either heavily application dependent when it's missile-based, or that they're looking to just bring gun spam, and they want to make sure that they're applying as much as they can across the arena towards like the smaller end, the lower end, at the right at the beginning of the match, so that they can clear things like Logi frigates and the command desis, things like that. But also, like Bazza said, it could just be bait, and it could just be a case of, hey, we've banned all of this, but we've left the Pilgrim open. It's a fairly expensive ship to bring, so why don't you bring it? And then they can completely ignore it because they're ready to deal with tracking disruptors.
Both these teams have flagship Barghests available. We don't know yet if either are choosing to field them. Platinum Sensitivity, I can't quite recall off the top of my head how they did last year, but they've had pretty solid runs. Misty, do you remember?
The indestructible Mark Bridges always does well. Thank you very much. Disc and I have a fan club, so wherever they end will be the best place for them, I suppose.
He proved pretty destructible last week when I fought him.
Absolutely not. Don't know what you're talking about. That never happened.
Speaking of being destructible, the Basilisk, I believe you lasted 12 seconds on one of your matches?
I usually last a lot longer, but, you know. So it was like a record for shortest time lasted in an arena, of course.
Specifically in an arena. Just
yeah.
in-game.
Yeah, in-game.
Okay.
In-game. Yeah.
I was getting a bit too spicy there for there's not enough chicken wings for this one. So predictions, Mystical Might. What do you think we might see then? Like I said, both have flagship Barghest available. The bans are saying, hey, no tracking disruption, no guidance disruption. Thoughts?
I'm getting the feeling that we're going to see, similar to the match that we've just watched, maybe 2 armor control setups looking to remove some of the lower end, especially with the guidance disruptions being removed. Or, as I said last time, we might see some nano... Actually, Barghests are banned, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know if they're bringing the flagships yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
No one has told me otherwise.
Yeah, okay. I'm assuming just gun spam. Gun spam, changing my prediction. Okay. And Platinum Sensitivity is going to win.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's see if we can just have a quick look at the lower bracket. See if we can have a check on that. It might come up. Here we go. Okay, so this is our eliminate. That's the upper bracket. Someone
scroll down a little bit.
Oh no, never mind. We'll come back to that. Well, let's just. These teams are in the elimination bracket. I was willing to point at that and point it out, but we have no need. We can use our words. We are wordsmiths on the internet. Mystical Might, some words.
I'm just going to quickly add that these teams did also play earlier today, so there is a quick turnaround on this. So there's extra pressure for these teams actually turning up on grid.
Exactly. We're at the very top of losers round 3 here, so that you can see the number of matches these teams are going to have to go through to keep in the tournament. Plenty of skins, of course, but that is a lot of pressure, a lot of time, a lot of energy for these teams. All right, it's time to head over to the arena for this exciting match between We Form Volta and Platinum Sensitivity with the casters Wingnut and Alec.
G'day, mates. Welcome to the arena. I'm Winger, joined by Mr. AK Alexief Card. And I think both teams have decided that battleships are gone and battle cruisers and DPS are the new way to go, because both teams have brought basically the pseudo-DAS / max threat full-on rush comps. But some people are a bit more tanky than others. What are you looking at, AK?
Yeah, the Platinum Sensitivity team here, they have made some interesting choices with their low end, bringing a double stealth bomber Tech 3 destroyer versus Volta's Cruor Skybreaker. I think as this match progresses, provided they put those torpedoes on the battle cruisers of the Volta team, Platinum Sensitivity is going to be very happy with their choice. This is going to be a straight brawl. There's no tackling involved, as these ships will just absolutely slug it out, and here we go.
Oh, I think those bombers are getting removed pretty damn quickly. Hard being the first target again. And yeah, it's definitely going to be an absolute race here. My only question point is, if they leave the Oneirus and Guardian alone, at what point do these teams start tanking? Because there is so much damage. Already a bomber's gone. Executive Navy's being primaried. The Harbor's almost dead. The Harbor's probably one of the weakest out of the pseudo-DAD armor battle cruisers. And yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, they're going for the weak links here. At some point, the DPS reduction is going to hit a critical mass, at which point the logistics from either team is going to be able to pull back enough hit points to give them the edge in the race. It's hard to say where that tipping point is going to be for each team. They're taking slightly different approaches to this. Volta going after the low end of Platinum Sensitivity. Platinum Sensitivity attempting to headshot a bit here, taking out the Brutix Navy. We'll see which strategy pays off for them.
I think at the moment, Platinum Sensitivity is probably ahead in terms of what they've destroyed. But that being said, no, Volta is not at us by any stretch. If Brutix Navy goes down, Volta's going for the Oneirus now. They're going, you know what, we're done with this. This game is not playing well for us. Let's go for the trade and get rid of Logi now. I have nothing against that call. I like the idea.
Yeah, the alarm bells have to be ringing for Volta here. They saw how quickly that Brutix and Hard went down. They're like, we need to take out that Oneirus soon, or we might not be able to take it out at all. In the meantime, the Exeter Navy issue is dropping far faster. It's likely it will go down, but they'll probably wind up trading this Oneirus, and I got to think Volta's happy with that one.
Yep, they're very much so. Doesn't matter how much DPS they lose, and they can still keep killing things. So the Navy goes down, the Oneirus will very quickly follow. The question is going to be, now does Platinum Sensitivity copy and go after the Guardian, or do they focus on what they're doing? Do they keep on their current game plan?
It looks like they're keeping on the current game plan, going after the Harb Navy of Stigi Mikaka, and it is proving to be a very successful choice, as that Harb is not tanking at all.
So I'm kind of curious, right? We've seen these Oracles be more and more tank, people like bait tanking them. I honestly would love to see if this one's been the exact opposite, has been back to full DPS again. Or maybe the Astarte is actually doing that instead, because they have so much DPS. I'm wondering if there's some cheeky shittery going on here.
The Astarte and the Absolution are both absolute DPS trucks. A lot of people discount the Abso, but it is a prime ship. It used to be a line fleet ship back in the day, and it's showing its worth here, taking the Exeter Navy down at a half. They're actually starting to split their damage a little bit between the Prof Navy and the Exeter Navy. I don't know if that's a range issue or not, but this Exeter Navy is going to go down probably before the Oracle, which, considering the amount of damage that it's putting out, is a little bit surprising. The DPS noticeably slowing from WeForm Volta, and it's only going to get worse as that Exeter Navy goes down, and they're going to start struggling here.
Yep, now they're going for Planet 6 and the Guardian. I'm honestly surprised they're bothering, because they've been killing so many ships. It's like he's almost not even there, unfortunately. But look how quickly he dies, too. This amount of damage is just insane. Just destroying the entire comp in seconds. Planet Sensitivity, about to lose their Oracle, but I think at this point, it doesn't matter to lose the Oracle. They've already won.
A tremendous damage output from Platinum Sensitivity. That Guardian not tanking nearly as long as Volta Hope, not tanking nearly as long as the Oneirus on the Platinum Sensitivity side. And they're now in the driver's seat here. It is still, ostensibly two very high damage ships versus other high damage ships. But you can see even the AUG Navy of White Orchid, which is arguably one of the tankier cruisers on that team, it's going down so fast.
Yeah, I also got to give my respects to the Logi pilots on both these teams, because honestly, this is probably one of the hardest comps to actually fly as Logi, because you have to be so quick on that rep, especially in an armor comp. You have to wait the full cycle for your reps to even land. And these damage is so quick, they could rip through most of the ship before you even get the first cycle off. And then you want to obviously heat and be in the right position. It is a quite hard job to try and keep a comp alive under this amount of damage. So honestly, I'm not surprised that either side wasn't able to really save a ship or two.
Yeah, the damage output here is absolutely terrifying. I believe that is Oh no, sorry. I was gonna say, is that a blaster version of the Astarte? But it is Rails. Ooh,
Better
and
say,
there
mate.
it goes. That's the Navy Prophecy down. Just the crew are alive from Tick Toxic.
Yeah. So, no, very well played by Volta. They tried their best. They did not get trounced. It's just unfortunately the race did not go their way. And with TikTok about to go down, my biggest respects go to Platinum Sensitivity. This is a very well flown rush. And with that, we'll go back to Stu and see what they think.
Do we ever use boosters in doctrines?
Take boosters all the time, man. I'm high as a kite right now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh yes.
We're in a good headspace now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure. Platinum Sensitivity kicking out last year's third place team, We Form Volta, in a bit of an upset and a very exciting match. Moderator, I've been told, put 100,000 of his channel points on Volta there. Sorry, Mod, those have all gone poof. You no longer have access to those. Basilisk, talk to me about that match. We saw two similar comps, just a bit of a difference in target calling in terms of what each team went for.
Yeah, I think Volta started off by going for, I think they killed the Hound to start with, which I think that's a reasonable choice. I think you clear 600 DPS off the field if it's in range and it's there, go for it. But I think the exec navies after that might be a little bit of a questionable choice because they're just so fast. If you don't have them properly fully tackled, they can just heat MWD very, very quickly, get up to speed and get out tracking, out range, and it's, you know, if you're shooting at something that's out of range and you have to reload or you're doing less damage, and meanwhile they're just pumping through your Navy Brutix, your Harbinger, all this sort of stuff. And the Harbinger itself, in particular, I think it's only got like 50,000 DHP. It's really not very tanky for a battlecruiser at all. So I think I prefer Platinum's target choice, and I think they sort of reap the rewards of it.
Misty, we don't see bombers in the Alliance tournament very often anymore. I mean, why would you take a stealth bomber in the first place?
So the stealth bomber, like you mentioned, isn't really something that we see too much anymore. We did used to see it quite a bit in previous tournaments, where oftentimes you'd like to bring this high damage frigate because it allows you to fit both a rack of torpedo launchers, which do incredible damage against battle cruisers and up with proper target painter support, but also you can fit a bomb launcher, which is vastly less used in the tournament than the torpedoes. But with the bomb launcher, you can launch, whichever flavor of damage bomb that you want to, and it allows you to clear drones really quickly, especially if they're burning towards you, because they all have their own little micro warp drives, which will bloom their signature. The torpedoes, you can fit 3 of them, and essentially, yeah, they're just doing battleship worth of damage in frigate form, and if you aren't clearing them and you're bringing battlecruiser setups like we saw, it means that eventually you are going to lose the DPS race. I think it is important to perhaps clear both of the bombers. Clearing the Hound is the correct choice. Clearing the Purifier next would have been the next best choice, and then maybe the Navy XX to ensure that you're not just falling behind. But, I mean, maybe Volta were relying on the fact that the Guardian does more reps than the Aneros to keep them in the DPS race a little bit longer.
Volta this year running under a new captain, long-time captain, Starfleet Commander, took a step back. This time we had Stiggy, who was running the team, and I believe he ran it in the Captain's Cup as well, so pretty solid run for a first time. Volta do get top 16, so they will get some prize ships, which is nice. But that team has got a lot of experience. I believe we've got a chart which will show some of the most experienced pilots in the history of Alliance tournament. Maybe we can get that up on the screen. Okay, so check this out. Most experienced pilots in the Alliance tournament. So this is matches flown in is red and matches won in blue. And you can see up the top people like Casper24 from Hydra for a long time and Pandemic Legion prior to that, I believe. Pandy from Vidra and DarkSide, who we saw earlier on today. And then we see two pilots here, Annie Gardet and Theronth Valarax, both members of the Volta team for a very long time. Theronth not flying this year, Annie is. And I mean, he's flown in the third most matches in Alliance tournament, so a lot of experience on that team, and yeah, I just I think it was a pretty decent run.
Look at Domar. Look at Domar's win percent. He wins so much. If you see Nick Domar on grid and you land on grid, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I met Nick Domar at FanFest during the Caldari Corporation Cup, which was a tournament ran there, 3v3, and everyone was sort of randomly put into teams of 3. Nick was in the winning team. It was Nick, some other sort of like PvP guy, and a miner who'd never shot anyone in his life, and I remember watching Nick literally telling him like which buttons to push as the match was going. So he's flying his ship and then be like, do this, do that. He's a very skilled individual pilot, is Nick Domar. Misty.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that graph that we just saw. Most of those pilots look to be from either like Hydra Camel, Vidra, or Volta, right? Like 3 very experienced teams. I think some of the Vidra members have already been knocked out of the tournament in one of the previous matches with DarkSide. And we have Volta also just getting knocked out, and we have the other players in the losers bracket. So a very interesting tournament in the sense that a lot of the most experienced AT players are actually in fairly dire straits at the moment, whereas new and upcoming teams are actually doing fairly well.
Yeah, I think some of that is kind of comes from the rule set. So we like to do almost like a TikTok style like rule progression, where 1 year, last Alliance tournament, is a bit of a bigger change of rule set, and then the year after it's a bit of a modification, a bit of a sort of refinement of the previous years. It means that the wild theory crafting is not as important. You can get down to more execution based. We do change it a little bit. Obviously this year we made the rule that you can't bring EWAR on anything other than bonus hulls, so you can't put damps on just any ship, you can't put guidance disruptors on anything other than ships that have those hull bonuses, bringing them in line with a number of other things. Like we've had that for ECM for a while, I believe. Baza, you're obviously one of the working in one of the top teams at the minute. I have to say it because you're technically still in the winners bracket. What's the rule set been like to sort of theorycraft this year?
I think the change, speaking obviously personally just for my team, I can't obviously comment on the internals of other teams. I think the change that we made was sort of looking at what was good last year and being able to then focus in on a couple of comps that we wanted to practice, rather than just being like, whoa, we've no idea what's good from the start. Obviously some teams have better scrimming and better, theory crafting, so they can sort of, without any evidence, get an idea of what's good. I think having that previous year of fairly similar sort of meta, maybe a couple of changes as you were saying, makes it a lot easier to get an initial grasp, and then you can sort of hone in on what you actually want to focus on.
And Misty, as a regular line member of Fraternity and your main alliance, what's it been like from the Fraternity side?
I would have absolutely no idea because I'm on no teams this year.
Interesting, but your alliance does have a team.
My alliance does have a team, and they have done very well with some fairly unique theory crafting setups, being one of the 2 teams to bring Pilgrims and still be in the tournament.
Oh, of course, they brought Pilgrims as well. I remember that. So what do you think just personally then about the rules this year?
I think it's fairly interesting. I like the fact that we've expanded the number of bans that we have. So you're actually seeing more ships removed from potential play, which opens up the theory crafting a little bit. I also like the fact that we've reduced the points on the Draugr and the Nurgle. I think those are 2 fun ships to fly in the tournament, but I don't think they were worth the points that they were priced at previously. The Nurgle is a disgusting tackle frigate, able to pin something down and then slowly over time spool up to do like 500 to 700 DPS, which is great out of a frigate. It is easy to interrupt that spool, so it's not incredibly overpowered, and I don't think enough teams are really utilizing the Nurgle at the moment. So if anyone watching, that is a free theory crafting tip, and you can send me an AT ship or an AT skin later. That's fine.
Interesting tactic. We'll see if that pays off. One of the things that I really like about the rule set this year is the change to the feeder rounds. So previously we've had direct invites for X amount of teams. This year it was 4. The top 4 teams from last year got direct invites. And then we've had a Plex buy-in, like a blind auction where you submit X amount of Plex, and then the top bidders get in for not for free, obviously, but no suffering. They just get to pay their way in, and that money then goes into the prize pot. This year we got rid of that and we said, we don't want your stinking money. You all have to go through the feeder rounds. In return, we put the prize skins to the feeder rounds as well, so teams that won in the feeders will get skins, which is awesome. But I think it's meant that the quality of the teams that made it through to the main tournament this year has been markedly better than some previous years. We saw a lot of really excellent matches all throughout last weekend. The Sunday, this day 2, phenomenal set of matches. Really enjoyed those, and it meant that some of the teams that maybe had a lot of wealth on Tranquility, but have kind of struggled a little bit in recent years. Cough, Pandemic Legion, cough, cough, cough. Sorry, Elise. Weren't able to just buy their way straight into the tournament and then get O2'd again. They instead did it in the feeders, which was much more convenient for us. What do you think about the feeders? You went through the feeders.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the quality of teams, as you were saying, that's the main benefit for me. I think the format in the feeders maybe could use a couple tweaks. For us, we had a fairly easy match, and then that was it. So we spent a lot of time preparing, and then it was over, and we were like, oh, that was it. But in terms of, as you were saying, the quality of the teams that come into the Alliance tournament proper is so much higher. And yeah, the first weekend matches, as you were saying, were just absolutely brilliant. There was so many. It was, as you said, flagship Armageddon on. Not a ship Armageddon, an actual flagship Armageddon on the Sunday. There
was something that, I mean, 2 of the flagships were maybe half a trillion together, so I think the total value that disappeared was maybe like 750 billion Iskin flagship deaths on day 2 of the tournament, which is pretty exciting. You'll love to see that. And one of the teams that did kill the most expensive flagship, the Truth.Honor.Light flagship, is Barcode, and they are up next. So let's take a look at the bans for Barcode versus Dracarys. All right, Barcode going for the Curse, the Pilgrim, the infamous Pilgrim, the Arbitrator, and the Balgorn. We were questioning Balgorn bans a little bit last week, but they're back. Dracarys going for Executor Navy issue, Scimitar, Brutix Navy issue, and then a very strange-looking Prophecy Navy issue. I'm expecting to see if is... I presume the picture is wrong, and this is in fact a Prophecy Navy issue. Mystical Might, what are your thoughts on these bans?
Well, Barcode want to avoid the suck, I think, is what we can safely say. They have removed 3 neuting ships and the Arbitrator, which I think is a fairly interesting strategy. They are removing tracking disruptors at the same time, but and they're removing a Balgorn as well, which is kind of garbage.
Yeah. But so, we had the production crew running through, like frantically.
I don't know why that was so urgent. I don't know why that was so urgent.
Like it was extremely urgent. Like, multiple of them run into the studio, like with
we must get Baz's shirt undone.
Panicked look on their face for that one.
I wonder who paid them. Yeah. They must have been paid for that.
Yeah, it's coming from your team probably.
Oh my god.
So make sure that gets screenshotted and put straight into your team Discord. I've completely forgotten what the bans were. I know that there was a Loki/Prophecy Navy issue. Baza, any further thoughts? Oh,
there was a weird shaped Prophecy Navy issue is what it was, so we didn't really know what it was. It might be a Loki. It's like a Schrodinger's ban.
Yeah. What do you think of the Simi ban here?
I mean, I think I quite like the Simi ban in general. I think it's if you have a good Simi pilot, you come up against them and you're not in a comp that can really deal with it. It can be just a very scaring prospect. It's just a very hard ship to deal with if left uncontrolled.
Yeah, Barcode are bringing a flagship Barghest in this one. It will be interesting to see if they manage to upgrade their flagship after killing Truth.Honor.Light's one. Misty, talk to me about flagships and upgrading them in this particular instance.
Yeah, so when we say upgrading, it means that you've managed to take the scalp of someone else's flagship, and you are essentially just taking all their modules that you've managed to loot and putting them on your flagship so it does better. This isn't always possible. Sometimes you will win a match, or rather lose a match, but killed the flagship, which we've seen happen once in this tournament. I believe it was Odins that lost their flagship but won the match.
Yeah.
So they'll manage to recoup their losses, but they won't be able to field that flagship again. It is important to keep upgrading your flagship over the course of the tournament, because the stronger the flagship is, the better you perform in matches and the higher your chances to win. And you don't always get the opportunity to go up against a good team. They feed, and then you're like, hey, I've suddenly got like 100 billion in modules that I can now put on my flagship. And it does better. Sometimes. It depends on piloting, obviously. ISK is not a good way of overcoming skill differences, but you can try.
You can definitely try, and we love to see it when it dies. I'm just looking at Twitch right now. The channel point betting for this one, 2.9 million channel points on Barcode, 470,000 on Dracarys. So Barcode clearly the favourites in this particular match. Don't forget you can gamble those channel points on these matches and redeem them for cool skins. CCP Conflict reloaded it earlier on today, so there's plenty of skins to give out. And also there's Twitch drops, so make sure you've got your account connected up. And then you can get free stuff, and everyone loves free stuff. Free stuff is excellent. I'm sure Barcode loved the free stuff they got from Truth.Honor.Light last week. We'll see if some of it made it onto their flagship.
I feel like they paid for it. They paid with it in ammo costs. That's fine.
I'm sure that's exactly the same thing. All right, let's head to the arena for Barcode versus Dracarys with Jita and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Burninator Arena. I'm Yintan, joined by Mizir, and we're about to watch two teams that have had the most track history of upsets. Both of these teams having overcome over 80% fan votes against them in previous matches to join us today, with Barcode going up against Dracarys. And Dracarys have brought a really weird take on Max Threat, diving deep into the ship pool, bringing a Rail Vigilant and an Omen Navy issue to the field. What have Barcode brought for us today, Miz?
And Barcode brought like an armor control setup that is based upon the flag baggage, and maybe they have taken some of these Truth.Honor.Light modules for their baggage and paid the iron price for them. We'll see if they feed them, or if not, then we'll maybe see later. But the match has begun, and the teams are just chilling about a bit with the Confessor of Wild Things burning in and then turning around. So not much aggressive play right at the beginning, but we'll see soon if someone is ready to make a move, or if they're going to try and set up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Barcode. For Dracarys there. You'd really hope in a max threat setup like this that you'd be able to take down one of those frigates right at the start of the game, but we're now half a minute in, and they have not yet successfully killed anything, and that is going to be really, really difficult for them to come back from. You need to take the momentum quickly against one of these control setups, or it could just become absolutely suffocating, as we see FJ 5000 here, low into armor. That Omen Navy issue isn't very survivable, is it, Miz?
No, but he's doing the right thing, and he's burning far away, and he might actually survive because of this. The Dracarys team did try and take out the Wild Things in the Confessor, but looks like they got controlled, like the jams and the stuff, making it hard for them to apply to anything.
Oh, it looks like FJ5000 might maybe just about live. All of his colleagues here are just moving in, starting to screen him away. It doesn't look like any of the tackles going to be able to get into the back line and hold him down. And so he's going to be able to get way out of range of this Barguest HMLs. Really great piloting there from Dracarys just to keep themselves in this match, keep everything alive.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, the Dracarys team is like slowly crawling forwards, not really being that aggressive, but looks like actually burning away towards one of the micro-drone drive beacons, so they might be trying for that play. But at this point, they have wasted so much time in a comp that's usually played aggressive, and I'm not really sure what they want to achieve.
Oh, here we go. This is a change of direction here from Barcode. They're going for the Executor. They're going to take out the sustain here from Dracarys and put them on an even shorter clock than they already have. Dracarys needs to make a move here to try and snatch the momentum away from Barcode, or they're going to just get slowly whittled away at range. They are close to one of the MJD beacons, as you said, but they don't look like they're in position. They don't look like they're maneuvering towards it. It looks like they're pulling back in towards the center of the arena here. They're going to try and utilize the Kerrys and the Maulers just to potentially try and keep that Executor safe. I'm not sure what the game plan is here, Miss.
I'm not entirely sure either. It looks like they're just being pulled around the arena like a circus animal being pulled around. Like it's they're not really doing anything proactive. They're just trying to respond to whatever the Barcode team is doing, and they're not really having any plays yet. So they need to decide what they want to do, because soon they're going to lose something, and then they're going to be extremely screwed.
Yeah, it does look like the Executor has finally managed to outrange the Barguest. Just all of these different turrets here now from Barcode pinging around the side, but the Executor is in so far a range that they're not going to be able to support any of the Dracarys mainline ships now. If Barcode can identify that and start putting some fire down onto them, you can see though that they are still keeping range really effectively. There's just a huge moat between these two teams. Neither one wants to approach one another.
Yeah, it looks like the Dracarys team is extremely scared of going in. I'm not sure if that's like a good move when you are like in the aggressive comp. Because the red team, the barcode team, are really comfortable just sitting at range. They don't need to get in any close. They are fine with the situation as it is, and they're just making plays, trying to snap a kill.
Yeah, right now their front line is just slowly moving in, though. It looks like Vordak here might become the potential primary. Yes, it looks like Vordak will be. They're going to start... Yeah, here they go. There we go. We're finally going for a collision. It looks like the Astartes, the Vigilance, they're all pulling in towards their backline. It looks like they have a route into the Rook and the Blackbird in the backlines. They're going to be able to get on top of them here and start doing what Max Threat really wants to do. The Executor of Fish DK is going to die for it, but this shouldn't matter. This is their one potential shot. Miz, what do you think they should go on to after this Blackbird? What's their best route here?
Well, then depends a lot on the positioning, but if they can like kill off the Blackbird and the Rook right away, then it should be really give them a lot of freedom. But now the Rook needs to get as far away from the Blackbird as possible, so they can't follow up like that. In the meantime, that Fish DK and Executor is going down, but actually surviving a little bit longer than I expected. So he's do what he can do the best, and like try and give his team as much time as possible.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like they were able to get any webs on him. And because of that, he's slowly able to use his AV to mitigate a little bit. No, there we go.
The Executor is like far away now, which means that the barcode team can just swap to something else and kill it. Like, he can't get in time, that Executor. Like, 5 minutes have passed already and nothing has died yet. But we're going to see something die really soon.
Yeah, the Vigilant is in hull here. That's the 90% webs. That's so crucial here to them being able to utilize this push effectively. The Blackbird of Tugan is holding as well. They're not applying enough DPS to break them. Whereas look at that, Barcode's actually out DPSing them in a control comp going up against Max Threat.
One thing is taking a heavy amount of damage, but he might be able to catch reps really soon. Like, need a quick swap from the Logi, and Sid the Kid might be on the ball right away. Yeah, we're seeing him catch rep as well.
Yeah, they're just trying desperately here. Dracarys is just swapping over and over between different targets, hoping to catch that Aniros sleeping. But Sid the Kid, he is on point, just keeping his entire team topped up around the grid. And that's so difficult in an armor ship where your reps land at the end of the cycle. And FJ5000 there is finally going down. The first primary for the Barcode team, dropping here now 6 minutes later on in the game.
Already got the Vigilant, and the Fish DK in the Executor has recovered, but now trying to burn in, but it cost them like 2 ships. That Executor was far away, and these shooters couldn't cap reps in time.
Yeah, this is just amazing execution here from Barcode. They might lose Tugan, but honestly, I don't think they will at this point. They should be able to stabilize now with all this control left on field. You know, he is controlled down. He's not going to be able to get away, but it doesn't matter with how much they should be able to damp and TV
looks like
down.
they're going for the Rook as well. Like, the Rook is really close, and he might not be able to jam off some of these targets, and they're now trying to kill him off. We need him to pull some range and cap some reps really quickly, otherwise that can be a disaster for the Barcode team.
I was just pressing the execution, and there we go, Rook down. Executor from Fish DK is still alive as well. They're going to try and trade down now and kill him, but he should just be able to be free to run away as well.
With the Rook down, the Blackbird might follow right away because there's nothing to jam things off him.
Okay, this is a competitive match again. This is a competitive match. There's still every chance for both teams to win this here. Barcode now identifying what's the biggest DPS versus EHP. They're going for the Oracle, and I think that's their route for victory now. It's just clear off this DPS and outrace Dracarys here, because Dracarys have to find that Aniros. That Aniros from Sid the Kid, he needs to focus on keeping himself alive for as long as possible. If he can survive into the late game here, that's going to be what will secure Barcode the victory.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that forced the Rook of Neuromancer in was these damn frigates on the Dracarys team, and like the Barcode team have now identified the big threat they're posing and trying to get that Kyr's pushed off. As they're also finishing off that Oracle.
Oh, Tugan dipped into structure, but with that Oracle down, it's going to be so hard to break through those Aniros reps with only the two damping ships there able to potentially pull that Aniros away or mitigate his reps. Scott J in half armor here. The Maulus as well from Mumusa Chen just getting obliterated by the drone swarm that is following him. It is absolutely humongous. So many light drones just chasing him down.
Yeah, but at this point, the Barcode team has cleared off enough DPS to be in a really comfortable position. I think they're taking the match now, but the Dracarys team definitely made it hard for them. They made them have to really struggle for it, like having control set up and still being able to make a play against this control setup. So even though the Dracarys team had a really weak beginning, they did actually manage to do really well. So they do deserve credit for that, as they're right now just getting picked apart.
Yeah, no web on that Blackbird, no web on that Aneros, no web on anything. Barcode here now just completely free to pick away, play with their food here as Dracarys is slowly ground away at. Tugan might be taking DPS, but it would take a catastrophic error here from Sid the Kid to actually let him die.
Yeah, and at this rate, these weapon disruptions from the Crucifier and Sentinel are going to stack up on these remaining ships. So they're going to be even harder for them to actually apply anything at all. So at this rate, I don't see any more Barcode ships dying on the field. They did lose the Neuromancer, who, by the way, is I believe is named after one of my favorite books, like an old school cyberpunk book. But at this rate, is the sacrifice worth it, as the Barcode team is going to progress and GFs and local?
Yeah, despite everything that we were saying, you know, complaining a little bit about the Dracarys hesitance to engage, they did pick the right targets. They did identify those ECM ships as the things that would cause them the most problem, and wait and wait and wait and try and find an opportunity to get on top of them. And they came within inches of it. Their Vigilant was on top of that Blackbird, but they just weren't able to apply the webs that they needed to gain positional control over this match. Still, this isn't over for Dracarys. We could see that we are going to see them later on, I believe, today.
Yeah, this is the winners bracket, so they are not out yet, and they have shown that they have been a force to reckon with. That match has ended, and let's send it back to the studio.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's grabbing?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Oh my god.
Barcode knocking Dracarys down into the lower bracket as they continue along in the upper bracket. That was not an elimination match. That was us going back up to the winning bracket. Barcode currently undefeated in the Alliance tournament and progressing even further. We'll see them again later, of course, as they will go up in a little while against the winner of our next match, which is the Tuskers versus White Flag, but we'll get to that in a little bit. A super exciting match. We are joined on the desk by a new face. This is Disc Read Error. Disc, you're one of the people in the back that help us do a lot of the graphics on the screen and things like that, and you're one of the directors of Eventy. How's it been working again with the Alliance tournament team?
That's really good. I mean, one of the advantages we have of doing this now for a couple of years in the same venue, same kind of talent, same kind of skills, we're developing processes, we're developing workflows that make it easier, bigger, better every single time we do it.
Yeah, and exactly. Bigger and better. Thank you very much, Disc Reader, for that. But you and Bay RJ, our sort of director and producer, you guys work here. You're lecturers, right? Where are we?
So we're actually in... well, directly under Confetti X in Nottingham. It's Nottingham Trent University's esports venue, full facility with stages, green rooms, recording studios, everything you might need to deliver an Alliance tournament.
and deliver an Alliance tournament. We do indeed, thanks to you and a couple of other people, some students who've been helping us out. Talk to me about them. What are they doing?
Yeah, so actually, roughly about half the crew that we've had across the weekend have been students. We've had students from 4 different year groups. We've had Rose on sound. We've had Lewis on graphics the entire time. We've had Ben and Henry doing replays. We've had Finn, Grace, Tom, and Reese all doing the data. We've even had a little bit of lighting done by students. We've even had some of the observing done by students. Never picked up Eve. Sit them in front of the Space Mouse. Here we go. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think the observing this year has been pretty on point. All the observing computers through there, they have a Space Mouse, which is a 3D mouse. Works really well with Eve. It lets us get those super smooth shots that you see, like with the panning instead of the frantic clicking and dragging and zooming, which obviously would be kind of jarring. But I mean, what else are you doing as part of this production?
Well, I've been kind of filling gaps wherever necessary. You may have caught my voice in the interview videos. I set up all of the automations for the graphics spreadsheets. I've been obviously teaching people how to use all of the various different parts around here, and obviously help build the video wall.
Yeah, and some people direct movies, other people direct companies. As an EVT director, what exactly do you direct?
I direct results. The finest results in the Alliance tournament. That's what you get when you hire Discreet Error.
And how's your channel point betting been going as well?
Well, it wasn't great this morning. I have kind of consistently lost throughout the betting, but as a firm believer in the indestructible Mark Bridges, as Platinum Sensitivity's #2 fan after Mystical Might, it's all turned around for me. Maud's 100,000 points that were for Volta, they're actually now my points. I will be redeeming them for skins. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you for your contributions.
Did you bet for my Twitch account as well? Or did you forget about my Twitch account?
I think BBP was in charge of your account. So it's possible you have no points.
I have no points. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I did frighten the Basilisk because I was walking back through. He was just strolling through, and I was like, "Hey, did you know the Basilisk's Twitch account had 370,000 channel points?" And he just went wide-eyed and ran away to go check. In fact, I just clicked the little green button for him, so I actually got him extra points. I'm such a nice guy. All right, we have 4 minutes until our next match, and again, a winners bracket match. So let's look at the bans for this one: the Tuskers versus White Flag. Tuskers going for the Talia ban, Executor Navy issue, the Blackbird and the Widow. White Flag going for the tried and tested ban all tracking disruption except the Pilgrim with the Sentinel, Crucifier, Curse and Arbitrator. Mystical Might, very different banning strategies here. What do you think?
Yep, so again, we can see one team just say that they dislike ECM. So the Blackbird and the Widow ban. Fairly interesting one actually with the Widow. I don't think we've really seen Widow brought in this Alliance tournament. We may have seen
Volta
it once.
brought it once on day one.
We saw it once. It obviously did okay. I don't know if I would want to use a ban here. I don't know if these two are practice partners in the background where the Tuskers have a better idea about what White Flag might bring when going up against some of the best teams in the tournament, some of the things that they keep hidden up their sleeves. Because one thing that you need to keep in mind is that you're not always going to be bringing your best setups to every single match. If you're going up against a team that you feel comfortable beating with perhaps one of your weaker setups, you'll bring that instead so that you're not showing anything off to anybody that you may face later on, who will then come up with any comps that you can use to counter, I guess, what they've seen. And then we've seen the Track and Disruptor ban, of course. No respect for the Pilgrim. Disgusting.
Of course, these are winners bracket matches, so you don't get eliminated for losing this. So there's a bit of a sort of, a bit of a buffer. You're still hull tanked, so to speak, and you can be ripped back up to get more skins. Misty, how much does that sort of play into picking what you're going to bring if you're still in the winners bracket?
I mean, ideally, every single win that you have in the winners bracket is a step closer to making trillions more ISK, right? So you're not going to be like, yeah, screw it, we don't really care about winning this particular match. In some cases, you do want to drop down to get some extra skins. That is definitely a valid strategy. I don't think you're really going to hold back too much. You're going to hold back like the super niche secret things that you might want to use in the finals, for example, where you have fewer ships available to you due to trickle bans and like conquest bans and all that kind of stuff. If we still have that this year, I think we do.
We do.
Nice. Perfect. I read the rules. I don't think it's going to factor in massively. It does mean that they can feel a bit more comfortable bringing setups that they're not so sure about, because it means that they're not losing the tournament if they do lose, right? They're not out. So it gives them a bit of breathing room, but not enough to actually say like, fuck it, we'll just do whatever.
Yeah, it looks like White Flag bringing their flagship Bargas in this one, so a lot of respect for the Tuskers. Last year, they came fourth, got themselves direct invites this year. They've been previous Alliance Tournament winners, beating Pandemic Legion in Alliance Tournament 14 in a very exciting grand final. White Flag, a new face to the tournament as White Flag, but some very experienced pilots in there. I believe they're practice partners with Truth.Honor.Light, so a team like Truth.Honor.Light are not going to be practicing with just anyone, so you can definitely infer some sort of quality of the pilots there. Misty, any thoughts on that?
Well, Truth.Honor.Light are in the lower bracket, so can we really trust them to know what is good this Alliance tournament?
I mean, they did win pretty not convincingly, but it was a good win against DarkSide.
Okay, well,
So-
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
they know something clearly.
It is suggested when a team that does really well, you want to look at the practice partners that Odins have, that Volta has, that Tuskers have, that to really understand, okay, what type of meta might they be going for, because each practice partner will have a different setup in mind, and that will affect the comps that they come up with. So it is suggestive that they'll probably do similar things.
Awesome. Well, it's time to head over to the arena to see the Tuskers versus White Flag with our casters Wingnut and Alec.
Alexei Card and Wingnut here with our marquee match, Tuskers versus White Flag. This one is going to be interesting. Tuskers is bringing a max control, slightly drone damage setup against what has to be, I imagine, their nightmare scenario. Wingnut, what is White Flag bringing to the table?
Full shield cut, baby, and it's all missiles, rapid lights, rapid heavies. They've gone all the way in. Interesting how all the tracking disruptor ships are all banned, but then like, nah, bro, we're bringing 2 pilgrims. You can't stop us. Match may be underway in a moment, and it's going to be interesting to see how this comp can react to, again, an incredible amount of control from these comps.
Yeah, both teams warped in at opposite ends of the arena, max range, and White Flag getting more range as they're burning away here. Neither team interested in pushing the issue too far. Both of them just kind of staring at each other across the arena. Now we're starting to see Tuskers charging in, so to speak. They've dropped some sentry drones, a flight of Republic fleet bouncers, but they're a bit too far out to do much.
Well, they're just putting them there for show, I guess. Interesting to see is that this comp basically only has drone DPS. You've got a Myrmidon, you've got a Vexor, and a Prophecy, which sure it can fit other things, but let's be honest, it's a Prophecy. So that damage is just going to be on the drones from all these ships. So it's going to be curious to see what they can do with that. Do they have enough to actually break through anything? Even though it's only an Osprey, Osprey can still rep pretty well, and it still gets a pretty nice XLASP boost as well.
White Flag now positioning themselves onto one of the micro jump beacons, and they have lined up their shot. They've activated it. Let's see where this micro jump takes them.
Leroy! I think they're going for the Guardian. Nope, no mind, not quite. They're just right at the back line.
Now, right at the back line, they haven't really landed on top of anything in particular.
All they've done is land in range of the bouncers and the warden. Sorry, they are going for the Guardian.
Yep.
Though. Fair enough.
And now we're starting to see some tackle being applied. Both barcasts web down, along with the Osprey and a Navy Osprey on the White Flag team. Their Osprey is the target. Tuskers going for the enemy Logi. Meanwhile, White Flag going after the opposing Logi. The Guardian now deep armor. It's pulling it back slightly. The Osprey and the Guardian might go down at around the same time here. Difficult to say which team is going to benefit more from this.
Definitely going to be interesting to see which way that goes from there. The Guardian does go down first, which leaves this full control comp with no longevity, because again, their DPS is drones. They can't really stack up on Logi drones. Meanwhile, Tin Baron and Osprey tanking okay, all things considered. Also repping out 2 Osprey Navies as well, so apparently he's not even being shot by his entire team anymore.
Now, the Osprey has pulled range. He has pulled extreme range. He's still being chased by some drones, but now they're pulling off of him. They have abandoned going after the Osprey. The Tuskers is going to lose their Vexor here. They're not going to be able to trade it for anything. This Osprey Navy issue, burning his ASB charges like his life depends on it, which it does, along with most of the rest of his team's hopes for winning here. They need to outlast. They're doing an excellent job cutting down the DPS now. Now they're starting to go after some of that control. With the Imicus Navy and Maulus Navy are the targets for Tuskers. Imicus Navy starting to go down here.
The problem basically being for this armor control comp kind of situation is they relied on their Logi to basically buy them time and keep their comp, they're basically just going to blunt the damage. With their Logi gone, they're kind of stuck. And you can see they're still trying to break the Osprey Navy, and even when his XLASB charges run out, the Osprey is actually in perfect position to rep him now. So that Osprey Navy will probably not die. So this is just
the Tuskers
not
attack
looking good.
bar, not girthy, turgid, if anything. It's quite small and getting smaller by the second, as now this Hugin is being taken into deep armor, tanking remarkably well for a Hugin, but still getting absolutely battered by the missile barrages of White Flag.
I've been trying to keep an eye on it, and I've been missing it, unfortunately. I believe, I'm just going to double check this. Yeah, so the Jackdaw, I believe, is either shooting the Hugin or is shooting drones. I can't tell which one, but Hugin does go down. So if he's killing drones, that's amazing, because that's all the DPS left in this opposing comp. That's all they have.
And the primary damage coming out of the Prophecy and the Myrmidon now, the Pilgrims not just control, they do have some damage, but it's not tons. And you can see the Osprey Navy, he's still got a few charges left. He's bumping it back. He is getting some reps now, as Baron has resumed being in range. They're beginning to stabilize him, which is a worrying sign for Tuskers. They're about to lose their Imicus Navy.
Why would you say
shortly after the
stabilize?
Myrm.
Why would you say stabilize? Why did you say
Oh no, I jinxed him.
Why did you say that? He goes down, but Mirashi follows up. So unfortunately, they did lose the Osprey Navy, but I think they're very comfortable at this point. And,
I've lost my ability to ever join Tuskers in the future, costing that Osprey Navy issue with my poor choice of words. But they are going to take down this Imicus Navy, or perhaps the Magus. They're vacillating back and forth between which one they want here. The Magus, definitely a prime target. It's slight damage. It's links. They're going to trade him here for the Osprey. Oh, Baron, no.
Tin doing what Tin does best, dying while winning. And does it well. One of the best. He's wrapping up the Osprey Navy, keeping him at full as he's slowly ticking down, but it don't matter. Tim Baron goes down, as is tradition, but fortunately the opposing team is also going down.
Yeah, they've traded that for essentially the entire low end on the Tuskers team. That's a fabulous trade for White Flag. They're happy with it. There goes one of the Pilgrims, and now just remaining a Prophecy and a Pilgrim. There's no Logi left on White Flag, but that is a lot of ASB charges to go through, and the Pilgrim just gets
They
deleted.
boundaried. Respect to Tuskers for boundary at the end there. Well played by White Flag, and we'll go back to studio and see what they think on that. White Flag knocking the Tuskers into the elimination bracket. We will see both of those teams later on as, of course, neither of them are out. But that does move White Flag a little bit further into the tournament, which is great for them. Means more prize chips. And obviously, Tuskers will be happy that they're definitely top 16 for sure. I think even maybe top 12 by virtue of being this far in the winners bracket. I'm not exactly sure. My brain is far too smooth to work these things out on the fly. I'm joined on the desk once again by Blackbird Pirate. And I want to talk about something that we noticed in that comp that Tuskers brought. As soon as it landed on grid, as soon as we saw it with the tournament UI, we all looked at the very narrow attack bar and said question mark, question mark. Now, the tournament UI, if you're not familiar with it, is what you see on the screen now. It explains what's happening in each of the teams. And the important things are things like the defense, the attack, and the control bar. Control being things like energy neutralization, scrams, webs, ECM, and things like that. The attack bar, when it's red, that means applied damage, but like the portion of that is essentially how much potential damage they had. And the Tuskers team just seemed to be quite short on DPS bar. What do you think about that?
Yes, the Tuskers team were like Like I held my fingers up on the screen and it was like this, which is really small. And then White Flag was like this, which is much larger. And we kind of saw what happened there. Like, so White Flag MJD'd their entire fleet, which was a shield kiting setup, on top of the Tuskers. And you would never normally do that. Like, the whole purpose of you having fast ships is so you can fly around and not get shot at. White Flag clearly was able to look at their setup and be like, wait a second, you brought 2 Pilgrims and a Hugin, which is like almost half your points there. You have no real DPS ships. We're just going to all in you. Like, and the whole thing is, like, the double Pilgrim's really powerful, right? Like, you can tracking disrupt, you can guidance disrupt the Bargus into not doing damage. But at the end of the day, if the Bargus are, like, really close to you, they're still going to apply fully. So, Tuskers has been flying kind of weird tracking disruptor-based stuff for a couple of years here. I feel like they tried to force it in several times this tournament so far. They finally ran up against a team that was good, and they got smashed because, honestly, the Tuskers comp was kind of silly. Like, you can't bring 1,000 DPS and drones. That's not going to work.
Yeah, I know, I felt kind of the same as soon as I saw it. I was like, pourquoi? Where is the DPS? It just felt like even if they were able to kite around for 10 minutes, they would have struggled really to kind of break something. Obviously, it's very defensive comp, very control-based, and sometimes the best defense is, in fact, offense, as we just see White Flag there, basically running over the Tuskers. I mean, always like to see interesting comps, for sure, but maybe Double Pilgrim Hugin isn't the one. One thing we did notice, Mystical Might, lots of ECM icons on the tournament UI. They are coming from the White Flag team onto the Tuskers team, but we saw no ECM ships. How could that possibly be?
So funny enough, in CCP's infinite wisdom, there are things called ECM drones. So if you hate ECM, imagine having 5 little drones orbiting around you trying to apply ECM. That is essentially what we saw in this match. So I think it was White Flag team, put out a bunch of ECM drones, put them on the Tuskers ships. They don't apply jams in the same way. So a targeted ECM jam that you would fit to your ship will jam somebody for about 20 seconds, and they can lock you, but they can't lock anybody else. The ECM drones act more like burst jammers in a way where they will jam you for about 5 seconds when they get a successful cycle, and then you can lock everything back up again. So it's not as long duration-wise, but it's still annoying, and it means that Tuskers would have difficulty applying their E-Ward to the White Flag team because they'll have to deal with like relocking, being unlocked, relocking, being unlocked, and then it's a constant case of, yeah, just really annoying to deal with, and they had nothing to deal with it with.
Yeah, sometimes like that 5 seconds can just make all the difference, especially if it lands on, say, your Guardian. Like maybe you're just holding a ship just about alive, and then a little jam lands. 5 seconds, you still have to then relock that target, get those reps back on. And of course, armor reps, the rep lands at the end of the cycle, so you could essentially push out another like 10, 15 seconds of no reps landing on a ship, and that might be enough to just burst through it and break it. And you know, like we say, Tuskers very defensive comp there. They just didn't really have the DPS to kind of counter that. Bart, you pointed out that, you know, White Flag with the normally kiting comp were just like, hey, guess we just brawl in here. I mean, Tuskers had a Hugin. It's not a ship we see super common. It's got those long-range webs. Do you think they were just trying to like keep everything away and just try and win slowly from a distance there?
I don't really know. I kind of hate to say it, but like I don't think that Tuskers comp was... they clearly thought it out. Tuskers is not a team that doesn't think setups out, but I do think that they maybe hadn't tested it very much, or maybe... Like, who knows? I also think that just kind of looking at the control bars, I think the Pilgrims were actually split tracking disruptor and guidance disruptor. Obviously, somebody can fact check me on this and go to Zkill, because all these events happen on TQ, and so it all pops up there and see what happened. But I think that they might have been sort of set up to counter maybe something like a weird rush or a max threat. Because if it was a rush, that would have worked great. Because that Hugin, like we saw the spot when they first jumped in, and there was a triple web spread. Like, imagine rushing into that. You can't rush into a Hugin. I don't know. They've been flying weird stuff, and this time it didn't work out. It was a cool comp. Like, I don't think we're ever going to see that again, ever. But yeah, like I said, and the other thing too is like White Flag is a very experienced team. And they're experienced enough to look into something like that and be like, okay, they've probably never seen it because nobody's flying that. But they're like, oh, we know how to defeat this. So that's kind of the practice and the meta and being experienced where it like really gets you here.
Yeah, some of the pilots on that team have flown in a number of tournaments over the years. We saw Hoodie Mafia, a former member of the Tuskers, I believe. He might not have been captain, but he definitely was around the co-captain level. He also flew in the Mar Championship and I believe got to the finals before they dropped to Kellon's team, or was he in Kellon's team? I can't quite recall. But he definitely was in the finals. So experienced team, experienced pilots for sure. All right, our next matchup is an interesting one, another winners bracket match between Odins Call and Fraternity. But before we talk about that, let's go see what the moderator has to say about this.
An alliance tournament on the Chinese sister server to Tranquility, Serenity, and there were 32 teams that competed in that event as well. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that was like?
Yeah, I hear about my friends from Serenity. They hold the first Aliens tournament in the Serenity, which is for many of the team, it was a new experience, but because for many of the Chinese team in Serenity, they didn't have any experience before for any kind of tournament. So it was quite nervous. And I think there's many teams preparing a lot for it. Yeah, it was pretty enjoying to watch the tournament happening in the Serenity. So yeah.
So was it popular? Like, was there a lot of viewers, or what was the reception of the Chinese community to that event?
I think there's a lot of viewers, thousands of viewers on the Chinese broadcast website called Bilibili. Yeah, people are gathering together to watch the tournament online. Yes.
So EVE Online tournaments, not just something for Tranquility to enjoy. I know many years ago, there was an event called Worlds Collide between the winners of a Chinese tournament and the winners of the Alliance tournament, which was at the time Camel Empire, and they fought over which server would get access to the Opix luxury yacht first, if you happen to remember that event.
Yeah, that was very long ago. I mean, that's before I even played this game. That's like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I think Camel ended up winning that in the very end, but it was a good and fairly close series. I think it was like 3-1 or 3-2. They definitely the Chinese team was not a pushover. So it'd be interesting to see if in the future there might be more events like that and the Chinese tournament scene continues to grow. So it's cool to see from the outside that there's interest in tournaments around the world.
Yeah, I hope there's like one day the team in the Chinese server can have a chance to fight with the teams in the Tranquility, and that would be much more fun. Yeah,
I think we'd all look forward to that.
Yeah, of course.
Mod there speaking to Fubuki Waifu from Fraternity. Always love to hear stuff about other tournaments. Of course, this is the Alliance tournament, the Premier League of tournaments, or as Americans say, Premier League. And of course, we have plenty of others. We have the Anga Games, 6, I believe, coming up. More details announced in December from Dirk and Soth. We had Jintan running the Captain's Cup not too long ago. There's always great opportunities for newer teams to go through these sort of player-run tournaments. And you still get cool prizes usually. CCP will contribute skins and some things to these as well, which is just awesome. And it means that those ones are going to be on Thunderdome, so you don't have to risk losing stuff. You get maximum skill points. So if you've never played in a tournament before, maybe worth checking it out. I'm being told we have a graph available to look at probably some hard-hitting deep analysis. Let's have a look at that and toss it up on the screen. Oh, now they're saying they're not ready for it. Graph available shortly has just come up on the screen. Can we look at the bans while we're waiting for the graph? Is that feasible, production? Hello? Can we have that? No, we can't have that. There are bans probably. Here we are. Okay, bans for Odin's Call versus Fraternity. Curse, Oneros, Abaddon, Hyena, and Fraternity going Bargus, Osprey, Armageddon, Navy Issue, and Armageddon. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think?
So Odin's Call famously has lost their Bargist flagship, and Fraternity clearly is very aware of that, so there will be no Bargists whatsoever from Odin's Call one way or another. We have seen the Armageddon Navy issue actually doing extremely well. I think especially compared to last year where people were kind of, if you remember, there was a game balance change like right as the tournament was hitting, and so people were sort of figuring out how to use the Armageddon Navy. It's actually been pretty fantastic of a ship here. I'm not really sure about this Osprey ban. Ospreys are just not that great, but hey, it is what it is. Love to see it. Odin's Call bans, I mean, this is becoming standard. Like the Curse, Oneros, Hyenas are fantastic. Abaddon, can do some wild stuff with it, but something tells me we're probably not going to see an Amarr laser rush, as all of the really big Amarr battleships are gone, unless somebody wants to be wild and roll out an apocalypse, which...
Do it, nerds, do it.
Yeah, please do it.
So Frat are bringing their flagship Vindicator, which will be super exciting. We'll see if that can get on top of some of the ships from Odin's Call. As you mentioned, they no longer have access to their flagship. It died in a tragic spaceship incident the other day. And what was kind of funny, actually, is the Augur Navy issue that managed to scoop some of those expensive STML launchers, then got killed, giving us the most expensive Augur Navy kill mail in history. It was like a 30 billion Augur Navy just because he had it in his cargo. I do believe they dropped again. I don't know if they got re-scooped. I don't know. I don't have the inside scoop on that, but we'll certainly, maybe someone will find out and let us know. Do we have that graph available that I was told about? We don't have the graph. Okay, so hard-hitting analysis from us here at the EVT Studios. Mystical Might, imagine there's a graph on the screen. What do you think about this?
Excellent graph. I think this is really the secret sauce that teams need to make it to the finals. And, you know, if they're unable to interpret what is on screen at this moment in time, then really you don't have a chance.
Oh, I see what it is. Actually, it's the script for Alliance Tournament 19. I did not expect that was going to be the final result.
Hold on, let me get some Twitter.
No, quick. Let's cut over to the match before anyone sees the script. Okay, it's Odin's Call. They're going up against Fraternity. It's Jintan. It's Mizir. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. This is Odin's Call in red versus Fraternity in blue, and I'm Miss, and with me is Jintan. So the Odin's Call team has brought something traditional. It's like a max threat setup with an Absolution, a Guardian, Prophecy Navy issue, Modem Navy issue, and Brutix Navy issue, and Augur Navy issue, and really saying Navy issue that many times, and I'm going to say it one more time because an Executor Navy issue, and a Confessor, Mauler, and Skybreaker.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fraternity have brought here their classic heavy battleship setup, relying on those two Blackbirds here for control. Hopefully they're going to be able to use those to clear a path to get that Redeemer and that Vindicator right into the middle of these battle cruisers. If they are able to get within range, those blasters, those heavy pulses, they are going to do so much damage to these relatively fragile battle cruiser hulls. That said, the match has started. Let's see what the first targets are.
Yeah, it looks like the Odin's Call team dropped some bouncers and then started burning away. So these bouncers just shooting a little bit, and that made just taking some shield damage, but not really much going on right now. So both teams are trying to set up, and the Fraternity team has been known to be playing extremely defensive with their control setup. So let's see if that's what they're going to do again, even though they are burning in.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one, and it shows the power of this max threat / pseudo dad setup. Odin's Call recognizing that they do not want to be in close range, and because of the versatility of those medium railgun platforms, they're able to just pull back and start picking away here at the Fraternity control setup. If they can kill off a Magus, a Pontifex, and then wait for those boosts to drop, it will make going in on that composition so much easier here for the various battle cruisers of the Odin's Call setup.
Yeah, it looks like the Odin's Call team are setting up on that beacon, trying to get ready for the micro-jump drive trick. And it looks like the Fraternity team has responded by clustering up, but still putting that Vindicator in the front, being the slow hammer that's forcing the Odin's Call team to make a move soon.
Yeah, really interesting play here from Odin's Call, because they're actually trying to chip away at the Guardian of the Fraternity setup. Even though they have no control, no ability to lock it in place, it should just be able to walk back and completely get out of range of all that DPS. That might just be them trying to keep him on his toes, trying to set that mental edge for later on in the match. That said, they are starting to get pincered here towards the edge of the arena, but they are close enough to an MJD beacon that they are going to be able to make a move themselves. There we go. Here all the MJDs getting activated.
They're moving in like a bunch of Vikings ready to raid the British coast. So let's see if they land any good loot.
There we go, all in the back line. Okay, so they were using that initial pressure on the Guardian to push him back so that these MJDs would be able to catch him because he'd be moving in this direction. Now all of Fraternity has to turn tail, move in the opposite direction, swap around. Are Odin's Call able to get a tackle on anything here? This is crucial.
Blackbird is behind, and he's of Dark Days ever in a bad position, but they're doing the right thing and getting behind the heavy ships, and they might actually survive because of this. We're seeing the battleship turn around, and they're going to get on top of these these Odin ship right away. So we're going to see Ragnarok soon.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes of setup, and now we're about to see blows, body blows get traded back between these two teams. You can see Blank in the Executor Navy issue already taking chunks of damage there. That Vindicator having webbed him down, he's going to have no transversal in a matter of seconds, and it's going to get ripped apart. Meanwhile, it doesn't look like Odin's Call have been able to capture anything other than that Vindicator and the Confessor, and they're not applying significant DPS to either of them. Odin's Call needs to identify and tackle something quickly, or they're going to get out-traded here.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure if you're going to catch a Vindicator or a Vindicator is going to catch you, because if you're scramming a Vindicator, chances are you're getting counter-whipped and getting slammed, and that Blank Elkara in the Executor Navy issue is soon going to depart for Valhalla.
It looks like they're going for the Guardian. They're going for the trade on the Guardian here. But it's going to be so difficult for them to actually make the kill here. They don't have any ability to hold him down. They've just got this Brutix Navy issue of Yokan trying to run into the backline, and he's getting screened off by the carriers of Siron. This is actually brutal here for Odin's Call. They aren't going to be able to capitalize off that great MJD play.
Yeah, it's going to be increasingly hard for them, as these blue ships are going to get in position, and that swarm of rep drones are already on that Guardian, wrapping them up nicely. And the Blackbird's catching reps and the Confessor's catching reps. In the meantime, Warrang in the Augur Navy issue is about to go down.
Yeah, and just look at how much control is getting spread over that Odin's Call team. Every single ship from them is tackled, neutered, in some capacity. It is being stopped from doing what it wants to do by this Fraternity setup, and it just shows you the power of what they've brought. Copper CN might be in half armor, but it doesn't matter. Even if he goes down at this point, it's going to be so difficult from Odin's Call to actually concentrate their fire on any target and kill it quickly.
I also think it's quite interesting that the Fraternity team has been doing this kind of setup and this same strategy every single match, and they still haven't figured out how to deal with this, as Odin's Call and their max threat seems to actually have reduced the threat by these control ships on the Fraternity team. They're actually Fraternity be able to control a max threat setup and being really comfortable.
Yeah, you can just see the power of the officer webs on this flagship Vindicator as well. That Confessor, normally moving at, hundreds, even thousands of meters a second, sitting there at a steady, calm 26 meters a second, getting blasted away at by battleship weapons, and there we go, finally dying. Just so powerful.
I mean, Fubuki Waifu was going to have like a field day just going around and murdering stuff, as the team is controlling the entire battlefield from Darkness is getting into low armor, so might actually drop off. We need the Gremlin and the other Blackbird to start pulling on these off, like drop jams around, so forcing them to shoot the other Blackbird.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that once these control comps get an advantage in numbers, you are able to just concentrate down this E-War onto a few very specific targets and just make their lives miserable. The combination of damps and jams are just crippling. If you're jammed and then you get scan res damped in the middle of it, it's going to take 30-40 seconds for you to relock your target, and in that time, your Blackbirds can run another couple of jams on you. And that,
in the meantime, while Jinchon was talking, we saw the Brutix Navy issue getting finished off, and the Warlord's also about to drop. At the same time, the Fraternity team is extremely comfortable. They still not lost anything, and anything that's getting damaged is catching reps nicely. Copper CN is doing a great job keeping stuff alive in damage spread over the field, and having this extremely aggressive comp that a lot of high damage that they have to rep against.
Yeah, and right now there is only one ship on Odin's Call's team that is moving over 100 meters a second, and that is the Skybreaker. That tells you all that you need to know, that Odin's Call are beyond controlled here. Toastbrot finally getting caught and finally going down. I don't think that there is any possible way back into the match here from Odin's Call, which is insane considering that they were the second place team last year.
Yeah, there's a Vindicator on top of that Guardian, so the Guardian is not going to last for very long. It's the last place you want your Guardian to be, right on top of the Vindicator. And the Redeemer with nukes as well, just to make it even more painful. The Guardian goes down, and at this point, there's not much Odin's Call can do.
Yeah, you got to say, it is a great composition from Odin's Call. That is one of the standard iterations of Max Threat, but Fraternity seem to have found a composition here that can effectively deal with the Octodad, deal with the Max Threat, and that is going to be a crucial piece of theory crafting for them going forwards. One of the few teams that have been able to now successfully go up against and beat this composition twice. I don't think there's anyone else in this tournament so far who's been able to do that.
It kind of reminds me of many years ago, a team Unreloaded, I believe, went through all the way to the finals in AT with the Barker comp. That was back before the Marauder buffs, and they brought them every single match. And like, are we going to see the same? Are we going to see Fubuki Waifu going around in a Vindicator and every single match and people failing to stop them? This is like still the winners bracket, so Odin's call is not out, but this really, like, what are we going to see? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm loving this though. I love that Fraternity, they found a very unique style and they are just executing on it so much better than any other team is. We've seen a couple of other teams today so far try and bring out these double battleship control setups. I don't know if they stole the idea from Fraternity or if we're just seeing their own parallel theory crafting come out, but all of them have lost, whereas Fraternity is about to take this at 100-0 victory. Just brilliant stuff from them.
I do wonder if this is the same Vindicator that they've been flying the entire time, because I'm wondering if they're starting to stack up a lot of kill marks on that ship. 80 kill marks on a single ship could be a pretty good strike to have in your hangar when they're done with this. And the Paladin in the Perfect Navy is just getting picked apart. Even though it's not really high DPS on the Fraternity team, overall these battleships really hit a lot.
Oh, I can confirm that's an 11 kill mark Vindicator on the field here, the flagship from Fubuki Waifu. They've probably all gotten from the AT, as you're talking about. That's an incredible achievement. Normally you don't see AT ships live for that long. We've got Colonel Kurtz now, incredible veteran pilot, amazing utility player. Nothing he can do to change the course of this match, and didn't really have the opportunity throughout the entirety of it. Even when they got the jump into the back line, Colonel Kurtz was one of the first people to get grabbed by, I believe, the Magus and just be locked into position. No chance of running around.
With that, the Mauler down, we're still having one ship remaining in the moment on Navy of Melinda 1, but the match is over, so it's not a clean wipe, but still enough to send Fraternity further into the tournament. They're in the winners bracket, so they're actually getting pretty deep now. And with that, let's head back to the studio.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp
Mike,
through the
and-
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
Fraternity dropping Odin's Call into the elimination bracket in that bit of a surprising upset. A lot of channel points disappearing there. 75% of you putting your channel points on Odin's Call. Last year's second place team. That means all of the top 4 teams from last year are now in the elimination bracket. So a whole new set of teams in our upper bracket, which is awesome. You'll love to see it. Just looking at the bracket now, we're going to see some interesting matches later in this upper bracket. Barcode versus White Flag, and Fraternity versus the winner of the next match, which will be either Arrival or Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. So a whole new set of teams up there in the top 4, which is phenomenal, or not top 4 yet quite, but it's getting close. We're getting very close to the top 4. Now, I want to talk about a couple of things in that last match. We saw Fraternity bringing that flagship Vindicator, which obviously super powerful ship, does a lot of DPS, a lot of webbing, very good webber. It's a webby boy. But Bart, why does one not simply screen the flagship Vindicator?
Well, they tried actually. They did simply screen the flagship Vindicator, and they did a very good job screening the flagship Vindicator. The problem is that generally when you're screening stuff, you hope that your screening ship gets close enough to maybe out-track or something, and you can't do that to a flagship Vindicator because 90% webs are very powerful. On top of that, they also do a mass amount of damage. So generally, when you try to screen a flagship Vindicator, you're not 100%, but like pretty high chance of just sacrificing the screening ship just to slow it down, especially when it is a flagship Vindicator that I'm sure has tons and tons of very, very expensive modules on it. At least I would hope so. I'm a little sick of seeing these utter trash fit flagships where somebody's like, oh, I spent 15 billion. Who cares? It's 180, 190. Come on, like bring out the big numbers. But yeah, it's very hard to do. They did a good job. Just at the end of the day, jams exist and flagship Vindicators do a ton of damage.
Yeah, we also saw a powerful use of the double Blackbird setup from the Fraternity team. ECM, of course, a completely fair and balanced mechanic. And Misty, maybe take us through what ECM does.
So I'm known to be an ECM enjoyer, and what ECM does is when you lock up the enemy ship and you have an ECM module, when you apply your ECM module, there is a chance, it is kind of RNG, on whether you will apply your jam. If successful, it means that that ship that you are jamming can only lock you or other ships that have also successfully applied jams to it. So typically the strategy that you want to be using here to counter jams is to bring sense boosters with ECCM scripts to boost your sense of strength to make it harder to jam you. And if you're using jams, you want to be coordinating your targets effectively so that you're not jamming the same target, which ensures that that ship can only lock one Blackbird and not the other, and you can swap depending on how close they are to you, so that they're never really in optimal range to be doing their damage. We saw that Frat played that, I think, expertly. I think that it's surprising a lot of people with the efficiency with which they're flying their setup at the moment.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams banning out the Oneros and plenty of teams choosing to bring the Guardian instead. And we can look at a chart that will show us perhaps some of the picks and bans of that. So here we go. Tech to armor logistics usage in Alliance Tournament 19. So the Guardian clearly getting picked a lot less. The Oneros seems to be very much ban it if you don't expect to bring it yourself. And I feel like even looking at the ratios here in terms of like one matches to played, the Oneros about 50%, whereas the Guardian is significantly lower, maybe it looks like about 25% there. Blackbird Pirate, tell me about the difference between the Oneros and the Guardian in a tournament.
So in a tournament, the big main two differences is that with an Oneros, you generally can dual prop it and fit a pretty decent self-rep on it. So that's why sometimes you'll see these Oneroses, like even if they're tackled, they keep moving pretty fast. They don't rep as much. In fact, the Guardian can put out a very high amount of rep, but you're not going to be, you can fit it, and I'm sure somebody can Python wizard this up, but you're almost never going to see a dual prep or dual prop self-repping Oneros that also is still putting out anywhere close to the amount of reps that a Guardian can. That being said, according to that graph, Oneroses do win a lot more than Guardians do. I think we've seen that, but the Oneros has been like almost permabanned. Like it is either banned or in the match for this tournament. And so we're seeing a lot of Guardians, and probably more Guardians than we're usually used to seeing. And they've been performing pretty well. So maybe something about the meta shakeup is not necessarily changing that, but making the weaknesses of a Guardian not as apparent.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those ships where you have to practice with Guardians a lot because chances are, like you say, it is going to be banned out and you're going to have to bring the less optimal ship. But that is literally the whole point of banning ships out, to weaken the opponent's comps. And of course, if you can be better with that weak comp, then maybe you can win the match, which I believe is the strategy for success.
Win the match?
Yes, win the match. All right, we have up next another of our winners bracket match: Arrival versus Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad. Esports, or Levilnana, Arrival banning out the Executor, Navy Issue, the Augurer, the Executor, and the Hyena. Hidden Leaf going for the Scimitar, the Loki, the Blackbird, the Executor, Navy Issue. And we have a trickle ban, which is the Osprey and the Claymore. Mystical Might, your thoughts on these bans?
So the Hidden Leaf bans look to be trying to remove some of the rush and long-range kites that we've seen, so the XX Navy, I think, is an excellent one, simply because it means that you're not going to be dealing with any of the low-point, long-range railgun comps that we may be seeing. It is kind of replaceable with the Vex Navy, but it's not as good. The Blackbird we've just seen play really, really well, so it's understandable that they want to remove ECM. I think it's just trying to remove long-range rush, long-range kite, and also some rush. And the rival team not learning from the mistakes of other teams, not banning out the battleships for Cammy, I believe, who was on the Hidden Leaf team. That's all she knows how to fly. So ban battleships against Hidden Leaf, and they will lose, is all I have to say.
Yeah, Hidden Leaf, talking about battleships, are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue to this match. The Basilisk was on earlier on, one of our commentators does fly for that team. He's telling us that it is more expensive than last year, so we'll be interested to see how it's fit. Bart, we were talking earlier on about like full newt versus guns. What do you think we'll see from this team?
I feel like we're probably going to see something, maybe more standard. I haven't seen them do anything particularly crazy. But I do know that last night I talked to Virion, and he said that, quote, easy 6th place, then we lose to Tuskers. So I'm pretty sure he's extremely confident in this. But obviously, who knows? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I jinxed him.
Maybe we'll certainly find out in just a few moments. Mystical, some quick predictions from you. What do you think?
I'll go Hidden Leaf on this one. I flamed, so now I have to support.
Fair. I'm going to go for a rival. They knocked Volta down into the elimination bracket. They've been a team that just seems to be on the up and up over the last couple of years. The core group that's always the same. They always do excellent write-ups after their tournament as well. I highly recommend keeping an eye out for one of those. I'm sure it'll appear on the EVE subreddit at some point. Let's head over to our match now with Wingnut and Alec and find out who will win.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to the arena. I'm Wingnut, joined by Rapid Fire AK, also known as Lexius Card, and we have Arrival versus Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad esports team. And we have what looks to be Kingslayer versus, I can't tell if that's HML or Hams. What do you think it is, Alexi?
This is a ham missile rush setup. It's going to be hams versus rapid heavies. The debate played out in real time before the viewing audience here as links begin to pop and we get ready for this absolute slaughter.
Quick note as well is that for Hidden Leaf, the Armageddon Navy is a flag. So this is going to be a potentially very thick ship against the Rush comp. And also the Caracal and Caracal Navy in the back. I'm just double checking to make sure they're also ham rush. But yep, they definitely are. So no rapid lights, which would have been nice because there's actually 3 bombers on grid at the moment, one of which is on their own team. Which is surprising. Like bombers we saw kind of falling off, but they're coming back in this Alliance tournament.
Yeah, we've seen them quite a bit. They're very efficient points for damage, so if you're looking to just all-out brawl and kill ships as fast as possible, they're a great investment for teams. See Arrival now pulling backward toward one of the micro-jump beacons, and Hidden Leaf is repositioning themselves. It looks like they're just kind of chasing them in, but they're keeping the bulk of their team together. Only the stealth bombers hanging out in the back line. This could be a play to remove those bombers from the equation.
Potentially that, yeah, but I suspect they might want to try and kill these battleships. But at the moment, they're just playing it slow. Seeing the one at the back is a Purifier. And keeping an eye on this MJD play, because unfortunately, it is blatantly telegraphed here, but the question is, what are they going to do with it? Because you could also fake the MJD play and just rush in from this angle. So we have to watch and see what happens. Everyone's lining up. Missiles are coming in. Hold on, the bug is firing rapid heavies. Oh, sorry, the bug is firing rapid heavies at a Hound.
Hey, if it's the target you need, it's the target you're going to get. The Hound is an excellent target for them.
Here we go.
Oh, they've landed right on top of the bombers. Right on top of the bombers.
They're going to get a Purifier instantly?
Yep, they're going for I'm not going to pronounce that bomber. He is already into armor here. Getting low, but they're going to pay for it here. They're Basilisk, under fire.
Yep. Yeah, I saw the swap, and they all started shooting the Basilisk, and all of a sudden, immediately into hull, gone. Oh, wait, never mind, he's still there. He's gone. I called it a second too late. It was like 1% structure. They're going for the Purifier. They're trying to remove damage, but they've lost their longevity already. At this point, you kind of have to just send it, right?
Yeah, that is a really terrible trade for Arrival. Hidden Leaf, especially with their flagship, their strongest available jutsu on the field, they're absolutely shredding the Arrival's team, and they have no way to bring any of these hit points back. The Cyclone going down any minute now. It's valiantly attempting to shield boost through the fire, but it's not going to make it.
He's trying his best. XLHP cycles on a Cyclone are pretty beefy, and he can hold on a few cycles, but I think he's about to go.
Oh no, have they hit reload? That's his one hope.
No, I don't think they've reloaded yet. They're still firing. Oh my god, that's so close. Meanwhile, they're trying to go for the bug. It's a very good call. Just rush this bugs down, and I think he survived. The Cyclone has actually survived that.
That is literally incredible. He has survived with maybe 10% structure left and low enough shields that 6%. Structure will continue to bleed. But this Barcast is in even worse shape. This would be a fantastic trade for a rival.
And
the Barg is down.
The missiles that they fired off into the Hound might have cost them there, but they did get the Cyclone. They managed to get it. But the few missiles they lost there might have been the potential changing factor of this match. But they are still in a very good position. But that is still a very potent ham rush right in front of them. And it's still pretty thick.
Now, rivals sort of spreading out their damage now. It looks like they're going after the Thalia. That is a questionable target call. Ham's not going to apply well to those frigates. They are attempting to tackle it. They've got a paint, they've got a web. They are applying some damage now, but it's an uphill battle. Meanwhile, their Cyclone fleet issue in deep shield, not shield boosting nearly as well as his regular non-Navy friend.
I'm wondering why, because here's the thing, if you kill the Thalia and even kill the Deacon, you're going to lose a Cyclone fleet for it. That is more damage than you would have just lost by just ignoring them. So they're going to lose a Cyclone fleet, and the Armageddon Navy and the Typhoon fleet are actually pulled away. They've starbursted out a bit away from this rush. So they're going to lose Cyclone fleet.
They have to assume maybe they can't kill the Armageddon under the logistics reps of the enemy logistics team now that they're losing so much of their DPS. So they're trying to take the logistics out of the equation. Both of the Logi for Hidden Leaf is down now. But where does a rival go from here? They have to take these battleships out before they run out of their team.
You have to go for the TIE Fighter next. It has to be the next target. It's not going to be as uber tanky as the Armageddon Navy. It can't even self-peel itself. It's basically an easy kill. They have to rush this right now. If they can get the Typhoon fleet down, I think they've got this. If the Typhoon fleet lasts long enough and they kill another ship, it might go the other way. But honestly, they got to get it now. Go, because this is not looking... this could potentially flip over on them.
What we are about to see is the Typhoon Leaf is indeed the primary. It does appear that it is reloading... Yeah, I don't see any missiles coming off of it right now. They are mid-reload. Once they open back up, that is going to be scary. The Hound now taking a real pounding here. No logistics to bring those hit points back, so that Hound is going to die. It's just a matter of time. They'll trade it for the Magus, perhaps, but like you said, Wingnut, they really need to focus on this battleship and get laser focused on bringing it down. It is one of the two remaining threats on the Hidden Leaf team.
And here's the worry, right? If they leave them to reload, the TIE Fighter Ged Navy can delete the Caracal and Caracal Navy in seconds. You already see, look at that. Immediately, Caracal's being hit, and he's already in hull. He was in shield. This is the worry, that this very rapid damage from these battleships are very scary. One down, I bet you the Caracal's probably next. And if it goes down,
that would be my pick.
That's a chance to win gone, I think.
Now the Typhoon, he is dropping pretty rapidly here. He's just past the half armor mark. There's still 4 damage dealers. Well, 5. The Hound has managed to recover himself. He's pulling back shields ever so slowly. Micro jumped to the other side of the arena as a cloud of Hidden Leaf drones chases him.
Yeah, I just saw that as well, yeah. Furious in the Hound. Good image play. But that being said, Typhoon fleet's about to go down, so they honestly should have killed the Caracal, the Typhoon fleet, and the Armageddon Navy.
No, that's a fabulous job by the Hound. He's buying his team time. That's exactly what they need.
I think he's only being shot at by drones. I hope they're not trying to fire rapid heavies at a Hound across the arena. That's just... I hope. But the Typhoon fleet is down now, and I think at this point, it's a flag-getting Navy versus the world. Sure, he's got support, but they can't really do much here.
Now, if you're a rival, you're feeling really good about that trade. Excellent play from the Hound to buy them the time to bring that the Typhoon down. The Geddon now stands alone, just a Pontifex for support. Now, this is a flag Geddon. It's got a ton of money behind it. It's going to be putting out a ton of damage and sending out a lot of control. Could potentially turn the hardeners off on these low capacitor Caldari ships. But even if it does, it has such an uphill battle to climb to get through the hit points of this Nighthawk Drake Navy issue, both of which are extremely tanky ships. The Caracal, the Osprey Navy, it might have what it needs to get through that, but it's focusing on this Nighthawk. Once it brings it down, it has a choice to make. The Osprey Navy, the Caracal Navy, it could go down, but it still has a lot of work to go.
Exactly. It needs to kill enough damage that it can potentially hold on to the next reload, because I'm willing to bet he's about to run out of missiles soon once his Nighthawk goes down. It's going to be like... It really is Virion Stone Shard trying to carry his entire team Hopefully he goes for the Caracal next. That would be my call. But honestly, he could pick anything. The Caracal's right next to him, bro. It's right there. Come on. You can't even say you can't see it.
Arrival has put their drones on the Pontifex, splitting their damage here, trying to take the Lynx completely out of the game here. They're anticipating a long 2.5 minutes for this match.
I'm not entirely sure I agree with that, but then again, I'm not them. As you see the Rapid Heavy's trying to kill this Caracal, you see, look how quickly, once his shield goes, he's just going to pop in seconds, unless he runs out of missiles. Another volley coming in, that's a good hit.
Now, these teams are so close on points. It's really going to come down to the wire here.
You could potentially see here the value of the flagship.
Caracal down before the Pontifex.
Yep, Caracal down. What do you go for next? Osprey Navy or Drake Navy? What would be your call?
I think you've got to go for the Osprey Navy if it's in Newt range. It's a little hard to tell from this angle. It's kiting away from the Geddon. The Geddon is trying to chase it down. The Geddon may have very long-range newts on it, considering it's a flag Geddon. If it can newt the Osprey, then it could catch it. But now we're seeing the Osprey kick the micro-warp drive on, and he's zooming to the other side of the arena.
Oh, I like this call. If they kill the Ponty, they're ahead on points, I think.
They absolutely
and they can just
are.
run. I think they're actually just going to take the Ponty and run for their life. They're not even going to try and kill the flag.
The Drake Navy is a little undecided as to what it's doing, but that Osprey has a clear game plan. That is GTFO. He is zooming around the arena, trying to be everywhere except where that Geddon Navy is headed, and he has a huge speed advantage over the Geddon.
Yep, they're all pulling range. They're all starbursting around the arena. I think at that point, they're going to take this rush against this Kingslayer comp. The Geddon Navy is firing just aggressively into the air, just trying desperately to hit this Osprey Navy, but I believe he's just too far away. Osprey Navy actually going to an MJD beacon, so even if he gets a few hits, he will MJD away. With less than a minute to go, I think this has just been... they've managed to get what they need and run. This is perfect.
As you say that Osprey Navy is taking a real pounding here. He's vulnerable while he's lining up his micro jump. He's now into deep armor.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Instruction now.
No. He's MJD. He's dead. Oh, no. They pulled it back in the last seconds. No. Arrival, the last second there. Honestly, he might have been worth just Michael driving away. The MJD bloomed his sick, kept him right in front of the Armageddon Navy, and killed him. And in the last second, this flag Armageddon Navy of Virion Stone Shard has pulled it back from the brink and won it for his team. Congratulations to Hidden Leaf Village and Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. That is brutal. And with that, I'm going to go back to the studio and hear they're shouting about it.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
An exciting match that went back and forward there. Arrival dropped down into the elimination bracket. Hidden Leaf continues. Oh boy, was that a close one. We were told during that match, CJ in was it the Fleet Typhoon? Yeah, he burned his guns out in the middle of the match. You just saw the damage drop off. Arrival started to have it. They just eked ahead on points, and then it was just a case of kite away and survive as long as possible. Very influential in the flagship, trying to just catch anything to get those few remaining points. And when that Navy Osprey turned to MJD, when you activate those MJD beacons, your SIG blooms super hard, and he just didn't get it in time. I think maybe if he doesn't do the beacon, maybe he survives. I think just... Oh, it was so close, so close. Both teams probably at the edge of their seats for that one, I imagine. I'm hoping there's recordings of comps of that, because both teams, I'm sure, will be saying very exciting things. We are probably going to head off to a quick break. We have a whole crew who need to get some food. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes, so stick around for more explosions then. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 19. I am CCP Overload, joined in the desk by Blackbird Pyro and Moderator to talk about more spaceship explosions. We have plenty more to go. We have a bunch more matches today. We are going to drop down into our elimination bracket, and there is a bunch of spice in here. I see the Tuskers versus Platinum Sensitivity. I see Odins Call versus Truth.Honor.Light. I see Arrival versus Templis CALSF, all in our elimination bracket. Moderator, did you expect to see these teams all sitting down there?
Truthfully, I don't think we expected to see many of these teams down there. We thought that Truth.Honor.Light would still be up there. DarkSide would probably still be up there, maybe even Volta. I don't know. Maybe they've gotten worse because they don't have Ithaca anymore. But at any rate, we're going to have teams that make it into the top four that have never been there before. And, you know, entirely new winner semis. And that's very exciting to see for the health of the game.
Yeah, you can see these teams here right now. Tuskers, Plat, Dracarys, Boundary, Arrival, Templis, Odins, and Truth.Honor.Light. The remaining teams currently in the elimination bracket. So 4 of these teams will be going home imminently. Some more losers will join them, the winners later on from our upper brackets. There's still plenty of those to come as well. So definitely a tournament of upsets, which I'm super excited about. Let's take a look at the bans for our upcoming match, Dracarys versus Boundary Experts. Boundary Experts, of course, came through the feeders, had to play quite a lot of matches, so they're probably the team this year with the most matches played. I don't think they'll beat Odin's Call last year, who made the finals in terms of matches played because of the nature of last year's feeders, but oh boy, that was still a lot. Dracarys banning out the Barghest, the Scimitar, the Balgorn, and the Blackbird. Boundary Experts going Nighthawk, Curse, Arbitrator, Oniros. Blackbird Pirates, what are your thoughts here?
Well, since Misty's not here, I will say it for him. Why are we banning the Balgorn? The Balgorn has not been a particularly great ship on this entire time, but hey, you know what? I'm kind of starting to maybe see the light here, because Dracarys has played absolutely fantastic. Obviously, I see why they banned the Blackbird. They just got absolutely crushed by a Blackbird ECM setup. Other than that, I think, you know, the Barghest is always a really good one to try and sort of bait these flagships out. And Scimitars, haven't seen it being brought a lot. Shield's kind of dead, but it does actually ban out most of those shield setups. Boundary Expert, we're seeing very standard bans here. Nighthawk, Curse, and Neuros is like everybody's doing it. Arbitrator's kind of getting rid of that other tracking disruptor. So I think we talked a little earlier about it, but we saw some of this ban strategy as them trying to not show too much, and I think that's what Boundary Experts is doing right here.
That'll be interesting for sure. And both teams choosing to bring their flagship, Dracarys with a flagship Vindicator, Boundary Experts with a flagship Barghest. Mod, what do you think about the difference between these two flagships here, Vindy versus Barghest?
Well, we've seen that most teams this year have chosen to go with the Barghest just because of how much it scales off of the officer newts you can put on there, the officer launchers you can put on there, and of course the officer scram. Can't forget that you get a bonus scram to that hull type. So that, combined with the ballistics controls you can get, the officer damage, it gets so much better than a normal Tech 2 one that would be on a non-officer. It's interesting to see, though, that both of the Chinese teams have opted to go with the Vindicators, so maybe that's something they've seen internally, or maybe that's just a Chinese meta.
Yeah, there's a few teams picked Vindicators this year. I have to say, I think more than normal. I'm just looking through the list of remaining teams with flagships, and I believe it is just no DarkSide. Oh, they're eliminated. Sorry, guys. Dracarys and Fraternity, the two remaining Vindicator enjoyers. Many other Barghest Arrival with their Redeemer. So still plenty of different flagships that we could potentially see die in very expensive blazes of glory. I hope to see plenty more of those. But we can go to the arena for Dracarys versus Boundary Experts with our casters Mark Resurrectus and Chad.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Mark Resurrectus, here with the absolutely radiant Chad Flame. We have Boundary Experts versus Dracarys. Boundary Experts bringing a variation of B-War. We have Barghest Barghest Rook Falcon for ECM's Sentinel, and carries. Chad Flame, what are we seeing from the team from Dracarys?
We're looking at Dracarys here, bringing the rare Shield Vindicator. That is also a Flag Vindicator, followed by double Sleipnir, double Scythe Fleet issue, some T2 Frig Ladries, double Svitbull for tackle, and a Vigil Fleet.
Yeah, interesting setup here. We have sort of two different lines. We've got a DPS light setup from the team from Boundary Experts with just the Barghest and maybe maybe a little bit of help from the Magus, but not too much. While this Dracarys setup with a lot of high-end DPS, that flag Vindy, and both those Sleipnirs are going to be putting out a lot of punishment. You can see they're already starting to burn in as they look to try and counter this control comp from Boundary Experts.
Yeah, and as we see the weapon disruptors going off the Boundary Experts onto the Sleipnirs, not like it's going to do a ton going in, and brawling, as webs are also landing on the Vindicator already, but the Confessor going in for screen.
Yeah, you can see looks like the early target is going to be that Confessor Chad Hammercock, trying to peel off some of this tackle, maybe get trying to slap down maybe one of these ECM, or rather these E-War frigates. Back Slack Chew looking to take early aggression right now. See if the Guardian of Svineblot can keep him up. The Svipple goes down from the team from Dracarys very quickly as a little bit more of their DPS gets pulled off.
It seems like Boundary Experts is doing a fair job trying to screen and split up the rush of the Dracarys team, but not much damage going out from Dracarys. It's almost like they're split up, and those jams are actually putting in work from the Boundary Experts team, keeping that low end of screeners alive for a lot longer than you think they should under Vindicator webs.
Yeah, and you can see how much work the screeners are having to do. If you look in the back end, this team from Boundary Experts is so well split up. The Rook and Falcon off on their own, the Sentinel off, both the Sentinels off on their own. The Bargus of Xander ideally is sort of commanding space in the middle as they continue to put damage into this Svipple of CMFF, now dropping into armor. Looks like he will drop into hull, and he is gone again. Just little by little, this B-War comp is going to be able to pick apart your team from the bottom up.
And note, like you said, they're getting rid of all these fast tackle ships, allowing their screeners to go uncontested a little bit better, as well as making it harder for their ships to get caught. They do not want to get caught by this double Sleipnir Vindicator. That is a lot of damage on that grid from the Dracarys team, but you can't apply that damage if you don't get on top of something.
Yeah, you can see the Confessor right now is caught. King MYF rather, in the Vindicator, coming in to apply quite a bit of damage onto the Confessor. That will definitely hurt the Boundary Experts' ability to hold down other targets. But again, they've got plenty of tackle on this squad and a lot of control. Alexander Choringen, I say that Alexander Choringen in the Magus now dipping into low armor. It looks like he is going to catch reps. But again, they definitely need those. Let me see here real quick. Yes, it looks like he is going to be able to stay up.
And now the Logis of the Dracarys team seems to be the target, also having some new pressure put on them, and those jams. I'm sure it's going to be the Logi freakers going down with ease as long as a jam hits or a new hits and puts some pressure on them. Boundary Experts doing a really good job picking apart this low end of the Dracarys team.
Yeah, the Bargus of Xander Ardelius is where they're going to live or die in this comp, right? You need to be able to clip things because that's where all of your DPS is coming from. So they're going to try and put damage into the Scalpel. Right now they're putting damage into the Fleet Scythe. I said that, and it looks like it will drop into armor. Yes, it will. And we should see this one go down too as this Bargus goes ahead and clips through it. But at the same time, you have to work quickly because, again, once this team from Dracarys applies some of this damage, it doesn't really matter what you've got. Unless you can screen it off, E-ward off, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
And usually most of these teams get split off from each other due to something holding ships down. The Dracarys team actually isn't horribly grouped. It just doesn't seem like they're able to put out the damage to clear off this Confessor tackle and maybe other ships tackling them just due to this jam power that these two T2 jamming ships that Boundary Experts has brought.
Yeah, that's a lot of jam strength coming from these Falcons. You usually see this with dual Blackbird, but the Falcon and Rook will suffice just fine. And just by looking at their attack bar on our stream, you can see how much space there is between what's available and what they're using. So much of their potential is being wasted here because of those Falcons, because of the pressure being put on them by the Sentinels and from this carries. They just can't live up to what they're able to put out right now.
Exactly. And, the amount of, mentality to go in with that Confessor into Vindicator webs, something that most people would not want to do. Going in there, trusting your Logi, trusting the gems, trusting your Sentinel E-War to get on there as quick as possible, trusting your own piloting to hold down that Vindicator, something you never really want to go directly into, and then just surviving so long while doing the job of holding that team at bay. Individually, Chad Hammercock holding down the Dracarys team and just being the thorn in their side this entire match, as he's shown most of the day today.
Yeah, and they're going to have a hard time. I mean, at this point, I even though they still got most or almost all of their high end left, the team from Dracarys just is not able to deal with the long range back end of the Boundary Experts team. You can see the Falcon and Rook have gone untested this entire time. The carries untested this entire time. Same with the Sentinels. They just can't put that pressure on that they need to. And so they're just sitting ducks. They're here in the middle. They can't lock anything. They can't get it close enough to apply their damage. And all the while, Xander Audelis is just volleying, then reloading, volleying, and reloading. And it's just methodical from the bottom up. It's exactly how this B War setup is supposed to work.
Exactly. Picking apart that low end, the only thing that actually has a chance to apply or potentially do any damage to counter that Boundary Experts low end, if they weren't able to kill anything before with their comp, they're probably not going to be able to kill any Boundary Experts players now unless they get somehow lucky and don't get jammed. But the more Dracarys members go down, the less they have to spread out that E-War as well. So it's hitting even harder as the match progresses.
Yeah, and as you get down to fewer and fewer ships on grid, you can really get the opportunity to double up on your jams, right, with the Rook and the Falcon, and you can kind of have overlapping jams where you can't just clear the Rook, you have to clear both if you want to start to apply damage. You can see that damage now going into the Sleipnir, and this is going to take a while. I mean, the Sleipnir, both these Sleipnirs and the Flag Vindy, of course, are going to be pretty well tanked, and all the damage you've got is coming in from the Bargus. But if you can't apply any damage, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to go out because there's just nothing you can do.
And this is something that's also really interesting. You very rarely see the Flag Vindicator come out in shield form, let alone a Vindicator in shield form to begin with. You usually want to have those mids stocked down with webs. As we see, actually, the Flag Vindy getting turned on now, we're going to see how the tank is tested. It does not look like it is tanking very well.
No, it's not, and it really only has the one Kyrian left, and whatever you can see, there's a small swarm of rep drones around it, just desperately trying to keep it alive. I said that, but some of these drones that are around it looks like they are shooting it. Oh wait, sorry, I mistook the color on this one. Yes, this is a cloud of angry drones around this. They are not trying to help this Vindicator; they're trying to kill this Vindicator. So yeah, he's in tough shape.
And as I pointed out earlier, Chad Hammercock just holding down that Vindicator. It's not going anywhere. The Boundary Experts team is either going to be able to break that Vindicator or not break it. It comes down to damage on grid, not the ability for anyone to move away from the fight. So we will see if they are able to kill it with the clips of this Barghest. I'd assume they would be able to in the 2 minutes and 20 seconds that's left in this match.
Yeah, you can already see him now dropping into armor, which means he is not long for this world. Even if they weren't able to get anything else, just getting the flagship is a win. Obviously, Dracarys and Imperium squad, you would assume that they'd be able to, foot a little bit of the old build, put a little bit of the old drip on the Vindicator. But we will see here shortly, he does drop into structure, and we will see this Vindicator go down. Maybe not in this clip, but certainly on the next.
Exactly. Maybe you might live a little bit longer, but you're not going to live to see tomorrow, especially seeing this as an elimination match, as well as you are losing your Flag Vindicator. That is a tough hit for this Dracarys team, but this is their first year, so you got to give them some credit for coming this far.
They've made it this far, certainly, and they have been one of those sleeper picks this year. These CNAUTZ time, these squads that have come in. The team from Frat that we just saw a little while ago have really put out very good comps. Some really smart flying, some really smart picks. So they will go down in this match, obviously, with just the two Sleipnirs left. But again, B-War is a tough, especially when it's flown well, a tough comp to deal with. We did see Truth.Honor.Light drop a match to the Barcode team with a variation of this comp. But again, when it's played well, this is exactly the way you want to see. You pick up from the low end up, and you put a lot of pressure on those high end ships to try and apply his damage early as much as they can. And if they aren't able to do that, they're going to be in a load of hurt.
And Boundary Experts, a team that has shown that they've done really well with execution this year, stepping it up, especially their low-end pilots. And this match showed it. They executed exactly how they wanted to, went in there, picked apart the low end, worked their way up. And, I think the question comes down to Dracarys' comp more than anything else about if that was something that maybe needed a little bit more testing in the background. Like I said, Shield Vindicator is a little bit weird to put on grid.
Yeah, definitely a little weird, Chad, if I can be honest with you. But again, they've still played well to get here. Obviously, can't discredit their efforts so far. With only a couple seconds remaining in this match, we see good fights going up in local, and that will be it.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in the armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Boundary experts controlling their way to a victory there against Dracarys, who get knocked down into the elimination bracket in an exciting match with two flagships. One flagship, Vindicator, did unfortunately perish. Just taking a quick peek at the kill mail now. Potentially someone accidentally brought their PvE Vindicator to the tournament, who knows, but going for the Tech 2 blaster cannons, not even faction there, questionable choice perhaps, and of course a true Sanchez stasis Webifire. I mean, not everyone has to throw an absolute buttload of Iskies at your flagship, but I feel like even Bart, maybe like the Tech 2 blasters, is it worth just spending a little bit to upgrade those, do you think?
It is, especially like you're trying to compete in the tournament. You win this match, the skins you get alone pays for that ship like almost 10 times over. These skins usually go for like on the opening from like 2 to 3 bill, and I know some of them nowadays are worth like 10s and 20s. So yeah, you spend the money, especially like you made it to the second weekend, so you had time to source these modules. So I mean, you fit your ship like shit. It dies. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They still get AT ships. So good job. But I don't necessarily think this is one of those cases where if you had spent more money you might have won, but there was a couple times when like the Vindy did get unjammed where I'm like, no, maybe if it was doing like 10 to 15% more DPS they could have broken free. So
yeah, Mod, we talked earlier on about how hard it is to screen off a Vindicator, because anything that can screen it just gets 90% webbed and then dies. But one of the few things that can screen off a Vindicator, of course, is a flagship Barghest with that scram point, and it was a shield Vindicator as well. That whole setup was a little bit unusual, almost like the old Minmatar Rush.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what the Barghest can do. It can fit either in shield comps, it can fit in armor comp, and we saw throughout the match, it was hitting solidly with scrams that looked like they were 30 to 40 kilometers away from that positioning. And try being a blaster Vindicator hitting at anything that far away. You're just not going to do damage, even if you were a much more expensive fit. We're talking a little bit about this in between the match, and I really just don't like a shield Vindicator. This is what we were talking about with the shield Typhoon fleet issue, is that you have 5 mids to make it work on the Vindicator as well. And when you run up against these setups that are going to jam you, they're going to damp you, you don't have anyone to remote sensor boost you because you're all in a shield ship. You're going to get jammed. You're not going to apply damage. And then we saw them just get completely picked apart.
Yeah, it was kind of just surgical from boundary experts towards the end there. Bart, I did want to ask though, obviously the Blackbird was banned, and it looked like Dracarys like, haha, they cannot bring ECM, and they seem to forget about the existence of other ships that could fit ECM. But why not 2 Rooks instead of a Rook and a Falcon? Falcon feels like a strange pick.
It is. I'm guessing, so the boundary expert setup definitely had that, the hallmarks of a setup that they've practiced, and that they've practiced with bans, which is I think one of the things you'll see with some of these other teams where it's like, oh, they banned my ship out, let's just try and throw something together to work. The boundary experts definitely were prepared for the Blackbird ban, and they read the Blackbird ban as, hey, these guys really don't want to fight ECM. And Falcons and Rooks are relatively similar. Obviously, a Falcon is a little bit easier to kill, but if you can ever get on top of it or target it, it doesn't really matter. And Boundary Experts did a fantastic job, both of their screening and their application of ECM, which, you know, sometimes you see that it's like, oh, ECM's RNG, it's a bullshit mechanic, we hate it, it's so unfun. In this specific case, Dracarys was 100% not prepared for it. They didn't have armor ships, which means you can fit SIBOs. They didn't have remote sensor boosters. And I'm guessing, you know, I have not looked at the Sleipnir fits yet because some of those pop up like as we're getting ready to pop up here, but I'm guessing they didn't have info links at all either. And so if you don't have some of these little things that can make make that little RNG needle tilt a little bit in your favor, you're just going to get rolled by it. And I think that, you know, it's like you said, they're like, haha, we banned the Blackbird. They can't possibly ECM us now. And you're like, well, there's like 4 more ships that can do that. You know, 5 if you bring a Widow, which somebody brought in 1, so I can't talk too much crap about it this time. But you still have to be prepared because you're hitting this this is day 3. The teams that make it to day 3 are generally pretty good. You know, this is kind of Dracarys' first time making it down here. They did a pretty good job for it, but they definitely, like, as soon as they ran up against a team that was actually experienced, they just got slapped down. Like, they kind of had a little bit of a, I almost want to say a lucky run to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, great experience for the team. I hope we see them again next year, but unfortunately, no more from them this year. Like you say, they do win ships, which is awesome. All the teams that we see now are in the ship-winning position, so phenomenal effort from them. All right, let's look at our next match, which I'm excited for. It is going to be a good one. It's going to be the Tuskers versus Platinum Sensitivity. Let's take a look at the bans. Tuskers banning out the Guardian, the Nearest, the Zarmazd, and the Hyena. So all Tech 2 armor logistics removed by the Tuskers. Platinum Sensitivity going for the Hugin, the Rapier, the Abaddon, and the Curse. Interesting sets of bans. Moderator, talk me through some of this.
Yeah, so this is starting to get into those kind of 3rd day, 4th day kind of like 5-head 3D chess bans. So Tuskers used all of their logistics bans. You're only allowed 3 of any one type of ship class on the Tech 2 armor logi. So they don't want to see some sort of super heavy armor core. Platinum Sensitivity banned Hugin and Rapier, which is interesting because we saw that in the last match, Tuskers himself brought a Hugin, unsuccessfully, albeit, and they also banned Abaddon, which is something they've been doing this entire time. So they must have seen something at this point in their scrim setup to say, hey, we're weak to an Abaddon in some way. I'm not sure what. The Curse, again, people have been banning Curse all day, every day, and I think we're going to see that ship be banned by one of the 2 teams in every matchup from here on out, probably to the end of time.
Yeah, I think both these teams do have their flagships still available. Let's see if we can take a look at the remaining teams from what we started this morning. So a bunch of teams all eliminated. Some of them losing their flagships on their way out. 2 teams still in without flagships, Odins Call and Truth.Honor.Light, who go up against each other in just a little bit. But as you can see here, Platinum Sensitivity and the Tuskers, both with their flagships remaining. 1 a Barghest and 1 an Armageddon Navy issue. So we should... I kind of expect this might be a flagship match for both of these teams. These are 2 really good teams, really experienced teams. What do you think, Bart?
I think that this is one of the ones to bring it out. And something that's super interesting about the bans here is that by Platinum Sensitivity targeting this really weird comp that Tuskers actually just fed really hard with and got them to this point, they have completely left open ECM. And on top of that, the big 3 armor logistic ships, which is the stuff that you kind of need to counter ECM, are out. So Tuskers is a team that is very, very good. They are very, very capable of flying ECM. They don't normally do it, but I could see this being the one where they pull out this this pocket ECM stuff that we've been seeing teams do really, really well with.
I am being told no flagships being fielded in this match. So let's head over to the arena with our casters, the Basilisk and Fearvina.
Welcome back to the Burninator Arena. My name is Fennec, Fearvina, excuse me, wrong caster name, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side, it is the Tuskers bringing Pseudodad with Deacon Thalia as their logi. What do we have on the blue side, my co-commentary friend?
Yeah, so on the blue side, we have Platinum Sensitivity bringing a fairly similar comp. And as we saw in the bans, as were noted by the guys on the desk, all 3 Tech 2 Logi cruisers, the Zarmaz, the Oneros, the Guardian, all banned by Tuskers. So both both teams have had to make adaptations to their comps here. Platinum bring in the Rodiva, which I think they may have done before. Tuskers bring in the Deacon and Thalia. So again, these are two fairly similar comps. It's just going to come down, therefore, to execution. It's going to be who can fly this matchup better, who can fly this comp better. So let's see how it goes. Obviously, both these teams are exceptionally skilled pilots, but we are, at this stage, very deep in the tournament. This is high stakes.
Incredibly high stakes, and we see Tuskers immediately going for the Rodiva, a POC. If they're able to take the Rodiva down, it's not going to be able to use those spooled reps to its advantage up against the strong DPS from both these sides. We've got a lot of attack bar, a lot of defense bar. The Rodiva going down pretty quickly as the Thalia is going to go into armor, but they swap into the Exec Navy of Yildi Muroman.
Yeah, I think most teams aren't really running any like range webs, hyenas or anything. I mean, we saw Hugin Rapier banned by Platinum Sensitivity, and most teams aren't really running like a hyena or anything. So if you can fly into this gun spam matchup and you have Logifrigs, if your Logifrigs are capable, BLD does go down, but if those Logifrigs are capable, they can out-trans the guns and they'll survive. But the Rodiva, as we saw, just got absolutely melted there. Sometimes teams shoot the Oracle. They think, let's shoot the Oracle. The Oracle's probably brick tanked. It's bait tanked the Rodiva. Now we're seeing Exec Navies on both sides go down. The Sentinel of Nyx is going to go down as well. He's causing havoc with those TDs. He goes down. Exec of Katarina's taking chunks as well. Thalia in the Jaeger and the Thalia, he's going to go down. Now they look at the Oracle of Nightcap. There's trees on both sides here. So much DPS going across the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one ship after another. Boom, 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 boom. But the Thalia keeps staying alive for the side of the Tuskers right now. This Oracle of Nightcap. This was not a bait tank Oracle. This was your typical paper high DPS Oracle. And it is out. They're going for the Exec Navy of Nio KC, as well as this Brutix Navy is currently the primary from Platinum Sensitivity. But this is a very bloody match. It's devolved into a brawl. Reminds us of Shield Rush v Shield Rush matchups from AT prior. As this Brutix Navy is about to go down, so is this Exec Navy, and it's two-ship lead right now for the side of Tuskers as they end up taking down that Exec Navy. The Brutix Navy staying alive for quite a bit longer now.
Yeah, I think Wex may go down here, but Jaeger and Skylar are still hanging on there, and I think the longer this goes, the more favorable it gets for Tuskers. But the Confessor goes down, but in the top end, both these teams have the same ships. They both have the Absolution, they both have the Astarte. The Tech 2 resists of the Abso and the Astarte means that the reps of the Deacon and the Thalia will be so strong. If they can't kill Jaeger, then Tuskers will have this in the bag, and Jaeger is still holding. Skylar Hawk is keeping him alive. They're not particularly close. There's a huge swarm of drones after him, but he's outrunning them. Jaeger is living to win here, and meanwhile, Heinkel and the Brutix Navy on the other side is going to go down.
Yeah, but they do have enough damage to actually break the reps on this Absolution of Glassy Vuktu. If they can take him down, maybe they'll get a moral victory. I doubt they're going to be able to win this with as few ships as they do. They'll only have an Astarte, an Absolution, and an Og Navy versus all the DPS coming from the side of Tuskers. I want to look at this Mauler just to see. Is it a gun Mauler? Yes, of course it is. It's Pseudodad. That's what we expect. Now the Absolution of Mark Bridges is going to be the target from the Tuskers. They have won this and are going to move on to the next round as Platinum Sensitivity once again getting knocked down on day 3 and out of the tournament.
Yeah, but a really good performance, and I mean, to be honest, these guys are going to be grateful that they can go to bed because it's some sort of unholy hour in Japan right now. They're gonna go to sleep. But I just want to shout out the crew here. I think this is a ship that we haven't seen many teams field. I mean, we fielded it earlier in our match against Arrival when the Hyena was banned. In this match, Tuskers did a little bait, maybe, where they banned the Hyena and said, no, we don't need range webs, haha, and then brought the crew. But I think the Tuskers have actually brought this a couple times before. What do you think, Phil? Because I mean, it seems it's weaker than the Hyena, right? Like, it's tankier, but it has less webs. They're shorter range. Do you think it's an adequate replacement?
It has less webs at shorter range. It's also slower. I think it works if you build your team around the fact that you've got a crewer, right? So, you know, drop it placement less so, but you do get a couple more points that you can use. Crewer is pirate faction frigate, so I think it's what?
It is 1 point cheaper than a Hyena, yeah.
So it's
which is obviously then the difference between having a Maller or a Punisher. So, you know, I think, yeah. In this sort of comp where you've got lots of DPS up at like 20, 30 kilometers with Nexex and Absos and Astartes, yeah, I think Tuskers are showing it's actually a pretty valid choice here. But this Navy Augur of LTL Bazaar does finally go down. That signals the end, unfortunately, of Platinum Sensitivity's match and their tournament run. Tuskers Co will be moving on, and we're going to send it back to the desk to break that one down.
we ever use boosters in doctrines?
Take boosters all the time. I'm high as a kite right now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
We are in a good headspace now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure. Tuskers putting Mystical Might's theory that Mark Bridges is indestructible to the test and finding he is in fact fully destructible as they win pretty convincingly in that still exciting match, but it was a pretty handily dismantling by the Tuskers moderator. Talk to me about what kind of happened there.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the side of Mark Bridges and Platinum, they spent the first initial bit trying to shoot a Thalia, and that is not the correct target call. What you're trying to do there is go after either hostile, cruisers or, a battle cruiser, and when you end up going up against trying to track one of the ships in the game that has the smallest signature radius, and you just do nothing, you've wasted 20 seconds, and this max threat comp in a mirror is entirely going to be decided by who chooses the most effective targeting. And that was Tuskers when they dived the Rodiva and then chewed through, bottom up in terms of tank versus raw DPS, kind of the calculation that some of the commentators have been talking about throughout the entire weekend here has been very much on display. And unfortunately, we also saw that the Sentinel did not do any tracking disruption, so we have to assume it was a missile guidance disruption fit, so that's kind of 5 points entirely wasted there. So unfortunate for Mark Bridges, but Tuskers really just outplayed them, and they are going to make it on to the next round.
Yeah, Tuskers, another team that likes to bring these slightly off-the-wall comps. We saw them bring in a crewer. We saw Volta bring a couple of crewers earlier on today. Not the most common ship that we see. We can see here the usage across the different tournaments. Lots of them dying, clearly, but the Tuskers are one of the teams that uses them most, bringing them 11 times. 96 wins, 93 losses for that. But look at that spike back a few Alliance tournaments ago. I believe that was the one sponsored by the Blood Raiders. So it likely was reduced in points, but that is a heck of a bar right there for them. Blackbird Pirate, why would you maybe bring a crewer?
It's okay. It's not super fantastic. It does fill that kind of niche where it's like, once you get a crewer on the target as a tackle ship, you're never ever going to get rid of it unless you either jam it or destroy it, just because you can't nuke them out. They're very good at actually catching stuff because their webs are pretty long range for frigate, and they're not that hard to not like that hard to tank pretty well. You usually will see them go a full set of Gnosses and Newts on the top, so you're not going to be using them as like maybe a solo PvP frigate as much. But it's a pretty good ship. It's kind of we want longer range webs, but we also need tackle, but we also want a little bit of Newts. So why don't we just bring all of them? It's not particularly good at any of them, but it's okay at all of it.
Awesome. Well, as we say, Tuskers continue to their run through the tournament, get themselves some more skins, get themselves closer to more and more prize ships, which I'm sure everyone will be very happy about. I'm told that we can go check in with our beloved friend CCP Swift and see how he was enjoying his dinner.
I'm super worried now. I don't know why. Well, this is really awkward. I'm CCP Swift, and I'm a community developer for eBummer. Oh, right, just back to back. Shit, okay. Oh, and I have to go again, right? Ugh, I'm so bad at rules. All right, so my ETH journey began in 2004, and I was actually in university, and one of my friends was playing a game in the library, and I was like, oh, this game sounds pretty cool. And I started it, and I immediately sucked at it. And then 3 months later, it was summer, and I was like, oh, I'll try this game again. And so I did, and I was just as bad as I was before, but I didn't want to let the game beat me. All right, fine, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let this game beat me. I've been kind of playing ever since. Boop. All right, this looks a little bit more scary. I'm sure it's fine though. Like, it can't be so bad, right? I only heard a few tears from the other room. All right, that's a little bit more spicy. Still good though. I'm really happy with how the CSM is actually currently. I think as an institution, some people are like quick to criticize it, but I think it's a really, really healthy place now, both internally and externally. And the spice is building. Delicious. All right, I have lost count, so I don't know which one this is. Right now we're working pretty much full focus on obviously the Alliance Tournament, and then for FanFest. The 20th anniversary FanFest is going to be bananas, as the kids say. I'm pretty sure that all the kids are saying bananas now. All right, the last wing. Oh, excited.
Yeah. So you bear an uncanny resemblance to one of EVE's most notorious players, the feared commander of Pandemic Legion's 5-time Alliance tournament winners, a man some know as Elise Randolph.
Yeah.
Could you explain why Pandemic Legion couldn't even qualify for this year's tournament?
Well, you know, it's hard. You go through rebuilding years, you get like, you lose a few, you know, key members, some very handsome members. Sometimes, you know, you can't really fill those slots all the time. But no, I mean, the Alliance tournament is always, year after year, more competitive than the last year. So you have to always keep up with the meta. You have to always keep up with the trading, and you really need a very strong core of individuals to kind of go through it. You know, sometimes you've got to take a break. You get the meta wrong, especially in the feeders. It's very punishing. And that's why we're seeing all the best matches, match after match. Also, you need like some good-looking people on the team, so it's Well, cheers. That was a lot of fun. Thank you.
I mean, not a single reaction. Stone Cold Killer, CCB Swift there, just didn't seem to notice that he was eating. Those wings were very spicy. They were extremely spicy.
They made me cry.
Yeah.
And I don't usually do that.
CCB Swift the other day in our where we're staying, which is colloquially known as the Chateau de Gamer, he made some spicy ramen and he offered some around, and I was like, sure, I'll try it, forgetting that this man like has asbestos for a mouth. I tried one bite, and I think it was worse than the wings. Genuinely, it was. I had to go get milk and sit there, feeling very sorry for myself with one bite of this ramen, and he was just like enjoying it. And then Convict had a bit as well, and then was also struggling. But then was like, "Oh, but it's so delicious," and went for it. So I'm so respectful of these people, but bloody hell, that's quite something. Okay, we have our next match, which I want to get to earlier now because it's going to be super exciting. It is Odins Call versus Truth.Honor.Light. This is a repeat of last year's grand final, essentially. Both these teams played in the final. Truth.Honor.Light went 3-0. Odins Call, this is their opportunity in a best of one, potentially, to get their own back, especially as neither team has a flagship. So that means this is going to be really anyone's game. Anyone can bring something just a bit off the wall and pull out the all-important W. Odin's Call banning out the Curse, the Scimitar, the Abaddon, and the Hyena. Truth.Honor.Light going for the Barghest, the Loki, the Curse, and the Prophecy Navy issue, which I see has an image now, which is fantastic. With the trickle bans from the Curses, we get a Sleipnir and an Osprey. Blackbird Pirate, your thoughts on these bans?
Oh, so many of them. So Bargus being banned means that's not happening. We're not going to see this Bargus Eeyore setup that we've been seeing a couple teams brought, which is pretty crazy because both teams have lost their flagships. Curse bans, we've talked about it. Like, it's a good ship to ban. It is going to be the most banned ship here. It's a little weird though that we're seeing sort of this, like, both teams are kind of banning the shield rush out here, because if you don't have a Loki and you don't have a Sleipnir, it's a lot harder to ham rush each other. You don't have a Hyena, it's a lot harder to sort of do that control there. I don't really quite get the Prophecy Navy ban. I think this is another one of those, like, strange ones where Truth.Honor.Light is doing Truth.Honor.Light things where it's, you know, we've seen it a lot in this max threat setup, but it's definitely not the ship of the max threat setup. That'd be, you know, exec or Navy issues. Very, very, very interesting bans. I don't think it really telegraphs all that much besides, hey, don't use a ham rush.
Yeah, this is a best of one elimination match for these two teams here. One thing I kind of wanted to head on is when it comes to, like, best of threes, best of fives, a team like Truth.Honor.Light, they have so much experience getting to finals in one way or another that you can see the difference when they come up against, like, Odins Call last year, 3-0, Volta the year before as well, 3-0. But in a best of one, it really can be blown all the way open. If you go back to Alliance Tournament 17, for example, Volta and Truth.Honor.Light came up against each other very close to the finals in a best of one. Volta able to take the win there, knocking down Truth.Honor.Light, who then came back up through the loser bracket final into the grand final, where it became a best of five, and they lost at that point. So, you know, don't count Odin's Call at all. In fact, I'm going to check what the Twitch channel points are, because I bet you this one's actually pretty close. Okay, apparently I know nothing. It's Truth.Honor.Light still very much the favourites, 1.8 million to 660,000. I don't know, I kind of, Odin's Call, I mean, could they pull this out?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this is, it's like you said. So, personal opinion, because, you know, as we can see, Truth.Honor.Light, in my opinion, is probably unbeatable in a best of three or a best of five. As soon as you get into the best of one situation, though, anything can happen. And we see teams like this. Both these teams have fought up against each other. This was the grand finals of last year. This is a grudge match by any definition of the word. And they don't have flagships, so they can't, like, bring their, you know, Apex flagship setup, but they can bring some really weird, wacky, wild stuff, which is something I think that both of these teams are kind of able to do, but Truth.Honor.Light is, like, able to do it to the point of they outmeta themselves. So
yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I imagine a team like Truth.Honor.Light, when they come up with a match like this, they're probably going to be more cool, more calm, more collected, and just do what they know is correct, versus another team who's going to be like, oh, ooh, this is going to be really tough. And then it's very easy, moderator, to get into that sort of, like, theory crafting hellhole where you look at their bans and you go, okay, how do we counter what we think they're going to bring? And then you end up bringing almost the completely wrong setup. Like, what would you say to a team like Odin's Call here? It's too late now, obviously, but what would you say?
Fly the setup you're most comfortable with, because at this point in the game, if you start triple guessing yourself, second guessing yourself, quadruple guessing yourself, you're going to lose. You have to play with what you're most comfortable with, what you've been doing the best in scrims with, because against a team like Truth.Honor.Light, like we were talking about, their theory crafting where they get to these best of threes, best of fives is where they shine. If they get a clean winners bracket run, they've been pretty much winning it every year. But this is a chance where if you can get them in the lower bracket and really knock them off in a best of one, that's Odin's Call's ticket to basically come back into it. And that's how they've done it in the past when they were NC dot with some of the core. That's how I think they're going to have to do it right here and now if they want to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course the winner of this one will still have to go up against the winner of Arrival versus Templis CALSF. So there's still a long way to go for either of these teams to make it to the finals. But first, someone's got to win this match. So let's head for Truth.Honor.Light versus Odin's Call with Mark Resurrectus and Chad Flame.
Welcome back, friends. It's me, Mark Resurrectus, here at the Burninator Arena with the absolutely incandescent Chad Flame for the match to end all matches, the grudge match, the rematch of last year's finals. We have in red the team from my beloved wormhole space, Odins Call versus Truth.Honor.Light in blue. Odins bringing a shield rush with dual Nighthawk, Cyclone Fleet, Drake Navy, Onyx, Osprey Navy, Caracal Navy, Flycatcher, Burst, and Bantam. Chad Flame, what are we seeing for the team from Truth.Honor.Light?
We are seeing a drone control setup with a Newt Geddon, followed by EOS Zarmad, double Arbitrator for control with the Nerm Navy, Vexor Navy, Confessor, Vengeance, and Vexor as the match kicks off.
You can see the team from Truth.Honor.Light, or rather the team from Odin's Call, quickly crossing the gap, swarming the Armageddon of BAP 1811, which is taking a lot of damage right now in from those hands, but it doesn't look like they're going to stop quite there. I lied. They are going to stop right there. They are going immediately for the headshot on the battleship of the team from Truth.Honor.Light and putting a lot of damage into that Armageddon.
We're going to see if they can get enough damage in there before that Zarm starts splitting. I'd assume they would. That damage bar is absurd from the Odins team.
My goodness gracious, the power of the ham missile launcher. Incredible.
Now, you see the control bar of Truth.Honor.Light is huge, but that's not going to really matter if this Odins team will get right on top of you and just shred through you. It's almost like Truth.Honor.Light Logi is not really even hardly able to do anything with the amount of damage Odins is able to produce in this match.
BAP 1811 dropping into low structure, and the Armageddon goes down immediately. Truth.Honor.Light without their Geddon, they don't have, I didn't actually catch to see whether it was, I'm assuming it was a new Geddon. That's a lot of points off the board for the team from Truth.Honor.Light. Now the damage going on to both the EOS and the Merm Navy. While Truth.Honor.Light is looking for a target, they can't seem to find out where they want to go for.
It looks like they're going for that low end, the Logi frigates Odins has brought, which is, I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make, but the amount of damage that is on grid, those Logis are just free pick-apart kills. Obviously, you got to take those kind of kills, but it doesn't seem like they're getting rid of the damage, which is just seeming to chew through this Truth.Honor.Light team.
Oh, absolutely. The Merm Navy of Brainstraw now going down. Every time they kill one of these ships, they're losing that much more damage from drones. The Caracal Navy, too, from the team from Odin's Call, also dropping. But still, there's still so much damage left. Both Nighthawks, the Cyclone Fleet, the Drake Navy, the Onyx, the ONI can put out so much damage. They just need to pick another target, and they have. It's the EOS of Chinatech.
Just getting rid of as many of these drone boats as possible, trying to limit the amount of damage on grid. You know, Truth.Honor.Light's damage bar isn't actually that small for what it is, but the more drone ships they take out, the more Odin's Call is going to be able to survive without their Logi being alive on grid anymore. They still have the damage, it looks like, to chew through anything they pick, even through those spooling Zarmaz reps.
Yeah, you can see already the team, they've pulled off of that EOS a little bit. Looks like they're going for another target, and they are. Nith Hinken in the Confessor. They kept the one bait, the bait Nighthawk of Colonel Kurtz, or rather, yes, the bait Nighthawk of Colonel Kurtz down on the EOS to hold him down. Well, the rest of the team pulled back up towards the Confessor of Nith Hinken, and that Confessor's going to drop. The Zarm can't keep both of them up at the same time, but he is catching reps. I lied. He is catching reps. He is going to survive.
Showing the defense mode power in that Confessor right there, plus that Zarm reps. But that also resets the spool of that Zarm rep, which means they might be able to pick another target and go all in on that before the Zarm reps can spool. You know, they're just, it looks like picking a target, maybe switching off here and there to take advantage of the fact that the Zarmaz has a single repper that is bonused and spools over time.
At the same time, the team from Odin's Call slowly getting picked apart. You can see now an 8-6 ship disparity. They still have all of their high end, but they just lost another flycatcher, the Vexor Navy of Nick Domar from Truth.Honor.Light. Now the primary target. You can see those hams battling against the spooled reps of the Zarmaz. But it looks like he is going to push into hull. Can they break him over here now before they have to switch off because of the Zarm spool?
Well, also, they're shooting that EOS as well, getting a little bit of chip damage on that. And, you know, both teams doing a really good job executing what they're doing right now. You know, split damage to possibly pull the rep off to the EOS, making it easier to do a hot switch onto a target and screw with that Zarm's ability to spool on somebody. But at the same time, Truth.Honor.Light is just taking down these ham ships, you know, and playing catch-up really well. And that might make it so that they don't have the damage to ever break through the Zarm.
Yeah, they've got they're going back and forth. They were on the Confessor of Nithinken there for a second as well. They still have Colonel Kurtz pushing damage into the EOS of China Tech as they're switching. Looks like they're switching back to Nick Domar in the Vexor Navy, forcing General Hungary in the Zarmaz to work absolutely at his maximum, using every inch of his brain to try and keep his ships alive. The Vexor Navy does go down. They will trade it for the Osprey Navy from Odin's Call. That's a pretty good trade.
Indeed, it's a very good trade, almost for both teams. I think Truth.Honor.Light getting the slight advantage in that. But I will say, like you said, General Hungry, known for being one of the top-tier Logi pilots in this tournament setup, really showing, using one of the harder Logi ships to use and doing it with top-tier execution. Odin's about to lose a fleet Cyclone as well, and it does not seem like they're doing a very good job getting rid of that Truth.Honor.Light damage quick enough anymore.
Yeah, and they've been trying to kill Nithinken in the Confessor now for like the last 2 minutes. It's not going to work. They really need to swap off of something, but it looks like the Confessor does have somebody tackled. I'm looking here. Yeah, he has the Cyclone Fleet tackled, or rather the Nighthawk tackled. So they have to put in on the Confessor to try and break the tackle. At the same time, they are going to lose the Cyclone Fleet issue, which is just going to leave the Onyx and both Nighthawks. I don't think it's enough DPS. At the same time, Colonel Kurtz quietly pushing through this EOS from China Tech. If he can push through the EOS, that's quite a bit of DPS down from the team from Truth.Honor.Light.
You know, early in the match, I was thinking, looking at this, you know, it didn't seem like Truth.Honor.Light might not have done the best job screen. They got right on top of that get-in immediately. But following that, Truth.Honor.Light has split up a little bit that Odin's Call team, it seems. You know, the Nighthawk being down low, while the rest of the guys are up top. That is really allowing this Zarm to do work and keep whoever he wants to keep alive. And it just seems like Odin's damage has fallen off around halfway through that match.
Yeah, they're having a hell of a time right now trying to find a single target that they can get on top of. The Vengeance of Kadesh Priestess now down on top of Colonel Kurtz and is going to try and pull him out of range. He is now out of range of the EOS. He can't apply damage to the EOS anymore. Those hand missiles don't have the range to reach all the way over there and kill the EOS. If you can't kill the EOS, they've just got too much DPS on the grid. They're going to push through this Onyx, and then all it's going to be left are the Nighthawks, and they just don't have the damage.
It was a good effort by Odin's Call here, getting on top of the Truth.Honor.Light team. Truth.Honor.Light just managed to pull together some excellent execution by Logi, as well as tackling, almost splitting up that Odin's team a little bit. You sacrifice that Geddon off the gate, using it as a big screener, and then just slowly pulled back from what everyone expected to be an Odin's Call runaway. But, you know, these teams both being very great execution teams and top-end teams. You never know what you're going to get in one of these kinds of matches.
No, you can't. And these Nighthawks now are dead in the water. They can sit back. The team from Truth.Honor.Light can sit back as far as they want. As long as they have the Nighthawks tackled, the Nighthawks won't be able to apply to the lower-end ships, won't be able to apply to the Vengeance, can't apply to the Confessor without help. They can't shoot the EOS. They can't shoot the Zarm. They are just sitting ducks as these drones chew through their shield buffer, and that will be it. What a match. These two teams, very well played by the team from Truth.Honor.Light. You know, again, against so much DPS on this grid, we're able to just methodically push their way through, and now they're at the brink of pushing back maybe their best challenger to the finals of this tournament.
And, you know, and this is crazy because this was, you know, played as a best of 5 last year, only going 3 matches. But still, this is a best of 1 situation. Anything can happen in these matches. You know, it's an upset no matter what to see either of these teams go home this early. I don't think anyone's expecting to see this kind of matchup this early on in the tournament.
No, not at all. You can see good fights going up in local. The team from Odin's Call now throwing in the white flag. They know what they've done. This team from Truth.Honor.Light set to be the odds-on favorite for the entire rest of this tournament. And what a performance they put on here today, again, against their rematch team from last year's finals. We will see them advance, and it looks like they are going to be going up against the winner of either a rival or Templis CALSF in the next round. As we inch here closer towards the finals of this year's Alliance tournament, one of the Nighthawks goes down. All that's left is brave Colonel Kurtz, who held down that EOS for such a long time. He will be the final target.
It was interesting, you know, that EOS was the make or break point in this match. It felt like at one point they were going all in on it, realized maybe this isn't the best target, and then swapped over to trying to get rid of the small end of Truth.Honor.Light while they had damage on grid. But, you know, they didn't apply overly well to that small end, and the Zarm did a very good job of juggling that trig rep, you know, hard thing to do, you know, in these high pressure situations, especially with how much damage is on grid. And, you know, Truth.Honor.Light really showing that they are the execution team from last year and the last few years, you know, in this match.
Yeah, Chad, you're absolutely right. And like our good friend Black Bart Pirate said, perhaps in a best of three scenario, the team from Truth.Honor.Light is maybe the most unbeatable team in the tournament, perhaps in the game. But they can also do it just fine in a best of one as well, as Colonel Kurtz dips into armor and will be into structure shortly. That will be it for this match. Odin's Call will call it a season as we head back to the desk with CCP Overload, Black Bart Pirate, and the CCPB.
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Oh my god.
Odin's Call tragically exiting the tournament in a absolute nail-biter. That is one of those matches where, again, the scoreline says one thing, but those who watch it saw something completely different. I heard Mark Resurrected saying easily in a best of one, but I don't think that was easy at all for Truth.Honor.Light. It was just so close for so long. We saw not very many guidance disruptors coming from that team. I don't think they expected to face what they faced. That first battleship getting clapped pretty quickly. And then Bart, it looked like they chose to go for the EOS. Was that the moment?
Yes, that was a, you know, so I used to fly with some of the members on Odin's Call. Colonel Kurtz is a pretty good space friend of mine. We've actually flown in several tournaments together in the past, and so I don't want to be too mean, but I think that, and I recognize the screening on Hydra is absolutely insane. The tracking disruptor is ridiculous. I do think that going after the EOS there cost them the match, because EOSs are possibly the hardest to kill ship in the entire game in the tournament setting, and we saw it like literally lived just long enough for those Zarm reps to start doing what Zarm reps do, which is spool up until they rep a massive amount. Massive props to General Hungary, who continues to be the best Logi pilot in the game. Sorry, Tin Baron. We know that, you know, this is an absolutely insane thing. No, hey, look, there's he be.
Of General Hungary, so played a lot of matches. The most important one, 16 wins, 2 losses, 16 survived, 2 died. So not a man who enjoys losing, not a man who enjoys being blown up. He usually declines that, and as you can see, flies pretty much just exclusively logistics ships. You know, some positions in a team, like your logistics pilot, are just so crucial. It is like one of the hardest, highest skill things in EVE Online, in my opinion, to do is an Alliance tournament logistics pilot, in terms of what you have to do with positioning, being aware of what's happening, making sure you don't get tackled, managing your own resources, keeping your friends alive, especially in a ship like a Zarmaz, which has that spooling rep that is just like, if they're swapping targets, you have to be really on the ball. Like, you have to get on early. And we saw Odin's trying to catch him out by swapping between things like the Confessor, the Vector Navy issue, and a bunch of them all starting to hit hull, but General Hungary was like, don't worry, I got you. And those reps landing just in the absolute nick of time to save them. I'm joined on the desk as well by CCPB. CCPB, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. You're the first one that actually bothered to ask. All the rest of these guests just don't ever ask how I'm doing. So rude. So you've been here with us in last room. You've been one of our camera operators.
Yes, I've been on the camera, the 3D camera, doing the kind of comment, watching the fights themselves actually evolve, and this has been the most fun I've had at an AT ever. Getting to actually zoom around the grid, watch the action happen, zoom out, see where they're lunging, and just try and keep an eye on how it's evolving through the fight. It's been super fun.
Have any sort of amazing moments that you remember jumping out at you?
I mean, today alone, we have had lots of MGD plays where they've gone to an MGD beacon. I've zoomed around the back of it and just seen them all start spooling up, and I'm like, oh, they're about to do it. And then just see them all kind of teleport 100 kilometers has been probably one of my favorite moments.
Awesome. And of course, normally we see you on the Friday streams on twitch.tv/CCP with the Live to Feed streams. Tell me a little bit about those.
Sure. We actually had one here in Nottingham a couple of nights ago. Well, yesterday, actually. Roamed around. This is the kind of thing that we do with the community team. We roam around and just kind of blow off steam and have some fun, blow up people, roam around. Just PvP and have a blast at the end of the week.
Yeah, we went out in a bunch of Galenti-themed ships. It's probably be shared that, but I don't know if we have the skin picture available of the victory skins, because if we do, that would be super awesome to throw up right now.
I had something completely planned. We were going to go do wolves or something, and then the guys were like, hey, can we do something with the skins? And I looked over which ships actually had them. There was a comp just sitting there, which worked out really well.
Yeah, we took out a couple of Executor Navy issues. We had some Aneros reps from I believe it was Mystical Might and CCP Zealous, who were our Logi Bros. CCP Zealous, of course, the superior Logi Bro there. And we had, of course, a couple of Merm Navies as well. These skins just look phenomenal. And all the teams that have won at least one match get 10 skins per win. So it's pretty awesome. I genuinely love these skins. I think they are some of the best looking skins we've ever
produced. I want to buy one. Whoever wins one, please sell me one.
Oh yeah. I'll be buying one for sure as well. So we have our next match coming up in a few minutes. It's going to be another exciting one, I think. Arrival versus Templis CALSF. Let's take a look at the bands. Okay, Arrival going for the Arbitrator, the Talia, the Leshak, and the Crucifier. Templis, Guardian, Oneros, Blackbird, Executor Navy issue. Blackbird Pirates, we haven't really seen many Leshak bands.
We haven't. That's that was kind of what I was thinking. I was like, that's an interesting choice. Leshak's obviously, it's a very, very good ship on TQ for certain niche things, and it's kind of in the same boat for the AT, where there's very specific setups where it's very good, but they are extremely high points. So it is a 25-point ship. It is the highest point of any ship that you can have besides, like the Balgorns and the Widows. And it's kind of been solved, I think. There was a tournament a while ago where they were drastically underpointed, which is why that they are in the state that they are now, where they were extremely dominant, and there was this Vindicator Balgorn Leshak comp, which you could still fly maybe, but you'd use up I think 73 of your 100 points if you did it. But in personal opinion is that I think that the Leshak comp has been solved. We kind of know how to deal with them at this point. It's a little weird that Arrival banned it out, but maybe they're afraid of it. I think Arrival is kind of in the spot where they're farther than they think that they would have made it in this tournament. At least, maybe that's me saying that. Maybe they're like, no, we're fantastic. We're going all the way. But I feel like Arrival is farther than they maybe were prepared for. And now they're just like, all right, you know what? We don't know how to beat Leshak. Get rid of it. We're not going to deal with it.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if Arrival came up against Odins at any point, but they haven't. Odins are a team that's kind of known for still using that Leshak comp, double Leshak as well, 52 points into 2 ships, and they seem to have had success with it. They had success last year getting to the grand finals, using it way more than anybody else. But I mean, this is not a match against Odin Scholars, it's a match against Templis, and I don't recall them having much use of it. Templis, in fact, bringing a flagship Barghest in this particular matchup. CCPB, any thoughts going into this one?
I mean, I saw they were banning the Exec Navy, which seems to be a very popular thing to ban. It's a very cheap ship and super good for what it does. I think Blackbird was also banned there. I mean, it looks like they don't want the Blackbird just ECM just aids that people have been having to deal with lately. I think it's going to be a really interesting match.
I think so too. I was just looking to see the bands, but I can't find them, and probably don't have time to show them again anyway. But you'll see them on the sides of the UI. Don't worry, we put them there for you guys, just in case you, like us, forget them immediately after they've been removed from your direct eyesight, which is exactly what happens to me. Sometimes I'm talking and they vanish, and I'm like, oh, that's it. It's just all falling straight out the back of my head. Anyway, time to go to the arena for Arrival versus Templis CALSF with our casters, Basilisk and Fear Vina.
Welcome everybody to the arena, and we do indeed have Templis CALSF in blue, bringing what looks to be a shield kite comp, fairly standard shield kite with a flag Barghest piloted by the last Spartan. And Fear, why don't you talk us through Arrival?
It is pseudo-dat. They've got a Talos instead of an Oracle, which is a little bit of a difference compared to normal. But they have the Augur, that Tech 1 Cruiser Logi. We'll see how well that goes up against the Shield Kite setup with the Shield Barghest, Shield Flag Barghest that does around 1500 DPS. Very strong ship. HMLs also on the Caracal Navy issue, but importantly, and the Claymore, but importantly, they've still got Rapid Lights to do with the low end with this Orthrus and Osprey Navy issue, Caracal, and of course Jackdaw with regular LMLs. So it's going to be a tight match. Both these teams wanting to get range control at some variety. We see immediate damage going on this Caracal of 3 brand coming out from the Arrival side.
Yeah, they need to get transversal up quickly. As you were mentioning the Talos, I think the reason they choose that is just because I imagine it has far better range with large rails compared to the Oracle, and that's the main concern here. I think Arrival, when they've played this comp before and they did it again this match, they warp everything in at 50. They want to start off at range and try to snipe something. They did try and snipe the Caracal. They've taken a couple of shots at the Jackdaw. No real progress being made, but on the other side, Furious in the Harbinger is going into half armor here.
Yeah, and this is kind of the advantage of a shield kite setup, right? Not only do you do more DPS, generally speaking, even if it does come in bursts, you're also just faster than the armor medium gun span comps. So, and your damage doesn't fall off with range. So there is a range when you're going to do more damage than them, and you're going to be able to maintain that range control a whole lot easier. We see the damage going into this Harbinger of Furious Nakar. He is going to be repped back up as more damage is now going to Jesse Swall in the Harb Navy. Meanwhile, Arrival, they're going for this Barghest the last Spartan. I would expect them to be very blingy reps on this, as this is a team that has quite a bit of history in the AT, having won the Alliance Open, of course. They do have the ISK to spend on tank mods as well as everything else for the Barghest.
We see first blood. The Jesse Swale in that Harbinger Navy goes down. They can't tank it. I feel like Templis, in many aspects of this match, has the upper hand here, not just in getting that kill, but I mean, they've got range, they've got damage, they've got the Logi advantage. I mean, they've got an Augur compared to a Simi. The Augur is, I would imagine, going to struggle a lot more on cap and survivability. I'm not really sure what Arrival has in their favor here. I mean, they've got EM damage for the damage profile, but I mean, they're up against a Claymore and a Simi. It's not great. They can't really burn in. There's a Hyena on the other side. I feel like Templis just has this under complete control here.
So they do more damage up Os, which is the advantage of the medium gun span, but as we also see, this Barghest of the last Spartan is playing for Scream for the rest of his team, as you do when you have an officer heavy scram. Would expect it to be a Tobias or a Gotans, as you do on a team as flushed with cash as the Templis CALSF's team. There's damage going on to this Orthrus of Oriana Komariski, but he was around the natural shield regen point and actually got a quick burst of reps coming in, as the Harbinger of Furious Nakar, the next target from Templis CALSF, is going down. It looks like Templis are just going to run away with this one now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they could apply there, because I can see 4 target painters coming from Templis onto that Harbinger, so he tries to run, but I mean, when you've got all these ships in range, pumping missiles into you, including this flag Barghest, the Augur just can't keep you up, and now it's looking like Jack Renekton, the Omi Nevishu, he's got a bit too close for comfort. He is going to start taking massive damage here going through armor, and it seems like they're just ignoring the Augur. They know that if they've got the Barghest clip and they judge the EHP of their target correctly, they can just go straight through it. They may lose the Caracal of 3 brand. He does get caught just in time by Curtis in half hull. Is he going to go down? I'm not sure, but it's not really going to make much difference here. They are going to lose the Omen Navy at the same time, and it's going to be wrapped up for Templis, surely.
I mean, maybe a little bit too soon. The Augur does a lot of damage for a Tech 1 logistics cruiser, and, you know, you can get good hits in if you get into range. We actually saw some good screening coming in from the Hyena of Stalents, keeping the Absolution off of his backline and off of the Barghest, who, of course, has that long-range scram, which we haven't seen been used yet, but definitely he has it, because this is Templis, and I wouldn't expect them to put a faction scram on their flag Barghest. More damage damage going on Oriana Komoriski on this Orthrus. He is down into armor, and he's below that 30% natural shield regen point, so he should go down unless there are some miracle reps. And
Curtis has got this under control. Curtis has got this situation under control, and this Orthrus 10% armor, 15% armor, he saves him. And on the other side, the Vigilant is just toothless, Blacktooth Tony, toothless in this situation. He's running around trying to web what he can. He does finally catch the Barghest, but he's probably going to eat shit. Indeed, he does eat shit, and the Vigilant goes down. I mean, when you're playing a Vigilant into a Hyena, you know, it's so difficult. You've got such limited range. You've got the 90% web, but to get in range, you have to put yourself in a position where the Hyena is obviously just going to stick his webs on you. I want to give a shout out to Stalens. He's been doing a great job just controlling this match, making sure nothing gets too close for comfort and allowing Templis to just deconstruct this team from arrival.
Yeah, long-range webs do very well into bonus percent webs without a range bonus, especially when you're stuck with a T2 web on either of those ships. No use for faction webs here. Damage going on to this Augur of Howling Wind. He's going to go down, and then it's just going to be one after another. Templis CALSF running away with this match very quickly. Last Spartan has been untouched. There's no damage onto the Simi of Curtis using the medium gun spam, but he is not currently tackled. He's holding around the natural shield regen point, and he's got an XLASB, so he should be able to live quite easily as more damage goes on his Talos, and that is a paper Talos.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately going to be the end of Arrival. They are going to be knocked out from this loss, and Templis, however, will go on to face Truth.Honor.Light. And to be honest with you, I am grateful that Virion managed to kill that Osprey Navy issue, because it could be us in this position right now. So shout out to Virion for killing that Osprey earlier with the last missile in his clip. Great work. I'd rather be in the upper bracket than down here, because this is a very scary place to be. We're going to have Templis, Truth.Honor.Light, and Tuskers against Boundary Experts in the lower bracket. But I believe... yeah, no, so those will occur next. So I think it's going to be Tuskers Boundary Experts coming up after this. There's no easy matches anymore at this stage in the tournament. Teams are fighting for, I think it's top 6 in the lower bracket, top 3 in the upper bracket. No easy matches, no easy seedings, no room for error.
No room for error at all. I'd also like to, if we can rewind the clock a little bit, a couple years. These are two teams that kind of made a name for themselves in the Alliance Open. Arrival, at the time they were called Weekend Warriors, ended up knocking Hydra down to the lower bracket early on in the tournament. And what a lot of people saw as an upset, especially because, as Weekend Warriors suggest, there are a bunch of players that only really played on the weekends. So they've been doing very well from then on, swapping over to Arrival as their Alliance name. And Templis CALSF, of course, they've won Alliance Open. Yeah, they've been consistently strong in ATs before, but as the Cal Mill role players of the AT community, they haven't had as much success as they had in Alliance Open, and definitely getting into the top 8 is something that they'll be very happy with this tournament. It is, I think, better than they placed last year, so very well done for them. This Og Navy, the last one to go down, and after that we're going to send it back to the desk. Baza, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I actually noticed on the graphic earlier, it wasn't something I was aware of at the time until it popped up earlier, but Templis, their 2 losses last year in last year's Alliance tournament were to Odins and Hydra. So, you know, on paper you could say they might have been the 3rd best team. They lost to the 2 ultimate finalists. So maybe a downturn in form recently as the Augur Navy does go down. But Templis may be having a resurgence this year. We're going to send it back to the desk.
Arrival leaving and heading home, courtesy of Templis CALSF, in quite a controlled victory by the Templis team there. They seem to have it pretty much in hand throughout that match. That gives us now our top 8 teams. Every team remaining in Alliance Tournament 19 is now in the top 8, so the number of prize ships going up. We can see here all the teams that started this morning. Only Boundary Experts, Fraternity, Hilvanzi, Barcode, Templis CALSF, nope, they're gone. The Tuskers Co., Truth.Honor.Light, and White Flag are remaining. Of course, Truth.Honor.Light, the only team without their flagship. Templis CALSF should be red and eliminated. No, I did it the wrong way around. Arrival are red and eliminated. Oh, God, reading is so difficult. Oh, I hate reading. I don't like to read. I like to just
I don't know how to read, so
reading is so hard.
That's
man.
how I get away with this. I just, I'm like, let's make things up.
What I can read is the Arrival brought a Talos and a Vigilant. What do you think of that?
I think those are good choices to bring if you were maybe trying to do some goofy small game comp on TQ. Actually, I do like the Talos. I should bring that back a bit. We actually saw a game where a Blaster Talos did a fantastic job. It is a really cool ship. They do have, kind of the weaknesses that they're relatively easy to kill, but they do a ton of damage. Vigilants are terrible. You should not bring them in the AT. I understand why they brought it was because they wanted to bring something that was like, oh, well, they banned out some of the max threat ships. Vigilants have medium railguns in our cruiser. That's basically a Vexor Navy issue, or not an Executor Navy issue, that one. But they just don't have it. Like, they don't have the extra range. Their damage is actually not that good, despite having a big damage bonus. And 90% webs are awesome on a Vindicator, because a Vindicator has a lot of HP and do that. But on a Vigilant?
A little bit too squishy.
You don't like the Vigilant either, then?
No, and I also think that, Talos is also kind of a squishy ship. But it's kind of weird, like the Oracle, we see it every now and then, and we're like, is it going to be like bait tanked, super tanky, or is it going to be like this squishy, just damage monster? And you never know, like 100%.
Yeah, those are definitely ships that, like the classic meme of putting the Mittani in a polarized Augur Navy that Gunstorm Federation once did. Of course, everybody thought, hey, it's Mittani, they're going to just bait tank him because everyone's going to shoot him first. Nope, they were 7 head in that one, and of course just fit polarized, and he did a buttload of damage. They still didn't do very well in the tournament, as is tradition for Gunswarm. All right, that was Templis. We actually can go to Moderator and see what their captain had to say about things.
Templis CALSF, and typically we operate in low sec in the Caldari Galente faction warfare space.
So you're the Alliance Executor for Templis, and your captain is the Last Spartan. What's the dynamic between you and him like?
We've been friends for many years at this point. We also have a third element to that in Aurorical. We make a really good trio to lead the Alliance and manage the tournament team.
Templis has been in the tournament scene for some time, and you've grown from kind of this, upstart people were joking about being kind of faction warfare scrubs. I remember you guys being around in the old Even T days, and now you've grown into one of the contenders. What was that process like? How did you grow from being kind of an upstart team to being one of the top contenders?
It was a lot of hours of practice on Singularity and Thunderdome. We practiced against a lot of very good teams, and we spent, I want to say, at least 2 years before we really started to rise, just losing and losing on a weekly basis until we got better.
So having been around the block as many times as you guys have been, who are some of the rivalries that you have?
I'm not sure that we consider ourselves to have any specific rivals. We faced a lot of good teams, and there's certainly a lot of history behind some of the matches that we go into, like against Hydra, or another one of the ones that we like to consider is if we ever go up against Galente or Minmatar faction warfare corporations, we always get a little bit more of a narrative kick from that when we face those teams.
Proving that you guys are, in fact, the best faction warfare alliance.
Exactly.
With that, what are some of the strengths that your team has?
We're a small team. We usually only have a few subs all season long. So through rigorous hours of practice, I'd say we're very good at getting on each other's wavelength by the time the tournament comes up. And it's a very cohesive unit that flies. Spartan makes the calls. We follow. Everybody's feeding the correct amount of information to everybody else come game day. it's a very smooth operating unit.
And of that roster, who would you kind of point to as some of the star players or real playmakers on the field?
Spartan, of course, being team captain. We've got Curtis in Logi, who is one of the finest Logi pilots I've seen. We've also got Killa 542, who is usually larger ship sizes that has tendency to do some very good plays mid-game.
Last year, you guys made top 8, but you got knocked out against Hydra Reloaded. This year, in the theaters, you qualified by knocking out high-sec miners in the very first round fairly decisively. Looking kind of at your bracket, where do you guys see yourself, and what are your goals for this year's tournament?
The goals for this year are definitely not to do any worse than last year, so top 8 or better.
And that's kind of an expectation you have is, you know, we're Templis, we're more than good enough. That's where we should be. We want to be showing that we're one of the better teams and can earn those prize ships.
Exactly. We know we can do it. We've done it before. We just got to prove that we can do it again.
What do you think are going to be some of the keys to your execution to earn that spot?
I think for this year, it's going to be having a more varied comp list. I know one of the things that we got hung up on last year, if you look at the tapes, I think we ran the same setup 4 or 5 out of our 6 matches or something. And I do think that ended up hurting us. But we've learned, and we'll have some more stuff in store this time around.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, and best of luck on Grid.
Yeah, thanks so much.
There you go, moderator talking to Templis CALSF. They secured their goal. They said they wanted to do no worse than last year. They got top 8 last year, and we're already a top 8 right now. So they cannot do any worse, which is great for them. I really like hearing these interviews with the different teams. It's always good to get a little bit of personality behind the teams, learn a little bit about them, especially the ones that maybe we don't hear from as much as others. So thank you very much to moderator for doing those, and Mystical Might, who helped him organize it, and Disc Reader, who you saw earlier on today, been doing all the editing to chop these down to a nice digestible size for us. So good job, everybody involved. Okay, our next match, Boundary Experts versus the Tuskers. Let's take a look at the bans. Boundary Experts banning out the Deacon, the Curse, the Hyena, the Barghest, and the Tuskers going for the Guardian, the Neros, the Zarmaz, and the Hyena. The trickle bans from the double Hyena bans giving us the Sentinel and the Blackbird. Blackbird Pirate, your thoughts?
You know, especially after a couple of matches ago, I'm thinking the Zarmzad ban is a really, really good one. Tuskers banning all 3 Tech 2 Logi armor cruisers again. I think they did this on their last match. Very, very strong plan there. It really does force you into very specific setups here. Boundary Experts bans, Deacon is really strange. Like I said, we've seen a little bit of Logi Frigates being good, but they're not particularly explosive this year as they have been in the past. Other than that, I mean, Curse ban, it's a Curse ban. It's great. Barghest ban, that makes sense. They're probably trying to bait some flagships out. And then Sentinel and Blackbird, I mean, again, very powerful, but we did see against Boundary Experts, somebody banned a Blackbird, and they countered by bringing a Rook and a Falcon. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that again here.
Yeah, the fact it's a trickle ban, though, makes me think that the Tuskers are less concerned about ECM, so that could be a bit of a debate. Let's see if we can have a look at the team profiles for these 2 teams and check out a little bit of their history. So Boundary Experts, 29 people have flown for them, Avery Lewis being number 1, and they've won 8 matches, lost 5, and if you look on the right, you can see they lost against some pretty solid teams. Odins Call, who obviously just got eliminated, but last year's 2nd place. Deepwater Hooligans last year, and then we're going down to Odins Call again in Alliance Tournament 17, where they got pretty high up, I believe. Let's switch over to the Tuskers. So Tuskers, more people have flown with them. That makes sense. They've been around for a very long time in the tournament scene. They won Alliance Tournament 14. Latronicus was their long-time logistics pilot. I believe he's retired now, as is Sully, who was their captain. But we see Skylar Hawk still on field, so he's still flying around Deacon in the last match. And again, look at on the right, the only teams they've lost to in recent years: White Flag, a solid team; Truth.Honor.Light, last year's champions; Odin's Call, last year's 2nd place, and they beat teams like Platinum Sensitivity, like Truth.Honor.Light. They have wins against really, really good teams, so definitely not a team to count out at any point. The Tuskers were top 4 last year, getting themselves a direct invite into this year's festivities. I see Boundary Experts bringing a flagship Barghest and Tuskers bringing their flagship Armageddon. Both of these teams are going to have deep pockets, Bart.
I certainly hope so. They won a lot of AT ships and skins last year, and like, why not sell some of those and invest in your ships? But the cool thing is that there's an almost 100% chance that some flagship here will die, which is great because flagships exploding is fantastic. In fact, more of them should do that. I feel like today has not been as flagship explodey as perhaps the last time we were doing this.
Yeah, I feel like a number of teams in the elimination matches have actually held back their flagships and not brought them. So teams being eliminated with an intact flagship, which is cowardly. Yes, indeed. Okay, I think it's time to head over to the arena for Boundary Experts versus the Tuskers with our casters Mark Resurrectus and Chad Flame.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, it's me, Mark Resurrectus, with the brilliant Chad Flame. Here we have a fascinating setup. We have Tuskers versus Boundary Experts, and the team from Tuskers in blue, the team from Boundary Experts in red. Tuskers has brought a drone comp. That is a full newt flagship, Get a Navy rather, piloted by VLD Marome, double EOS, double Arbitrator, Pontifex, dual Thalia, Kruger, and Vexer. Chad Flame, our team is from Boundary Experts. What have we got?
We are looking at a armor missile kiting setup, topped by a Bargas Typhoon fleet issue, Hugin for some webs, Orthrus, Augur, double command ship, a Dracarys Mollis Crucifier. We're starting off this match. Links have popped, and the time has begun.
Yeah, you see very quickly these teams are going to get into position. You can see the team; they're almost going, spiraling away from each other. You can see the EOS is quickly dropping all of their sentries before moving out away from the center of the match. That being said, you can see they're starting to this team from Boundary Experts starting to pull a little bit closer towards the center, maybe looking to make a play on those EOSs, but they have pulled back now, so they're creating some space across the middle here.
And Tuskers over here dropping those drones and primarying the Augur, which barely is holding at this point. It looks to be stabilized at what it is at, which is not exactly what you'd like. Slowly going down, actually, bleeding. But we have webs now on the flag Get a Navy on the Tusker side.
Yeah, that
and
Augur
those have dropped.
That Augur desperately needs to keep that speed up in order to out-track those sentries who are going to be, those sentries will be on him whenever they have the opportunity, looking for an easy target. Attention now being pulled back towards Silo Kashun in the Crucifier. But I say that Sveinblot in the Augur is still taking a lot of damage right now. He's pulled back as far as he can outside the arena. He's 119 kilometers from the center, absolutely boxed in over here. And you can see all of his homies coming over there to try and maybe pull off, lend some assistance, but there's nothing they can do. He's dipping now into structure. And if they lose this Logi, which they just did, they are going to be in a world of hurt because this Tuskers team is untouched.
And that is a tough spot to be in. You know, now they're shooting the Orthrus, not known for its armor tank at all. That's not going to be around very long with that Augur off grid. And yet nothing has really been damaged on the Tuskers team.
Yeah, you can see they're putting a little bit of damage into the Kruger, but I don't know if that's the right choice here. But again, there's a lot of control. The Orthrus does go down. There's a lot of control on the side of Tuskers. Both those arbitrators can make things really difficult for this team. Now, poor Chad Hammercock in the Hugin, absolutely getting smacked through his shields by this drone damage. And what drone damage it is, Chad Flame.
Yeah, it seems like those EOSs, you know, really dropping drones right away, getting damage out, automatically applying. It doesn't really, you know, the Crucifier and the Mollis are not, and the Dracarys even, are not even really able to do much. Drones having a mind of their own. You don't need to actually be able to lock targets to use them. You know, you can drone bunny off to somebody, they auto-aggress. Chad Hammercock goes down, and let's see what they send their drones to next.
Devastating, devastating. Chad Hammercock does drop. Looks like they will be going on to the Magus of Titanian, perhaps trying to take out Lynx. I'm not sure if I saw him pop Lynx earlier. I assume he has Lynx, being a command destroyer. You can see a little bit of damage now going back onto the Kruger, but again, they've barely even broken through the shields of this armor comp from Tuskers. They've been at a loss for targets. They haven't applied too much damage anywhere.
And, you know, showing once again today that the double control of these arbitrators, weapon disrupting, especially not able to kill that controlling low end, that's really making a difference in this match, you know, screening and getting those reps off with the SIG of those two T2 Logi frigates and the Talias. It's making a huge difference having those arbitrators here as we see the Typhoon fleet now enter armor.
Oh, Yeah, Alexander Choringen getting chunked. Call him Alexander Chunkington. That sounded a lot better in my head than it did out loud. But again, taking a lot of damage right now. You can see these swarm of blue drones all around him, not even counting the sentries. This comp from Tuskers, he's desperately trying to smart bomb away, but he is held down in place by Mirror Chief in the EOS. He's getting ready to drop into structure, and that will do it for the Typhoon fleet, who is in a world of hurt.
And they already have the follow-up target pick. They have Scram and Web on the flagship Barghest of Boundary Experts, and they're about to go in on that, making sure that they take out that flagship and kill as much ISK or get as much ISK from that loot as possible.
Yeah, and these EOS is such an interesting use of the EOS because you effectively turn your biggest DPS ships into almost heavy tackle after a certain point, because the EOS just has to sit here on top of him, hold him in place. Now, Xander Audiles in the flag Barghest is going to try and newt him off, and you can see him trying to do that right now, but all he has to do is give time for his friends to come by. You do see another one just dropped. Was that the Pontifex of Mokisaki just dropped as well. This team from Boundary Experts now on their back foot. They've barely, again, they've not even scratched the armor of any of these ships from Tuskers. Tuskers looking for a commanding 100-0 win in this match before they advance.
It's funny enough you say that. They're actually going to be looking to win 100-1 because they gave a point to the Boundary Experts team, and that's the only point it looks like they're going to be able to actually collect from this match due to the outstanding control bar that Tuskers has presented to them and put a massive hill to climb for Boundary Experts, and they just were not able to climb that. As we see the flag Barghest dipping into low armor and not looking to hold grid very long.
We did just see I think it was the... somebody boundaried. They got 227K away, I think. Very impressive. Xander Audiles in the Barghest is going to drop. That is flagship down, and if this team from Tuskers is smart, which of course they are, they will scoop that loot, as much of it as they can, before they kill off the final carries of Back Slack Chew. And then this match will be over. Tuskers will advance to face the winner of Templis CALSF and Truth.Honor.Light in the 6th round of the losers bracket. We send it back to the desk with CCP Overload, moderator, or rather Black Bart Pirate, and CCPB.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe they
just
get
the sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no! Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys. On dock now. Do it now.
Tuskers, they're bringing us a comp we don't normally see anymore these days. The Sentry drone comp, using it to great effect to knock Boundary Experts out. They go out as top 8. Last year they made top 12, so a little bit of an improvement for them. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. They win more prize ships than last year, more skins than last year, I'm sure as well. But the Tuskers continue to march onwards to try and get back to top 4 and maybe beyond where they were last year. Black Bart Pirate, Sentry drones. Question mark? Please explain.
Sentry drones, yeah. This is actually cool because you always see teams like Theory craft this idea, well, what if we bring a bunch of drone boats and then drop sentries kind of near the middle, because then we can hit everybody in the entire arena, and wouldn't that be a great idea, and it'll be super fantastic, and it always doesn't work, except for this time. And the thing is that sentry drones are pretty good. They do a good amount of damage, but they're not quite good enough to punch through Tech 2 Logi, especially of the armor variety. So Tuskers, being smart, very wrinkled brains, intelligent people, to steal your words, they banned all the Tech 2 armor Logi, and then it actually worked. We saw that Augur, I think at some point it was at about 120 to 122 kilometers away from the center of the arena. As we've talked about before, if you go 125, you get explodified instantly. Very good piloting on their part to try and stay as far away as possible, but the EOSs, they have a very, very high drone bonus range, and they basically dropped bouncers that can, in fact, hit that far. I believe the Armageddon Navy issue dropped Wardens, which are the super long-range snipey Caldari drones, and they were just barely able to take down the Augur, and then once that's down, you just kind of start mopping up, and you couldn't get away from them at all. I think that maybe Boundary Experts could have done some, perhaps ram the Barghest into the middle and just say, all right, we know that we're in a flagship, we're putting it in the danger zone, but sometimes you got to do that. But yeah, Tuskers is doing really interesting and weird stuff this tournament, but it seems to be working pretty well. I mean, they're now, top 6, I think? I think that's the official, yeah.
Yeah, so Tuskers banned basically all 3 Tech 2 logistics cruisers there, and I'm pretty sure that if Boundary Experts if that match is exactly the same, except Boundary Experts are in a Guardian or a Neros, they win, because there's no way the sentries are able to just chip away. I mean, the Tech 1 doesn't have the same resists, it doesn't have the same amount of ability to tank as well, and we saw, as you say, he was right close to the edge of the arena, just barely holding on. We also saw CCBB that as he was going so fast, there was a cloud of rep bots that just couldn't quite keep up. It's just sort of you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. If you slow down to let the rep bots catch up, you get wrecked even harder. What do you think was going through the team's mind there?
I mean, it's rough once you've already pulled all that range. You're still taking damage, and you're at the boundary exit, you're at the edge, and you're like, I got to do something. I got to keep turning here. It was rough. I thought it was super interesting to see them bring the flag, get Navy, but ban 3 Tech 2 logistics. And I was like, well, what's the plan here? And they show up with 2 deacons, and I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. It's a pretty cool comp.
Yeah, it was very good. Let's see if we can take a look at the EOS as a ship. We're seeing a lot more this year, I feel, than some previous years, except, of course, the infamous drone meta from AT12, when you could bring pretty much as many of anything as you wanted, and it turns out EOS was super popular, and they would bring them and drop all the drones. Everyone would push F, and then 10 minutes later, one of the teams would have pushed F harder and would have won. I mean, you could even see, the top teams are, some of them are from, a proper throwback. Nelly Secunda, long dead alliance at this point. Hard Knock Systems as well, like to use it. PL, I mean, it's PL, and then Rokapel and Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. So teams back then using it, and you see a little bit of a bump starting again. So perhaps maybe the EOS will rise further through the rest of this tournament. It does seem to be, as you say, Bart, one of the more hard to kill ships, and now we've seen the Sentry drone comp. Do you think we might see maybe some more like that?
I don't think so. I think that's kind of a Tuskers, magic secret sauce situation. You have to remember, so we only have some amount of matches left today, and then the finals tomorrow. So sometimes when you see the major meta shakeups, it'll be between day 1 and day 2, which we are seeing a lot of interesting and different setups this time. We're seeing a lot more of these E-War setups, a lot more control setups, a lot more sort of the harder to execute, maybe if not necessarily higher tier setups right now. The thing about the EOS 2, though, is if you look at the actual statistics up on that screen that is no longer up there, so I'm not going to try and get the exact number correctly, we've seen 30 EOSs in this tournament out of we're on match 55. So it's not the huge giant bar because people aren't running triple EOS into triple EOS drone setups like they did in AT12.
12.
Nailed it. But we are seeing a lot of EOSs because it is probably the best armor command ship in the game. It's insanely tanky, as we saw with Truth.Honor.Light. It does a ton of damage. It's super versatile, and it gives really, really good links. And links are just insanely important. We've seen 1 or 2 teams lose because they didn't bring info links. EOSs are just ridiculously good ships. I think that it's one of the ones that you'll see some of the really high-tier teams ban because they know that taking the EOS out actually can completely mess up people's setups.
Yeah, CCPB, one of the other things we saw in that match was, obviously, as Bart mentioned, the EOSs dropped Praetors at the start because they get the range bonus. The Navigeddon dropped the Wardens because they're just long range. It seemed later on that those were still on grid. The teams abandoned those and dropped heavy drones instead. Tell me about abandoning drones and why you might do that.
You can abandon your drones to instantly put out a new set, and then have that set be the one that's actually doing the damage. Sometimes your drones might be out of range, and you don't have the time to burn back 20 kilometers, pick them up, and then put out a new set. You're much better off just dropping a new set, and abandoning it is the quickest way.
Yeah, the Boundary Experts, they also lost their flagship Barghest. Let's see if we could take a quick look at that kill mail and have a quick peek. So looks like just about 14 billion, so relatively respectable. Some Vespas modified rapid heavy missile launchers making up a large portion of that, nearly 9 bill in launchers, which is quite something. And other than that, relatively straightforward, nothing too wild. Bart?
Almost relatively straightforward. If you take a look at the mid slots on that, which again it just disappeared, but we'll probably see it again.
I have it here.
I can see it. Well, it's all up here, right?
It's on Zkill too.
It is. There's actually 2 missile guidance computers on it, which is super weird. Because normally what you're going to do when you're doing this kind of setup is you might bring like some webs, you might bring, especially the officer. It's back. Excellent. So they only brought 1 faction scram. One of the powers of the Flag Barghest is you can actually get like insanely long-range scrams on it. So Boundary Experts thought that they were going to have a bunch of missile guidance disruption, and they countered it and then didn't have to deal with it and got wrecked by sentries instead. And this is where you get that weird meta where a certain team will say, okay, we think we know what their plan is. We're going to counter it with our ship fits. Oh, crap, that's not what their plan is. We just wasted 2 of our mid slots. So, perhaps, I don't know if it would have mattered, but maybe if they could have brought extra scrams or extra SIBOs or, who knows, an extra remote SIBO, they maybe could have pushed in a little bit harder. Again, also, we see 2 newts instead of a smart bomb. What if that ship had a smart bomb and just drove into the middle of the sentry drones and started blowing them all up? We'll never know. They're out. But hey, flagship fitting, the meta is getting crazy. We're in that final stretch already.
Yeah, we did notice during the match that there was only guidance disruption landing on the 2 arbitrators, which is almost a waste. And they also had I think it was a crucifier on grid as well. Let me just double check. Yeah, a crucifier. So all that potential guidance and tracking disruption with nowhere to go. You can put it like weapon disruption onto sentries, but there's way more sentries than you have crucifiers really in this case. So it was always going to be a losing battle. But there you go. That's it. Like we say, they did better than last year, so good job, team. All right, let's move on to our next match, which is going to be Truth.Honor.Light versus Templis CALSF. Take a quick look at those bands. Truth.Honor.Light going for the Osprey, the Barghest, the Osprey Navy issue, and the Caracal. Templis going for the Guardian, the Oneirus, the Blackbird, and the Sleipnir. Bart, your thoughts on this one?
Truth.Honor.Light appears to drastically dislike the color blue, as they are banning out pretty much everything that you need for any of the main Caldari ships. We did just see Templis use a Caldari missile kite to great effect. I don't think they'll be using it this time, and if they do, they're going to be trying to sort of shoehorn it in. So that's pretty interesting. Templis CALSF basically banned, I would... Not to say they are a generic team, but that is like probably one of the most generic lines of bans we've seen. Curse is not banned for the first time.
Curse is not banned. Good point, Blackbird Pirate. CSPB, any further thoughts on what we might see here?
I see Templis are banning the Blackbird. Probably don't want to run to that Blackbird Rook. We're seeing the missile ships being banned from Truth.Honor.Light, but we're not seeing like a Nighthawk ban. So it's not like they're not saying, hey, we're worried about missile rush, shield rush. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of comp they're going to bring against them here.
I feel like the top teams tend to do this thing where they'll ban like 1 or 2 power ships from particular comp. You can still bring that comp, but it'll be weakened in a way that they feel comfortable defeating. Yeah. Whereas some other teams that maybe have less experience, they see a comp that they really want to face, and they like target ban 3 or 4 ships from that particular comp, so that that team just can't bring that at all. But of course, they could bring something else that's still at full power. Bart, what level does this strategy of ban start to become really important?
Kind of like day 1 is obviously important, but once we get into this, like some of these teams specialize in certain setups. Templis, I've been saying for years, and the interview we heard where they only had a couple comps, Templis has been kind of known for flying like 1 to 2 specific setups in the time. One of them is the shield rush, and it did get fairly banned out. Obviously, they're gonna, in true commentary and caster analysis function, they're gonna bring a shield rush and be like, haha, you're dumb, you don't know what you're talking about. But I think that Truth.Honor.Light really did target that. Templis is known for being incredibly good at executing that specific setup, as we saw versus Arrival. Truth.Honor.Light's hard to ban against because they do weird stuff. They are kind of the peak of the theory crafting meta in a lot of ways, but as we've seen before, being the peak of the theory crafting meta, that doesn't actually mean you're going to win, because you can out-meta yourself, out-gigabrain yourself, and go from like a 9-head to a 1-head, and then you just lose in a best of one, which, hey, we're still in best of ones.
Yeah, and we did see Truth.Honor.Light nearly drop to Odins call in a best of one just a little bit ago. So, you know, these teams are playing match after match after match on a day like this. They have to finish. They have to be like, okay, you know, just throw that away, you know, learn whatever we have to from it. Let's move on to the next one. Immediately, they're probably thinking about bans, strategies, looking at their next opponents and trying to work it out. So this is a long day for these teams, but we can make it longer, but seeing if they win. So let's head over to the arena with our casters Baza and Fear.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side, it is Truth.Honor.Light that have brought some sort of armor control thing. I have never seen this archetype before, but because it's Truth.Honor.Light, I'm gonna say it's good, but it's got a Widow Taunt comp, so it's a Widow Taunt comp.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. On the other side, Templis bringing something fairly similar to what they showed earlier in the tournament. I believe last time it was a Lashak and a Vindi. This time it's a Lashak and a Balagorn. I will just check whether that Balagorn has guns. It does not. So it's going to be a full Newt and Nos Balagorn, backed up with a couple, well, 3 Arbitrators. They like those Arbitrators, clearly. 5 medium drones, pretty good. You get a bunch of TDs, a bunch of GDs. How this matchup goes, I'll be honest, I have no clue off the bat. And I think Templis landing here are going to have a very tough job on sort of quickly figuring out what the weakness of this Hydra comp is. How do you break this down?
Yeah, I mean, Hydra, they've brought a Curse versus 3 Arbitrators, so as we see lots of Guidance Disruptors going out onto the Widow, onto the Damnation, on Purifier, on the Hound. Don't actually see any Tracking Disruptors going out, but that's because there aren't any gunboats from the Truth.Honor.Light side. There is some damage going on to the carries right now. Meanwhile, all the Tracking Disruptors from this Curse going on to Lashak of the Last Spartan. He can bring that gun range down very, very, very low, and if he can't get right on top of the Widow, he's not going to be able to kill it. And this Widow, very important, has the strongest jams in the game, and does do a little bit of DPS, which is not something we typically expect out of an E-Warship, but because it's a Black Ops, it does have a bit more DPS than you'd expect from, say, the T1 counterpart in the Scorpion.
Yeah, they are actually going to kill off Stalence and the Hyena here. There's loads of drones. I think the drone damage is what's causing these kills, both on Stalence and the damage that's going on to Nith, but it's now been repaired up. Stalence does get caught by his Logifreak buddies here, and I think this is going to be a very long, drawn-out affair, although Last Spartan now taking large chunks of armor. Maybe they need to, I think that Last Spartan's trying to smop them off these DPS bots, but obviously any rep bots that are running maybe from the Arbitrator, etc., will get smop bombed. I see those get recalling, and Spartan's still smop bombing. So he has forced those drones off. Loads of red DPS bots still on that Hyena, though.
Something I noticed about this Widow, it is a cruise Widow. If you take a look at the gun, so it's doing some damage at range over towards the side of Templis CALSF. Meanwhile, Templis, they are trying to kill this Damnation right now. Warp out in the, or sorry, Brainstar, excuse me, in the Damnation, warp outs in the Widow. But as I said, a single Curse can bring Lashak's gun range down to fractions of what it should be, and Lashak has no fallout. Or no fall off.
So I think Hydra's plan here is to just take these 2 brick battle cruisers, the Eos and the Damnation, and just park them up in the front line and just rely on tanking them as they did before. I mean, General Hungary did epic work last time in that Zarmaz, and it looks like even though they're limited by the Logifrig range on Lethalia and Deacon, the comp they're up against basically only has the Lashak for DPS. So the Eos and the Damnation, if they just sit in the front line and hold what they need to, they'll hold for quite a long time. And on the other side, Curtis is taking chunks. There's damage spreading everywhere. They did actually keep Stalence alive. He went into Hull a little bit. They kept the Hyena alive. The Deacon's taking a little bit of damage. The Lashak, again, is taking a little bit of damage. There's just quite a lot of damage spread here. This is going to be a long, drawn-out affair. But I wonder how, as this match goes on, the Newts and Nosses and just overall evil from especially the 2 battleships on the Templar side, the Battlegorn on the Lashak, Newts and Nosses, how will they affect this match? Will the Damnation, the Eos lose Hardeners? Will the Widow lose Jams? Will the Frigates lose reps? It's going to be attritional for sure.
Wars of attrition, typically won by the team with a bigger control bar, but as we see, both teams have a massive one. These arbitrators doing quite a bit of work to this Widow, to this Damnation, of course, Purifier and Hound, which means that they're not actually able to kill this Leshak, and they're trying to go for the Logifrigs once again, but the Thali was able to survive last time. But as I say that, he goes into a structure. Curtis Ferridan, so low, he's bleeding structure right now. He's down.
And that's going to be collapsing. The Deacon has nothing to back him up. The Leshak has lost just half his reps. The arbitrators, if they're in the middle of anything, they've lost half their reps. It's going to be disastrous for Templis. I can expect to see this all fall apart now. The Hyena, he was living on the absolute brink of dying earlier. He's going to go down. You know, Templis need to do something. They're still only like halfway through this EOS. The Leshak has been spooling for 4 minutes, and they're still only just past halfway on this EOS.
Well, I mean, you say he's been spooling for 4 minutes, but if you take a look at the ship, well, he is trying to kill this EOS. The EOS is actually getting away from him, and we don't actually see the gun working on that Leshak right now.
He's not spooling at all.
It is the curse absolutely wrecking the Leshak while the Leshak is tackled and webbed and scrammed and can't actually get on top of his target. So, as we mentioned, a single curse absolutely wrecks a Leshak if there's nothing to deal with the curse. And since there are no damps from the side of Templis CALSF, this curse just makes the Leshak basically do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, as we touched on earlier about the 3 arbitrator gambit, is it really worth it? I mean, if you think about it, they're 6 points each, right? So the second one is effectively 8 points, if they're 7 points each at that point, and the third one is 10 points. Is a 10-point arbitrator really worth it? I'll leave that as a sort of rhetorical question for you, but for me
they're
personally,
8-point arbitrators, but
yeah, I mean, but I'm saying if you can have 2 of them, if one of them is 6 and the second one bumps them both to 7, the second one's effectively 8, right? And the third one is effectively 10. If you could have 2 for 7. You could instead have a 6-point Celestis and bump your other stuff up. You know, maybe get a second Deacon instead of the Thalia, get that little bit extra EHP, get a second, you know, whatever. I'm not going to do the theory crafting now, but there are other ships that they could have. I'm just not sure the value of that third arbitrator beats the damp, you know, the aspect of damps that lets you then win that E-War control, because as they're finding out, you come up against a Curse, a Widow, and it just becomes very, very difficult.
Well, and as I mentioned, you know, the curse basically nullifies the Leshak, but also the Widow basically nullifies the Leshak. The Widow jams, and the Leshak can't spool on him because he's cursed down to a handful of kilometers on his gun. He's not going to kill anything, and he's trying to kill the EOS right now.
I mean,
he's only lost the Thalia, but the last Spartan is way down in low armor, 30% remaining.
EOS, 4% armor on the EOS, 3% armor. Is Brainstraw going to break here? Are these Logi frigates going to burn in and save him? It looks like they're still quite far away. Deacon, Casper, and Thalia of General Hungary still far away. They are going to let the EOS go down here. Brainstraw half hull. Are they going to kill him? Are they going to have enough damage to break through the Leshak afterwards?
I mean, it's really tough because neither team has a whole lot of DPS. Grant you, a Cruise Widow still does more than you'd expect, considering the fact that it is a Black Ops, so it does have quite a bit more actual DPS than its Tech 1 counterpart. But at the same time, you know, the armor was dropping very slowly for the last part, and even though he only had 1 Logi frigate to his name, he might be able to recover a little bit, but he is at 20%. So as he continues to move in towards the Truth.Honor.Light team, we see this Vexor of Ferox 2070. Not Ferox 2070. Yeah, Ferox 2070 is the name of the pilot, not the name of the ship. Sorry, Vexor Ferox 2070 playing screen for the Leshak, so now he has to chew through this Vexor before he can do anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, it's another couple hundred DPS off the field if he kills the drones. It's a couple newts off the field, and the last Spartan is still holding. He killed that EOS 3 minutes 13 into the match, 2 minutes 40. He's in a better position than he was a minute ago. But the Deacon of 3 brand, no reps from his Logi buddy. He's going to go down, but if he dies, Templis is still ahead on points. They'll have to kill the Deacon and the Leshak or something else. Leshak obviously going to have a huge amount of hull HP. He's repping as much as he can. This Deacon just needs to heat as hard as he can, get as much HP into the Leshak as possible. 9% armor on the Leshak. He's still just on the edge here. Will Truth.Honor.Light have enough damage to kill him?
I mean, it's getting very close. These tracking disruptors, or these missile guidance disruptors, keeping the Widow and the Bombers from doing as much damage as they potentially could. He's back up to 14%, now 9% armor again on this Leshak, not spooling on Ferox. Or excuse me, is spooling on Ferox. He just got that back up. But Ferox 2070, the Widow and the Curse doing a whole lot to keep him alive right now.
And this Leshak is untackled. Oh no, he's webbed again. He broke free for a second there. He got his speed up again. Got webbed. Speed going up again. He's bleeding into hull here. 1 minute 45 seconds left in this match. Can they kill this Leshak? Is it even enough? I mean, is it even enough if they lose the
All the last Spartan has to do is live to win. Nothing else dies. This will be a very low-scoring match, but Truth.Honor.Light would be knocked out of the AT, and Templis would move on in the tournament and into the top 6.
I think
last
Templis,
Spartan, he's still bleeding structure, but he's at 10% armor at the moment. 47% structure. He's still doing damage to this Vexor. We have 1:17 left in the match. Last Spartan, the huge shot.
They still have DPS bots. They still have DPS bots out on the Vexor. If they had medium rep bots, that could be 15 medium rep bots from the arbitrators on the Leshak. But instead, he's going into hull 10%, hull 14% structure. He is going to go down here with a minute remaining, and Truth.Honor.Light, it looks like, are going to squeak through by the skin of their teeth yet again. Last Spartan goes down.
Very close match from Truth.Honor.Light. Still going to be relatively low scoring, as I don't think they can kill anything else. With the last Spartan finally falling, that means Truth.Honor.Light are going to make their way into the top 6, and Templis CALSF tie their record from last year in top 8. Unfortunately, not going to match their Alliance Open success this time around. GFs have been thrown in local and Baza. That was a very tense match, but not a whole lot of blood.
Yeah, I feel like, obviously, both these teams are going to be on the edge of their seat, but I feel like in the situation, when it's a slow, drawn-out match, you can maybe take a little bit of time. Maybe if you're someone who's died, for example, the Thalia, you can do a little bit of mental maths here and say, is it worth the DPS spots on the Vexor? You kill it, it's 4 points. But if you lose the Leshak, you're already down, 13 points? It doesn't make a difference. The priority needs to be keeping that Leshak alive. And I think those 15 medium bots from the Arbitrator, if they had them, sure, the Leshak is smart bombing, but it's going to take ages to smart bomb off DPS bots. And they might just launch more. So I think in that scenario, it may have been better to just stop the smart bombs and put the rep bots on and just hope for the best, because you're not going to kill. You just need to keep the Leshak alive, right? That needs to be your #1 priority. Keep the Leshak alive, live to win. But they couldn't do it, unfortunately. Truth.Honor.Light are going to move on through the heroic lower bracket run. Templis, unfortunately, knocked out, and we are going to send it back to the desk.
Kasich, you are one of 2 people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Truth.Honor.Light squeaking through by the skin of their teeth in another hard-fought victory for them. Templis really, really making it like that was a game, ladies and gentlemen. That was a game. Massive, massive props to the Deacon pilot on Templis side though. 3Brand, he was like hard carrying his team for like 7 minutes there. Once the Talia went down, it's normally super easy to just swap to that last remaining Tech 2 logistics frigates, they're relatively mobile. But he was getting like neutered, he was getting junked down into hull, he was flying in and out, he was coming down to rep his Leshak buddy. He kept himself alive and he kept his team alive for a long period of time, way longer than he had any right to do so. That was phenomenal piloting there, and it was like that Leshak, the jams from the Widow and Truth.Honor.Light were just, you could see they were causing a trouble. Obviously, we've talked previously about going for an EOS first, especially on a spooling ship, which is so much DPS that it can just get broken by a jam. Then you have to bring it back up again. He also probably was tracking disrupted right down, so you have to be right on top of things. Bart, break it down for me.
Yeah. No, I got you. It's like awkward silence. Yeah, I think we saw a lot of really weird stuff in the background there, but the Leshak was like super hard tackled and tracking disrupted into oblivion. Like we saw why curses are oppressive at the end of the day. Like the curse wasn't banned, the curse showed up. If you fit your curse with enough tracking disruptors and you hit an EOS with pure optimal range scripts, you have to basically load up Maison, and then you'll still maybe have like a 10-kilometer range. So once that Leshak was tackled, it could only go for the EOS. It wasn't a case of, well, let's go for the tankiest ship on field. That's a great idea. We got this. I think that was all that it could shoot. That was insane logistics piloting, kind of on both ends, but mostly on 3-brand. Absolutely wild. It was so close. And I think that something happened at the end there because this Leshak was holding in like 5 to 20% armor for like 3 minutes, and we're sitting here like, oh, they're gonna lose, they're gonna lose, they're gonna lose. And then I don't know if maybe the things I can think of is maybe the triple arbitrator, which that's just wild. We saw that again. I'm wondering if either they ran out of heat, and so the bombers and the Widow started applying more damage, or perhaps the Leshak ran out of heat and just that was it. But that was like insanely close. I mean, that was a minute left, and Truth.Honor.Light would have been out, and we'd be in a different story right now.
Yeah, it's just one of my favorite matches for sure. CCBB, what do you think?
I mean, it was a whole nail biter all the way up to like the last minute, like we said. We were all sitting here going, wait a minute, are they actually going to lose this one? And when 3-brand started pulling armor back again, and it looked like Leshak was just holding, I was like, hey, it's over. They're done.
It's amazing how exciting some little pixels in a bar doing this for 8 minutes can be. Just like, oh, it's turned red. Oh, it's fine again. Oh, it's red again.
And then when he starts, you just start to believe. You're like, do it.
Yeah. Oh, excellent match. Templis, that was very well played. Truth.Honor.Light, like we've said many times, one of the best teams probably in the history of the tournament, especially right now. They are maximum power level, but they are, I mean, teams have been making them have a little step.
They haven't been making this look as easy as some of their other runs.
Oh,
I think that there's probably some extra gray hairs growing on some of their players' heads this time around.
Yeah, of course. One of the few teams left to have an opportunity to knock Truth.Honor.Light out will probably be Truth.Honor.Light, because it's only really missteps that's causing them to get in these situations that they find themselves sometimes. Not that, of course, the other teams that are playing them aren't doing phenomenal. Like, I think if Truth.Honor.Light didn't play that as well as they did, I think any other team loses that right there to Templis. Like, that was, again, phenomenal performance by Templis. All right, let's move back up to our winners bracket. We have 4 teams left in the winners bracket, so our next 2 matches are going to be in the winners bracket, which is super exciting. We have 4 more matches for the day. Once we're done with that, we will have our top 4 teams for tomorrow. Our next match, Barcode versus White Flag. Let's take a look. Barcode banning out Curse, Sentinel, Oneros, Guardian, and White Flag banning out Bargus, Sentinel, Curse, Crucifier. So lots of tracking disruption being declined in this particular match. Our trickle bans give us Arbitrator. The triple Arbitrator is now a threat. Balgorn and Deacon Talia. Bart, your thoughts on these bans?
Again, Misty's not here to say it, so why are you banning the Balgorn? We actually did just see a Balgorn lose, so clearly they're not particularly great ships. All that being said, you know, banning a Bargast out, this is kind of the we want you to bring your flagship at this point. I'm pretty sure Barcode is rolling a flag Bargast, as many of these final teams are. Lots and lots of tracking disruption banned. Again, this is pretty normal. This stuff is incredibly powerful. We saw exactly how powerful it was in, honestly, most of the last couple of matches here today. Double Tech 2 Logi armor cruisers and double Tech 2 Logi armor frigates banned from the trickle ban. So that's actually really wild. We're going to have to either see that Augur, or please don't bring in Executor, or we might see some really interesting Zarmzad plays. But this is really looking like a good shield setup from at least one of the teams will be appearing on field.
Yeah, let's see if we can take a quick look at the team summaries for these 2 winners bracket teams. Okay, this is Barcode. So one of the cool things about Barcode is they haven't played with us for a few years. You see, the last time before this tournament was the last tournament, 16. They sort of went away, did their own thing, and then they came back. They have won against the Ancients. They beat Truth.Honor.Light earlier on, which was phenomenal, and they just beat Dracarys. They've been fairly successful, only 2 losses. So, I mean, that's true. They've literally never not been knocked out apart from the last time they played, which is awesome, and some very experienced team members. Let's head over to the other team, White Flag. So White Flag, only 12 people have flown for them, only 3 matches won. But look at those veteran pilots, some people with a lot of experience under their belts. Hoodie Mafia, Lady Labia, also known as Apathetic Brent, Striker Erica, Tin Baron. I mean, between them, this is a wealth of experience in the Alliance tournament. Again, this year, they've not lost a single match. They beat Brave, they beat Snuff, and they beat the Tuskers in a fairly hard-fought match there. I'm excited for this one. I think this is actually could be one of the good ones. What do you think, CSPB?
I think it's going to be a phenomenal match. White Flag, these are extremely good pilots. I'm supposed to be, neutral, but I'm rooting for White Flag here.
Okay, nice. And Bart, who are you rooting for?
No, I'm rooting for Barcode. I have court members on Barcode.
I will root for whoever Twitch tells me to vote for. Let me check.
You can't trust them.
Twitch have never been wrong. Twitch say it is going to be Barcode, 1.6 million to 1 million. Hello, Twitch. I'm looking at you right now. So, I mean, should we find out if Twitch is right? Let's head over to the arena with our casters, Mark Resurrectus and Chad Flame.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, it's Mark Resurrectus here with the resplendent Chad Flame, and we have a backyard brawl, Dad versus Dad. We have the team from Barcode. I was going to make the la joke, and I just did. Versus White Flag, Barcode in red, White Flag in blue. Barcode bringing Eos, Zarmaz, Logi, Phoenix Navy, Brutix Navy, Oracle, then AUG, Exec Navy, very popular, Vexer Navy, Mauler, Punisher, and Chad Flame. What are we seeing for the team from White Flag, rather?
We are seeing the damage end of it being Absolution, Prof Navy, Harb Navy, Brutix Navy, double ENI, with some damps in the low with Celestis, Carius Mollis, and an Augur for Logi. It seems like a lot of those ships look very familiar to the ships across the grid, but more drones on the Barcode team and a little more guns on the White Flag team, as we see that Augur being the primary and the Zarm being the primary, going from the Logi trade immediately.
Yeah, this is sort of the max threat setup we've seen from a lot of groups recently. The dual Exec Navy, very strong right now that White Flag has brought out. White Flag tending to draw back a little bit towards that beacon, and we are seeing damage go back and forth. Still Reddick in the Exec Navy in the team from Barcode, taking a little bit of damage right now, but not too bad, as neither one of these teams wants to commit just yet.
I think Barcode might be having a little bit of a hard time committing with all those damps we see being applied across all of their ships as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Celestis, dual carries, Mollis. That is a lot of punishment. They are going to have to close range if they want to get anything done. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on their Zarmaz pilot as well, who's going to have to get up close and personal if he wants to keep his team alive.
And as you were saying that, it seems like they're trying to put punishment onto that Punisher, but the Zarmaz is comfortably wrapping him back up to full.
Yeah, now we see damage going on to Pasty White Devil in the Vexer Navy from the Barcode team. Is going to perhaps catch, maybe not. It's dropping pretty quick, and that armor bar is not ticking up anytime soon. At the same time, Tin Baron in the Augur from White Flag taking on a little bit of damage right now. If you can trade the Vexer Navy for their only Logi, it's a pretty good trade, Chad Flame.
I would agree with that. No, White Flag decided to take all those damps off those damage ships and hot swap them onto the Zarm to break the spool of the reps onto the Vexer. Now that spool is starting to catch back up, and that Vexer is starting to live as White Flag adjusts and swaps all those damps back onto damage ships, trying to save their Augur.
A little bit of split damage here coming out of the team from Barcode as well. You can see they're putting a little bit onto the Exec Navy of a Rambo, as Tin Baron in the Augur continues to dip down into low armor. If they can pick off this AUG, that's going to put them in a pretty strong position, since they will still have their Zarm, barring any unusual weird plays here. And Tin Baron in the Augur now dipping into structure, and he will go down.
And with that, they also have their follow-up target. Both those exec navies being tackled. It looks like Barcode is willing to go in and commit with all these damps on grid. They need to get in close range to avoid the damps, as they are doing currently, really making those damps almost worthless for the white flag team onto them, really starting to chomp through this exec navy.
Oh, yeah, they do be chonking, though, Chad Flame. And you can see this has descended. Both of these kite comps have descended into an absolute brawl. Here in the middle, you have the Zarmaz, the Harvey Navy, the Vexer Navy, the Exec Navy goes down from the team from White Flag as the Dr. Dumbass in the Zarmaz doing his absolute goddamn best to stay alive as they swap now to Rambo in the Exec Navy, putting a lot of damage into him.
You know, it's really shown a lot of teams tend to not want to run those spoolie logistic ships, but the tank on the Zarm is really coming through today, especially in this match. He might end up going down, but the amount of time he is wasting is costing the entire White Flag team their entire mid-end DPS.
Yeah, White Flag has tunneled really hard. Now, they did get the Zarm down. That is good for them, but they've been without their own Logi now for well over a minute. Hoodie Mafia, gang in the Harvey Navy now going down, will slip into structure here shortly, and when he does, that's a big chunk of their DPS. They're not going to have much left. They've only got the Abso, the Prophecy Navy, and that Brutix Navy against the bulk remaining of this team from Barcode.
You know, they were not doing bad with you'd think those damps would be great. Oh, kite away, you know, it would be a plan. But every single ship is tackled in some capacity on that White Flag team. They're not going anywhere. They're not able to utilize those damps. They're not able to kite like they wanted to. They got the Zarm down, but weren't able to execute what they wanted to on this Barcode team because they did such a good job getting on top of them, spreading tackle effectively, and just damaging through all of their ships in a pace that is unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely. The Brutix Navy now goes down, and you can see where their mindset was. They landed on grid. They saw the Mollusk. They saw the Carries. They saw the Celestis. And where a lesser team might have folded over and be like, oh, God, the damps, please help me. They said, no, fuck your damps. Absolutely not. And they decided to turn their kite comp into a brawl comp. Incredible play. And yes, everything's hard tackled now. Even if Sid the Kid goes down in the Brutix Navy issue, that team from White Flag has almost no DPS left.
You know, and with that being said, it just seems that White Flag wanted to execute something, might have, I don't know if it was getting a little cocky or, you know, thinking that maybe we could get this kill here. Maybe tunnel vision's a little hard, and Barcode doing a great job adapting on the fly to the piloting of both teams, getting in there, spreading tackle, like I said, efficiently, and really punishing the Barcode punishing those damps being brought. Nah, we don't want to deal with that. You know, your damps don't matter anymore. And they did a perfect job getting rid of the damps by getting on them.
They decided to live in a world with no damps, Chad Flame, and behold, that world appeared before them. All that's left now is Lady Labia in the Absolution, and then these poor 3 useless damp ships who are just sitting here wondering where it all went wrong. These damp comps have been so strong in the past, and now they're sitting here looking at their hands as their kingdom collapses around them. Chad Flame, this has been a very well done, very well executed performance by the team from Barcode.
100% agree. You know, and that's something that a lot of people don't really look at is opportunities really open up at a moment's notice, and you have to make that call right then as an entire team. You need to flip the switch right then, and Barcode did that perfectly. And doing things like that make matches go in your favor, to decide matches, and it shows very heavily here.
This Barcode team, I'm going to tell you what, Chad Flame, this Barcode team has just projected themselves into the semifinals of this tournament. Like, if there was ever a sleeper pick to be looking at, I mean, the team from Frat, very good. The team from Jutsu, very good. But this team from Barcode has played this to the T. They've taken down the odds-on favorite to win the whole thing. They've now chugged through a strong winners bracket, now knocking down White Flag, who is no joke. And now they project themselves into the semifinals. They will see either Fraternity or Hidden Leaf Village. I'm not going to say the whole thing because I can't see it on my other screen right now. But the team from Jutsu, and for an exciting semifinals match.
No, I 100% agree with that. This year has been a year of what seems to be upsets and those underdog sleeper picks really pushing through. And yet again, here we see another one. And as we see the GFs and local coming out as White Flag waves the white flag for the final time this Alliance tournament.
Looks like the Celestis might go for the Edge of Glory. The Punisher coming up quickly from behind is going to get the brutal. Is going to probably get a scram on him right there, and that will be it. We will be throwing it back now to the studio. I think we have a new commentary pair. We'll be back with CCP Overload, Moderator, and Mystical Might.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Barcode finally the team to knock White Flag down into the elimination bracket right at the end of the tournament almost, and in so doing, Barcode have secured themselves top 3 in Alliance Tournament 19. So a fantastic run from them. Barcode still opportunity to be top 6 even if they just go out now. They do have to face Truth.Honor.Light in maybe like half an hour, 40 minutes, which is obviously something they probably would prefer not to be doing. I'm sure they would rather go straight to top 3, but unfortunately for them, Barcode able to do so. Barcode, the one that knocked Truth.Honor.Light down as well. White Flag is the practice partner of Truth.Honor.Light, so a very strong performance this year from Barcode. Joined on the desk once again by Eminem, Moderator, and Mystical Might. Mod, how are you doing?
Doing great. We're seeing that it turns out that Barcode can, in fact, kill all the heads of the Hydra.
There you are. And they did so in quite good style, Mystical Might. We saw an Augur versus a Zarmlad. Tell me the difference about these two logistics ships.
Yeah, I think that match really hinged on the fact that one side had a T2 logistics, especially a Zarm, and the other side had an Augur, which is a Tech 1 logistics ship. The Tech 1 logistics ship, not known for being the tankiest thing on the grid. As we saw, they were able to kill the Augur fairly easily, while the Zarm was basically in like 90% armor. I think the essential issue here is that the Zarm is able to rep out like 72 kilometers with a rep that spools over time, so the more it reps you, the harder it reps, which is great if you're on its team. If you're not, it means it's incredibly hard to kill things. So what they should have done, I think, is burn in sooner, get damage on the Zarm, try and actually go for a more effective trade, which would allow them then to continue on with the DPS race. They just didn't do that. They decided to dance around the edge of the arena, and that eventually resulted in them losing the Augur for nothing.
Mods, it looked as well that White Flag really stacked up heavy on the damps, bringing a Celestis, a Carries, and a Mollusk, so 6, 5, and 3 points respectively. That's a lot of damps.
Yeah, it's 14 points worth of damps. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like at any point they were able to shut down the Zarm. The idea is, well, let's stack like 4 or 5 newts on it, make its targeting range be nothing. But, it seemed like his buddies had enough remote sensor boosters to just break that. And if you can't punch through the Zarm or basically neutralize it with kind of lock range unenjoyment, you're going to have a hard time. And unfortunately, when they didn't all in the Zarm on the side of White Flag, it just meant that, as you have less and less ships, it just means that the Zarm spool becomes more and more effective, being one of those Triglavian ships. So unfortunate for White Flag, but they'll have a chance against their practice partners.
Misty, do you think White Flag, you spoke a little bit about it, but what really would it be, do you think, the optimal strategy in this instance?
I think they kind of psyched themselves out by bringing 3 damping ships and then thinking, hey, we have to use these damps because we brought them, when I think the most optimal move for them would just been to dive in and try and clear the Zam as quickly as possible. They weren't really going to win a race of... I mean, yeah, they weren't really going to win a DPS race with the Zam on grid. They did try effectively at the very beginning to put some damage into the Navy exec, and then they tried to switch that to the Punisher. The Punisher almost died, but they weren't applying well enough to actually burst through ships before the Zam could swap its rep over. So I think at that point you just dive in, you try and clear the logistics, and from there you can play around your damps, minimizing the damage coming in, and go for that DPS trade.
So, Mod, put yourself in Barcode's feet right now. You've just secured top 3. I think you can relax until tomorrow now. I don't think they play again today. How do you think they're feeling?
Well, probably over the moon. That was kind of the position I was in when I was team captain, and I got, you know, top 3 in like my first or second ever run in the tournament. What you really at this point need is you're done for today. You don't play any more games. You just kind of do a quick wrap up. You know, you get a good night's sleep, and you come in refreshed and ready to go. And that's kind of the advantage you have of being on the winner's bracket, is you get to have a lot less stress and tension, knowing that, hey, we can prep for a best out of 3 now. You don't have to worry about, you know, getting, you know, cheesed in kind of these best of 1s, where if you're Truth.Honor.Light, who's been going, you know, round, having to knock out all these teams, you don't get a break. You're having to either go into bans like 30 minutes, you know, after your match is done. So you maybe have time to like maybe microwave some food and come back, but you have to basically go full steam ahead. They've done it before. Let's see if they can do it again.
So our next match, which is going to be in just about 5 minutes, is another winner's bracket match between Fraternity and Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. I'm told, so the Basilisk, who is here, one of our casters, he's a member of Hidden Leaf, one of the high-ranking senior members, and I'm told we can go to a live shot earlier on, live recording earlier on during the previous match.
Be out of range. No. But he's so slow, he's so slow. Yep, they're all pulling range. Come on, please, he's got to turn as well, he's got to stop and turn. Turning? Virion, come on, please! Oh, it's down, yes! Can't have got all that.
An excited young man there, the Basilisk, supporting his team from the sidelines today as he's here in the studio with us. I know the feeling when you're watching your team fly and it's like nail-bitingly tight and you're like, oh, please just do it. And that was a really good match as well, actually, talking about matches of the day. That was certainly one of them, super exciting one. Let's take a quick look at the bans now and see if Baza can sit back and relax, or if this is going to be another interesting one. So Frat banning out the EOS, someone finally recognizing that the EOS right now seems to be the major threat. Balgorn, Barghest, and Osprey. Hidden Leaf going for the Blackbird, the Executor Navy issue, the Sentinel, and the Oneros. Mystical Might, your thoughts?
I mean, you know, Frat can do no wrong, so they want to ban the Balgorn. The Balgorn is a good ban. Congratulations, fantastic play. The EOS, I think we've seen perform quite well over the last few matches. It does seem to be the one of the ships that teams are resorting to now that they are trying to dive through the losers bracket, especially. So interesting to see that band is there. And, you know, the Hidden Leaf bands, I think, are fairly standard. These are all bands that we've seen time and time again for various reasons, both tracking disruptors, ECM, and just the Navy Exec is a very point-efficient and good ship.
Yeah, so these teams, just like the last match, are fighting for top 3. If you win this, you get into the top 3. It's the worst you can possibly do. That's pretty phenomenal in terms of number of prize ships. And of course, Pride as well. You're likely to be very, very pleased with that. Let's take a look at the teams themselves in terms of their pedigree. So Fraternity have large-ish team, actually. 52 pilots. They've been around for a little bit of time. Never really had the most success in the tournaments. 14 wins to 8 losses. Last time losing to the Network. Before that, it was Literally Triggered and Barcode, ironically, who they might end up facing should it go the right way for them. But look at this. They beat Brightside of Death, who's a pretty decent team. No Vacancies was significantly improved this year from previous years, for sure. And then Odins Call, last year's second-place team. So not a bad showing at all from Fraternity. Let's have a look at Hidden Leaf now. So a smaller total roster and no less experience really, like Baltram, I don't think is flying this year, their second most experienced member. 6 wins to 4 losses, and again, look at the side on the right, only losing to some relatively okay teams, like Arrival was a solid team last year as well, and this year they came back and they beat Arrival, so you know, came back with a grudge this year, beating Rook Capel, Platinum Sensitivity and Arrival, so pretty solid. And it looks like Hidden Leaf, Village Ninja are bringing that flag Gen Navy, which again the Basilisk doesn't for me is expensive. So moderator, any predictions for what we might see here?
Honestly, my take on this is that seeing that we had one excellent flagship pilot, I understand why they're bringing in again Virian Stoichard. After that, you're on cloud 9. You're feeling completely undefeatable. But then again, you know, Fubuki Waifu and this Fraternity team, we looked at the veterans from, you know, the previous teams of Fraternity, and it's almost entirely new people. So it's basically a complete rebuild for both sides. I have been riding pretty high on Hidden Leaf, actually, but I think Fraternity has demonstrated why they've made it. They've gone up, I think, against a little bit stronger opposition, and I think they'll take the W.
Okay. Now, Mystical Knight, I know where your allegiance lies with your true home in EVE Online, Fraternity. Any comments to the team for this match?
I don't speak binary, so it's kind of hard for me to communicate with them over voice. No, I'm joking. I'm thinking that they're going to do well. Fingers crossed they win. They didn't ban the battleships, which is basically the only thing that Hidden Leaf can field. So I'm interested to see how this goes.
Well, we'll go and find out right now with the Basilisk and Fear Vina.
Welcome everybody to the arena, and I am indeed here, the Basilisk, joined by Fear Vina. And as Misty was saying, it's all we know how to fly, and Fraternity have taken it upon themselves to not ban it, so we thought, let's do it again. 4th time running, let's see how this goes. Double Fleet Typhoon, Navy Armageddon, fairly standard Kingslayer, they got Hyena and Double Purifier. And Fear, how about Fraternity?
It's standard Pseudo-Dead with a Rediva, so something we've seen Fraternity fly a couple times throughout the tournament. They've been using the Rediva. I know other teams, as we saw earlier today, have liked the Zarmazd instead of the Rediva, downputting some of the other ships for it. But they also have a Crucifier on their team, which might make it difficult for one of these rapid heavy battleships to actually apply damage. But off the start of the match, we'll see how the side from Hidden... Oh, it's a triple guidance disruptor Crucifier.
Is it really? It is. Oh my goodness, that is big brain. So these battleships are going to have to ram, but I mean they haven't got any GDs on the bombers, so there's still going to be significant damage, and they are rapid heavy. So assuming they're on range, it's just going to make the battleships have to ram. But they're painting on this Astarte, they're neuting on the Astarte, trying to neut out his cap, neut out his prop. On the other side, shots going onto the Hyena, but they got a max range warp in. This was directly opposite warp ins here. So these battle cruisers are having to pull away from the battleships and trying to frag the frigates. Now looking at the Ponty of Carl, I got to shout out Carl, by the way. This guy's an absolute giga Chad. I think he started weekend 1 with very few Twitch channel points, and since then he just goes all in on every match. True to form, 250k on us this match. This guy is not afraid to gamble his points.
No, not afraid at all. We see the Armageddon Navy issue actually piloting behind the double Typhoon fleet issues, but this Confessor of Kisimir is getting pretty close to the rapid heavy flagship from Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. I'm saying the whole thing because no one else will say their name out loud the entire way through. Damage on to the Thali of Slyman 6 right now, but he's able to tank up just fine as he is an AB Tech 2 Logic Frag. But as I say that, he's actually going down in half armor, so
yeah,
maybe
like
these Pseudo-Dad ships might be able to take him down.
Here. They are transmatching pretty, but he's just changed direction. He's changed direction, so thankfully he's going to get his transversal up now in the opposite direction to these BCs, and they're not going to be able to track him. And we do see correspondingly his HP shoots back up, and we're seeing webs on the Abso, a grapple on the Prophecy. Are these battleships going to get in range yet? It's going to be on Costis to catch something, but Costis himself looks like he's sort of stranded in the middle of nowhere here. His prop is off. I'm not really sure why. Has he burned it? No, he's picking up speed again. I'm not really sure what's happening here with
Absolution now.
But yeah, Absolution is getting clipped here, and I think the guidance disruption was on range, and they just had to wait for these battleships to burn in. But now that they've got webs on the Abso and they've got in close, they're pumping straight through Yogg in this Abso.
Yeah, but he's got a Rediva to help him out. If he's able to get that spool before the clip ends, then the Absolution's going to be able to survive, and Hidden Leaf Village are going to have no DPS for the remainder of their reload. No, Yogg-Saron down to about 30% armor remaining. He's clawing it back pretty quickly, actually. So this Rediva might have been able to get the rest of the wrecking shots. The Thalia goes down.
But there's still going to be this bomber's damage. I don't know how much they've clipped. I imagine these battleships waited until they were sure they were in range to start clipping. They are right on top of him. He's going into hull. Can they kill the Abso? The Deacon is tackled now of Neo. They're going to lose Logi here, but there's still going to be so much EHP in these three battleships, not least the flagship Armageddon Navy of Virion. And he's going to be applying nuke pressure as well. I think these fleet Typhoons are each going to have a couple nukes as well. The Deacon goes down, but the guns of these battle cruisers, the reps maybe, are going to start turning off if this goes on too long. So they need to quickly deal with the low end. Can they kill off the Purifiers, the Hyena, etc.?
Well, this Absolution of Yogg-Saron stays alive for the time being. We see the newts actually going out. There should be 4 total heavy newts, and the Purifier drops, as well as the Hyena Hidden Leaf. They are falling apart at the seams right now to the Pseudodot comp. They haven't killed the Absolution, going for the all-in on the rapid heavy clips. And if you can't kill one ship in a rapid heavy cycle up against Rediva reps, it's going to be very difficult for you to kill anything else.
Yeah, I think they do kill the Abso, but I think the main issue here was the Hyena burning the AB. I think they could have had a better target if they can get on the Brutix Navy or the Rodiva or whatever. It might be an easier kill, but the Absolution is probably the one thing on this grid, apart from the Prophecy Navy, that you really don't want to be shooting, because it's just gonna, as you said, you run the risk of not being able to clip it, and then the Rodiva's spooled and it reps it back up, and you've done basically nothing. Now they're losing Lynx, Magus going down, Carl in the Ponty probably soon after, the second Purifier going down, and it's just going to be the 3 battleships left here.
Leaf Village, Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, they've made this flag comp work 3 matches in a row. They're on to their 4th one. If they lose the flagship Armageddon Navy issue going into lower bracket, they're going to be up against Tuskers, who I believe also has a flag Armageddon Navy issue, and that one is still alive. So this could be very difficult for Hidden Leaf Village. They are guaranteed at least top 6, but they're really trying to get to the top 3. Instead, it will be Fraternity making it to the top 3 after a year off the AT. The top team out of the Chinese time zone getting out ahead of Dracarys, and of course out ahead of similarly time zoned Platinum Sensitivity. So they'll be very happy about that. It is very late in the day for them, and not having to play again today will be very welcome indeed.
Yeah, and at this point, it's looking like it's all she wrote. The Rediva's holding just fine, and when this first battleship of Kami goes down, it's just going to be the 2 left, and they're not going to have enough really to clip anything unless they manage to cap out this Rediva. And actually, we see volleys going into the Rediva. Maybe they've identified that is the target that we need to kill here. Copper CN quickly accelerates away. MWD on, sees the missiles coming. He's going to try and burn out of range. Of course, these GDs, ever present, the Crucifier, causing absolute havoc here of Dark Des, and these 3 battleships are just going to have so little range. And of course, when this first one dies, it's just going to be stacked double onto the other 2. So this is a very difficult situation, and I think this is going to be the end of the winners bracket run. But down but not out, knocked out into the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this triple Guns Disruptor Crucifier reminds me of another interesting thing that actually happened to Fraternity. If you go back to the Alliance Open, you'll remember Fraternity got knocked down to the lower bracket, and during the Alliance Open, we had a wild card rule where you could take 1 AT Logi Cruiser or 2 AT frigates, one match out of the tournament, and they had the Atana. They were up against Brave Collective, who brought a full blue jam Griffin, jammed out the Atana, and Brave won the match. So this is kind of an Uno reverse card of that old story coming back around, getting some sort of cheap E-War frigate in and dismantling the comp that they expected the other team to buy.
Yeah, I mean, even in this tournament we saw earlier on, I believe it was Frat who brought the the double Pilgrim, sorry. So, I mean, they're no strangers to bringing out these cheese picks when they see someone banning GDs. I mean, indeed, even to say, we've brought this comp 3 times in a row, gambling it, I mean, it's only a Crucifier is the thing. It's only 3 points. Obviously, if they bring a bunch of TDs, if they bring 3 GDs and we bring a bunch of gunboats, it goes wrong. The Crucifier does nothing. But, I mean, it is 3 points. And in this case, they've read our picks, they've read our bands, and they've played it very, very well. So props to Frat here, and yeah, they will move forward to a top 3 position. And from this point, I can see Virion is just trying to kill DPS. He's just trying to do damage control and keep this flagship alive. But with nearly 3 minutes left on the clock, I don't think he's going to be able to. I think he is going to go down, and this will be, as Ithaca was saying, quite a spicy kill now.
If I don't see a very spicy like Unit W, SIBO.
Okay, listen, it's not Truth.Honor.Light here, you know. It's not poverty, but it's not Truth.Honor.Light. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Unit W, SIBO, and ours. All right. We also had a Gotan's Web. RIP, I paid for that one with my own ISK. But Variant Stone Shard into structure, and with that, we are going to send it to the break. When we return, the Dusk is going to analyze that match and bring us into White Flag versus Truth.Honor.Light. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
Do we ever use boosters in Doctrines?
Take boosters all the time, man. I'm high as a kite right now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh yes.
We are in a good headspace now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure. Hidden Leaf down but not out. They dropped to the losers bracket and will play again today, but they have lost their flagship. Not great for them. Fraternity, meanwhile, continue their run in the upper bracket, making their way into a top 3 position. Here's our remaining teams and remaining flagships. Fraternity, Barcode, the Tuskers, and White Flag, all with their flagships. A good mix of them here. We've got 1 Vindicator, 2 Barguests, and an Armageddon Navy issue. The other 2 teams still in Hilvnanzi and Truth.Honor.Light, both without their flagships. Obviously, Truth.Honor.Light lost theirs last weekend, and we just saw Varian Stone Shard dying there. I'm just waiting to see if we can get the kill mail on that so we can have a look at it. But that was another exciting match. I'm sure Bazet wasn't so happy about that particular one. He has been telling us that this is an expensive ship mod. I believe you put the over-under on somewhere like 40 bill, so we'll find out soon. But I wanted to talk about a couple of things we saw in that match. One of the things that you pointed out during it about guidance disruptors. Tell me about it, because it was pretty cool.
Yeah, so imagine this. You're a 3-point ship, and your guidance disruption carries the match because they correctly picked that they could have 3 guidance disruptions. There were 3 battleships. They cut down the range all of like 70, 80 kilometers down to like not that much. So we saw all these volleys from these battleships just go across the field and then just stop dead in the air because they got cut down. Then when those battleships did manage to close on top of the Absolution, the Crucifier was like, hey, maybe I'm doing nothing by doing this. And then very quickly, he swapped over to the pair of bombers that were, actually kiting at range. So just very good presence of mind, and that's kind of the piloting skill and awareness that you need in order to earn a top 3 spot, and Fraternity have done it.
Yeah, exactly. It's having the situational awareness of where everything is located on the field. You see that you're in range to do your weapon disruption, but you also have to be aware of how far away that ship is from what it's trying to shoot. And of course, with guidance disruption, if you're pulling the range back, then, like you say, once it gets in on top of that ship, it's going to be almost useless leaving it on it. So having that presence, having that situational awareness as a team to say, okay, I'm taking it off of those battleships now, and I'm putting it onto the bombers. You saw the DPS suddenly drop off as the bombers, which were fine before. They were shooting from a good range. Suddenly that damage just cut off as they had to reposition and move in. We also saw some excellent piloting by Sarion in the Navy Augur, I believe, who got into the backline, got a web in the Talia. Misty, talk to me about that.
Yeah, I think it is incredibly difficult to really explain the importance of webs when it comes to these gun comps. We saw that the Fraternity team tried to kill the Thalia early on, but the Thalia was able to catch reps once it started picking up speed. I think when they first started shooting it, it was going about 400 meters a second. It picked up to about 600 meters a second, and suddenly the damage fell away. The Augur burning into the backline, the Navy Augur, sorry, burning into the backline and getting at that web, paired with a target painter on the Thalia, dropping the speed down to about 300 to 50 meters a second, meant that the full Fraternity team could apply their damage properly. So they were able to power through the Thalia, and then the Deacon, because it was right next to the Thalia due to the limitations on frigate rep range. And then they were able to snowball from there, removing the purifiers, reallocating their GDs again, with Darkdes there, I believe, in the Crucifier. And then, yeah, just managing to snowball quite effectively.
We will see Hidden Leaf Village once again in literally only 30 minutes for their next match, where they go up against the Tuskers Co. in an elimination. We have not many teams left at this point. So the only teams left, there are 6 teams now, are Barcode and Fraternity in our winners bracket right now. One of them will advance to the finals. And we have Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, the Tuskers Co., White Flag, and Truth.Honor.Light. So a kind of a different setup from last year. The Tuskers Co. were in. Truth.Honor.Light, of course, last year's champion. But the rest of those teams are pretty new to this area of the tournament, so it's super exciting to see that. I believe we have the flagship of Viridian Stone Shard, so let's see if we can throw that up and take a look at it. Mod, you said the over-under was 40 bill. It looks like Zedkill's listing it as 17, or 18.7, I should say. Some relatively nice launchers, Thorns modified. Looks like we have a officer sensor booster as well, and an officer damage control, 7.4 billion. So pretty respectable. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been difficult for them to source a lot of these rapid heavy missile launchers. One thing that has been a common occurrence is that if you're one of these AT team captains, you actually need to almost have contacts or someone that you know that hunts officers, because everyone and their mother wants this year to either have an Armageddon flagship or a Bargas flagship, and every single one of these people is fitting them with rapid heavy. So it might be the case that you literally can't get the Tobias, you can't get the Astamo rapid heavy launchers or the Shaquilles, so sometimes either you don't have the ability or you don't have the money, and you have to settle for something like a Thons in this case. But now that you're in top 6 and you're going to get all those prize ships, you're going to have no trouble paying for a flagship next year. Yeah, sometimes the meta of stopping other people getting good modules for their flagships is a real thing. We saw this back when Alliance Tournament prize ships were allowed in the matches. You would see teams hoard them, refuse to sell them to teams that potentially could be competitors to them. I'm 100% sure there are some people out there sitting on top of more of these STML's launchers at 17 billion a pop than they really need, simply to, 1, prepare for any other tournaments, and 2, to make sure other people don't get them. It's a fully legitimate tactic. Back in the day, PL used to do things like buy entire stocks of certain implants out of the trade hubs like Jita and Amar in the days running up to tournaments, so that teams who maybe needed those +3 implants just couldn't get them, which is it's all fair. It's all fair in love and war. All right. Speaking of teams, let's have a look at our next ones, which is White Flag versus Truth.Honor.Light in an elimination match. White Flag banning Armageddon Navy issue, Armageddon, Golem, first of we've seen of those, I believe, and Executor Navy issue. Truth.Honor.Light going for the Crucifier, the Arbitrator, the Pilgrim, and the Barguest. Mystical Might, these are practice partners. What do you think of these bans?
Very interesting that the curse of all of them is unbanned at this point. So typically we see Crucifier, Arbitrator, curse bans, not Pilgrim. So interesting to see the flip around here. The Golem, I'm assuming, is in line with a Pseudo Tinker that Hydra likes to sometimes fly, or Truth.Honor.Light likes to sometimes fly, which they've probably practiced against and decided that it's too much hassle to have to deal with, because you can bring a setup to counter it, but the setup that counters it doesn't do well against other setups that they could also bring. So it's too much of a dice roll to achieve.
Mod?
Yeah, so it seems like Pilgrim almost was like a pick where they thought that White Flag would ban the curse and that there would be a trickle as a result, because there is no other reason necessarily you would want to go for the Pilgrim, because the curse is strictly speaking a better ship. Armageddon Navy, we've seen Truth.Honor.Light bring in previous matches, so something that they're afraid of probably from scrims.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well when I saw the fact that the curse wasn't there. I wonder if they were getting like one step ahead of themselves. And as mentioned, these are our practice partners, so they're likely to be thinking about the things that they actually would like to use against each other. Truth.Honor.Light, we can pull their summary up right here. We can see the experience of a number of their pilots. I mean, Casper, 72 rounds, I believe it's the #1 most matches flown in by anyone in Alliance tournament history, and not far behind Kadesh. He is one of the main theory crafters, also the maintainer of Pyfa, which, you know, thank you very much, Kadesh. We love that tool. It's very popular around the CCP office for sure. And then we spoke about some of these other guys like Nick earlier on. So hugely experienced team. Just look at it on the right. That's a lot of dubs, and the only L from Barcode earlier on in this tournament. They've had to fight through Exodus, DarkSide, Odins, and Templis to get to where they are right now. It has been a heck of a run for them. Misty, any comments here?
I was going to say there's a lot of history, I think, in some of the teams that they've faced off against this year, especially, you know, Templis having done really well against them in previous tournaments. Odins just being a really good team and making it to second place last year. DarkSide having some of the old Vidra guys on it who used to be their practice partners. Exodus just also historically a fairly decent team, although fairly new people this year. So it's definitely not been an easy journey. It's very much been a case of sitting on the edge of the seat and praying somewhat that Truth.Honor.Light somehow pull off a win, because it's not been, you know, land on grid and it's a comp diff. And you're just like, oh, okay, this is over already. It's stressful for me. So if it's stressful for me and I'm not officially on the team, then it must be incredibly stressful for people that have to turn around in like 40 minutes and play again.
Yeah, Mod, you've been in teams that have had to get to this stage of tournaments before. What's it like when you have to just do match after match after match?
I mean, it's incredibly stressful. We talk about it a little bit from the captain's point of view of you in the game, and then like 5 minutes later, you're getting convoed by a GM, because these matches are literally rapid fire just to get them done in a reasonable amount of time. But there's also a fair amount of, you know, just not dropping your spaghetti as a player, making sure that you're ready to go hop in the next ship that you need. Typically, teams will have, you know, tens or hundreds of ships pre-staged with different fits and different variations ready to go specifically for this event, because like you're saying, PL used to buy out all the modules and there's still some metagamey stuff going on. If you don't have everything you need and you're ready to go, you're going to be tilted out of your mind, and that is not where you want to be going into, you know, elimination match that determines whether or not you're in like lower bracket finals or you're out.
Yeah, we've got a minor delay for this match. I see it's been pushed back just a few minutes, 3 or 4, so we'll get to that as soon as we can. What we can do right now is have a look again at the prize ships that these teams are competing for. The new ships this year, the Shapash and the Cybele. The Shapash, the Assault Frigate, with pretty decent bonuses, and the Cybele, that nice chunky hack. Mystical Might, your thoughts on these ships here?
I believe they're called the Shapash and the Sybil. Thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you.
We agreed on this. This was law. Yeah, no. As I mentioned previously, I think it was last weekend. I'm really happy to see the Adrestia come back in the form of the Sybil here. The Adrestia was always one of my favorite ships. I think it's one of the first like e-videos that I actually watched when it came to PvP. Watching the Adrestia burn around and like absolutely own people, it was great. So really hoping to get my hands on one of these at some point. Might have to swap it with another AT ship. That's absolutely fine. The Shapash looks like it could be fairly interesting. I know that there used to be someone called RTS Avalanche that loved the U2, flying it around Factual Warfare space. Maybe other people follow in his footsteps and decide that they're going to slam the Shapash into some Factual Warfare plexus.
Yeah, I always like seeing people flying these ships on Tranquility. They're just so expensive, they're so rare that, you know, whenever one dies, it gets obviously posted on Reddit, and most of the comments are usually people being like, yo, well done for taking it out, man. Like, that's really good. Some people have just turbo-fed theirs over the years, of course. There's one in particular I can think of involving a porpoise. But amazing ships, and one of the things I really like since Alliance Tournament 17, we've expanded. It used to be like back in the old days, it was just top 3 got ships. Now, if you're top 16, you get ships, so it's a more even curve. It means that more teams have access to these. There's more of them in general, which means that there's more of a market, especially some of the teams that maybe got a few at top 16. They're probably going to want to sell those to get the money out to their teammates and recoup it. Some of the top teams have enough to give 1 or 2 out to individual pilots, which is awesome. But yeah, would love to see them, and I hope to see more of these on Tranquility as soon as they're available. I'm told we can head over to the arena now, actually. The match is now ready to go. Mark Resurrectus and Chad Flame.
Welcome back, folks, to the penultimate match here at the Bernie Nader Arena. It's me again, of course. Mark Resurrectus. With me, of course, is the effulgent Chad Flame. We have White Flag versus Truth.Honor.Light. White Flag in red, Truth.Honor.Light in blue. White Flag deciding to bring a max drone comp, dual EOS, dual Ishtar, Gila, Magus, Vexanavi, Carries, Vigil, and Maulus. Chad Flame, what do we have from the odds-on favorite of Truth.Honor.Light?
We are looking at a Widow, of course, for that wonderful jam power, followed by Damnation, EOS for links and drone damage, and maybe some missiles as well, with a Curse, Talia, Deacon, Lagi, with a Carries for some damps, double Bomber, and a Confessor for tackle as we see the match begin.
Now, this is going to be a really interesting one. We were talking in the last match where we saw this Truth.Honor.Light Widow that these jams can be pretty oppressive if they land, but drones, not easily jammed, these drones are.
And it's also not like White Flag have a Logi to jam either.
That's true. That is true. They do not have a Logi to jam. This is a full, I assume, buffer probably, or rather a Logi drone comp, if anything at all. You can see now damage going on to both Warp Out in the Widow and General Hungry in the Thalia, forcing the Deacon Thalia combo of General Hungry and Casper 24 to make a decision. Warp Out in the Widow now taking quite a bit of armor damage here. Chad Flame, are we going to see this Widow be pressured into having to pull back a little bit? You can't pull away from drones though, Chad, can you?
No, you could not, and this Widow is definitely paying the price for this. It almost seems like they expected something like this to be brought out and said, we don't want to see that Widow, let's just bring jams, as we see the Widow actually attempting to probably jam drones to get some damage off grid, but it is not doing much as he is going into low armor.
At the same time, Lady Labia in the EOS now picking up quite a bit of damage from this. I mean, again, there's still, let's not pretend there's a lot of DPS on this grid from the team from Truth.Honor.Light. Now you can see now Warp Out starting to rep back up into mid armor. At the same time, Lady Labia is held down pretty hard from China Tech in the Damnation and Nith Hinken in the Confessor. And is going to be putting into low armor here shortly. All the while, this Widow of Warp Out is repping back up higher and higher into armor. You think that at some point White Flag needs to pick a different target.
Yeah, at this point, they're switching off to that Talia, it looks like. They're getting very good hits on General Hungry's Talia. Are they going to be able to take that out?
Yes, they did. The Thalia will go down. You got to think now they're going to go there after maybe Casper 24. Yes, Casper in the Deacon will be the next target as the Truth.Honor.Light team goes in on Alice Hecate in the Vexer Navy. But not too much DPS in them moving across the grid from the White Flag team.
Also note, like I said, most teams would go for a Logi trade in this situation. Truth.Honor.Light doesn't have a Logi to really shoot, so they're just putting out as much damage as they can onto all the damage ships that White Flag has fielded, which is plentiful. But it does seem like the White Flag's defense bar is not very high, or control bar compared to the Truth.Honor.Light team either.
No, it really isn't. And you have to wonder whether or not that might be a bug if it's not calculating the damage that's coming out of these drones. We now see the Vexer Navy going down from the team from White Flag. If they can't start picking off some of these ships, maybe something on the lower end from the Truth.Honor.Light team, they're going to be in a tough spot because every time one of these drops, they're losing that much more drone damage.
Exactly. You almost wonder if the drones are, doing that bug in space where they don't do what you want them to do. Drones always do have a mind of their own.
They do.
And it's showing maybe a little bit here, but we see the Gila now being tackled down by the Truth.Honor.Light team. Gila's not known for having much armor tank, but it looks like he's actually shield fitted this Gila and just said, we have no Logi anyways. I'm going for max tank and max DPS.
Yeah, he's going to try, and I mean, it looks like he might be trying to make a play over here. They all spread out. All of these different drone ships spread out towards the different beacons, maybe thinking that they might be able to get a micro jump off. The Gila does go down, but they couldn't get those micro jumps off because everything was tackled so hard. This was the one China Tech and the Damnation and Nithinken and the Confessor both holding him hard. Here now as we see damage going back onto the Widow of Warpout, but you got to think, Chad Flame, if they weren't able to break it before, they're probably not going to be able to break it now.
I mean, they did lose Italia, so there is an off chance that they do break that Widow. But you do wonder if there was maybe a better target to go on to. That Widow is jamming their drones, so I would say that might be annoying, and why we're not seeing, full damage all the time is maybe they're leaving 1 or 2 drones left in a flight instead of killing them all, and then maybe throwing some jams on them, because jams do work on drones.
That they do, Chad Flame, that they do. Even if the Widow goes down here, they probably will trade for Grunt Keto in the EOS. And if they manage to do that, all they're going to be left with are the 2 Ishtars for the brunt of their DPS. And I don't think it's going to be enough. In fact, if this EOS goes down, that's quite a bit of DPS that they're going to lose. When that happens, it might be enough for them to hold this Widow that's just barely tanking in very low armor.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of that damage is off grid now as we see these 2 Ishtars attempting to rat their way through this Widow, and it does not seem to be working.
No, it's not. You almost wonder if, again, at this point, I think that the deed is done, as it were. Maybe a little bit too early to call. Oh, well, we say that. Good fights being thrown out in local already. Granted, those are coming from the team from White Flag. I think they know what the end is here. You think maybe that the Widow might not have been the best option early on, again, because that Widow didn't have. I mean, the Widow. I want to see if this is the same cruise Widow they had earlier. You think it probably is, because they didn't really have. I mean, they had time to refit if they needed to. But either way, the Widow, again, for a max drone comp, the Widow it doesn't have the same effectiveness as if it were trying to pull off DPS from battle cruisers, right, or DPS from other battleships. If it's drone damage, maybe you think that you go for a different target, but then what do you choose? Do you go for the curse? Do you go for something squishy like the Purifier or the Hound? I don't know.
It depends on what drones you have in your cargo hold. But I'm sure, maybe if you dropped sentries off the gate, maybe went for an early headshot or switched off to some faster drones, you probably could have cleared off that low end a little bit easier than you would expect with the double bomber and Carys. And obviously, the Carys isn't going to really do much. The curse isn't going to really do much against your team because your drone count, your ships are not going to get really pushed by those. But collecting as many free kills as you can is pretty important. Maybe getting those Logi frigates off grid so you could pick a DPS target that does have some drones and take it out as quick as you can. Just try and lower the DPS on that Truth.Honor.Light comp, because the E-War doesn't affect you very much here.
You're right. And let's not say enough cannot be said about the work that was done by both General Hungry and Casper 24 in the Deacon and the Thalia, or rather the Thalia and the Deacon, respectively, working to keep Warpout in the Widow alive. Casper, especially after his Frigology buddy did go down, was able to heroically keep the Widow on the field, even though the Widow dipped down to, I think it was like 10% armor at one point before finally catching reps. And at this point, Truth.Honor.Light just cleans up. White Flag, unfortunately, will go out here. They've had a great run this season. It's tough in these final matches with these quick turnaround times, but they have played this very well, Chad Flame.
No, I agree. And like was said on the Dusks, are the practice partners of each other. So sometimes you get inside of your own head a little bit and are thinking, well, if this happens, then we do this. But if that, then this. They're expecting this. It just becomes a massive amount of head games. And I don't know if that necessarily showed here. Maybe for the White Flag team bringing a questionable no-logi drone comp, it does seem like they predicted a little bit well, but it did not work out in their favor. But with that being said, it looks like a cleanup for Truth.Honor.Light, going to push themselves into the 4th place, 3rd place match starting the day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting match, or exciting set of matches tomorrow. Me and Chad Flame will be back tomorrow for the finals of the upper bracket. Until then, we wish you a good evening. We have one more match left. We'll go back to the desk with Maud, Misty, and CCP Overload.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this. Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Repelling claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Oh my god.
Truth.Honor.Light finally knocking White Flag out of the tournament in a super interesting match. I was standing there going, hang on, there's no logistic ships in this White Flag comp. Mr. Govight, no logistic ships? Question mark?
Yeah, maybe not the most effective winning move that we've seen this tournament. I don't think we've seen a logiless comp so far in this AT. As I did say, you know, when you mentioned it, bringing a logiless comp full of drones when you know what your practice partner is likely to bring to the real match because they think you'll struggle with it is a fairly decent idea. I think it was just the fact that Nith in the Confessor, like acting like a little jumping spider around the arena, following people with the MJD beacons, threw a spanner in the works. Without that, and also without, I think, some of the piloting from the logistics frigates and the Widow, it would have been a completely different game. But they managed to minimize damage as much as possible until they'd cleared enough DPS ships that it just didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, we saw that. I think it was the Talia go down early from the drone damage coming from White Flag, and then it looked like it was a bit touch and go on that Widow for a while. He did start to bleed a little bit of a hull. If that had gone down, and maybe that second logistics frigate, it would have been something completely different. So a pretty solid run. There's one of those matches. The scoreline doesn't really give away just how close it actually was. Where it sort of hangs in the balance, where one team is just going to like pull it, and once they do, it just starts to sort of snowball, so the points end up making it look like 5 to 100 or whatever it was in that last match. It looks like one team just got stomped, but when you actually watch it back and you see like the piloting both teams, like as you mentioned, we saw the drone team spread out onto all the different arena beacons in the arena. There was ships jumping all over the place. It was one of those matches where the poor camera operators frantically trying to steer their camera around and catch some of these things. And it's one of those matches that as an observer on the stream, when you're seeing like a mixed view, it can sometimes be really hard to really appreciate how much piloting skill is going on in both teams there. You're running in this three-dimensional space. It's hard to convey that sometimes on a 2D broadcast, but there's some real proper 7, 8, 9 brain moves going on in both teams there. So super excellent match. And obviously Widow, I think we mentioned that when it came in. Not super often we see them. We've seen a couple now in the last few matches from Truth.Honor.Light. Against a drone comp, it's almost one of the worst things you can bring. We did see no jams landing on the other side. Most likely they were jamming drones, which is certainly an extremely valid tactic, but I'm sure that Widow must have been like, oh, this is this is not ideal.
Yeah, we saw that being a little bit touch and go, with the Widow dropping really, really low. And this might be why you would bring a logiless comp, is because one of the issues with these drone comps is that they sacrifice damage for having mobility and being able to be literally wherever they want. They thought on the White Flag side that they could basically be on all the different beacons, and we saw that the Widow, was just chilling in, 10%, 5% armor, and that probably would have been a lot more healthy if there was, an Oneros or something instead of, another Ishtar to do that drone damage. Unfortunately, though, that is the last we will see of White Flag. Again, shout out to everyone that was kind of constantly paying off these beacons. Ever since we've added those jump beacons to the tournament arena, it's definitely added a lot of layers of depth and nuance. We've seen, not just micro jump dive plays, but these teams having to play around that and use that. And that's something you have to do if you want to win at this level.
All right, let's look at our next match, which is going to be our last match of the day, but it's certainly not going to be an unexciting one. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports versus the Tuskers Co. One of these teams with a flagship remaining, the other without. Hidden Leaf banning out the Blackbird, the Executor Navy, the Scimitar, and the Barghest, whereas the Tuskers going for Blackbird, Widow, Loki, Hyena. And then we have the Trickle Bands, Lachesis from the Tuskers, and the Claymore from Hidden Leaf. Mystical Might, your thoughts here?
It's interesting that they've banned out the Lachesis. The reason behind it, I'm assuming it's not just related to damps, but also about range control. So the Lachesis is one of the combat recons, I believe, that allows you to fit a scram, and it has an extended range. It scrams out to like 20-25 kilometers with the Tech 2, maybe with links. Can't quite remember the exact details. It might be a little bit further than that. The Loki ban as well also makes me think, paired with the Hyena ban, that they're looking to remove as much range and speed control as possible, so that they either have an easier time getting onto ships or staying away from them. I can't quite tell which, but from the looks of it, I think they're looking to rush just because they've removed 2 ECM boats that would effectively split their damage if they're tackled away from it. So I'm expecting a rush from Tuskers, and Hidden Leaf banning the standard, basically.
Yeah, Tuskers actually have their flagship Armageddon Navy issue available if they so choose. I haven't heard anything about it being fielded, and of course Hidden Leaf just lost theirs in the previous match, so they are unable to field it even if they wanted to. It's dead. I mean, the Claymore mod, we don't see very many Claymore bans. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Tuskers have in this year and the last year used Claymores basically as part of a missile kiting comp. So that could be basically a targeted ban saying, hey, if we face like any sort of a heavy shield kite, we're going to be in trouble. Notably, though, all the bans that we see leave kind of a max threat in, which I'm very scared to deal with if I'm Hidden Leaf, because frankly, the pilots on Tuskers, if you do a mirror of that, are probably just going to take the W there. Not to discount Hidden Leaf, but Tuskers has been playing some comps that probably shouldn't win, but just by like pure piloting and mechanic skill, they've been taking wins off of teams anyway.
All right, well, for the last time today, let's head over to the arena for Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports versus the Tuskers Co. with our casters, the Basilisk and Fear Vina.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear Vina, joined by the Basilisk. And on the red side, we have Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, bringing a slightly different comp than what they've previously done. They've brought triple battleship once again, but this time, dual Abbas and a non-flag Navy Geddon. Meanwhile, what do we see on the blue side?
Tuskers seem to have bought quite a low DPS drone comp, so double EOS, but they've got a lot of control. They've got a Hugin, 2 Arbitrators, and a Crucifier, and of course a Carries. So I mean, I think the plan for this Hidden Leaf comp would be for the Celestis to damp out any TDs and GDs. Crucifier might want to get in close. The Arbitrators are going to stay at range, but then of course there's that Carries to deal with, who probably is going to win the damp war against the Celestis just by virtue of locking it quicker. So I mean, it's also mixed guns, I believe. It's lasers obviously on the Abaddons, but I think it's rapid heavy on the Armageddon Navy issue. So if these Arbitrators and Crucifier do go uncontrolled, then the weapons from Hidden Leaf are going to be very, very poor.
Yeah, and we are out to the start. Heavy control setups. We see the control bar very big from the Tuskers and are immediately getting some of their control out. Some webs landing on this Abaddon and Stabber fleet issue, and the other Abaddon and the Mauler. That's a lot of webs from this Hugin. We saw 4 webs being used the last time they had this, and they lost that match, but this time they are in a much stronger position, I would have to imagine. Their attack bar is actually larger than the Hidden Leaf Village one after all the drones are out and settled.
Yeah, and the Hidden Leaf one obviously hasn't actually been realized at all yet, because we're seeing these TDs and GDs go out. So these battleships web down with very little range. I feel like this is going to be a very difficult matchup for them to win. But if they can win it, I mean, top 4, more prize ships for me. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. But Gene Hurt and Magus is taking chunks here, and he's just about getting caught here by the Thalia and Deacon from Sly and Neo. So, is he going to go down? There's an absolute swarm of sentries, but it remains to be seen when they are going to swap off these sentries, when they stop tracking. But I mean, this webs from the Hugin are just overwhelming right now. There's this very limited tackle. It's the Mal of the Stabber fleet issue that are trying to push in, and as long as those 2 are controlled, and the TDs are doing the rest.
Yeah, Yeah, and that's the advantage of going for an armor Hugin. Even though it's not the tankiest ship in the world, you do get 4 webs. And you can fit a paint on it too, but you lose a web off of it. So still very nice play by Tuskers to do that. Obviously, it didn't work out for them earlier, but this time it is working out very well for them. And they are killing this Deacon of Neo, and he goes down.
Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, from the start, it's just going to be a very difficult matchup for Hidden Leaf Village to win here, which is unfortunate. But I mean, this is, speaking from as a member of the team, this is our first time so deep into the tournament. I mean, the end of day 3, I think we're all very, very happy to even be here at all. So obviously, all the other teams, mad props to them having to, having experienced it firsthand. The 40 minutes that you get between matches makes it so difficult to shake off the previous match and say, we got a whole team. This team that we're fighting has played maybe 5 or 6 matches beforehand, and you've got to try and do your best to research that. What are they going to fly? What kind of comps do they have? What do they want to field? What kind of style do they like? It's very, very difficult task. So extra props, just to shout out all the teams that made it this far. Extra props to every team that plays matches after matches after matches. I mean, Truth.Honor.Light have done it all day. They've played 4 or 5 matches today, and it's just the tenacity required to just go on to the next one, get in a clear headspace, and figure out what your team wants to do is remarkable.
Yeah, winner of this match is top 4, guaranteed a spot in next year's AT. Tuskers going to repeat that, but as well as Truth.Honor.Light. But we have 2 new teams in the top 4 this year, both of whom are in the upper bracket, those being Barcode and Fraternity Dot. That upper bracket final, of course, going to be casted second match of the day as a BO3. First one is going to be the winner of this match, which looks to be the Tuskers versus Truth.Honor.Light, a match as old as times and consistently one of the more explosive matches, as these are, I think, the 2 most creative theory crafting teams in the entirety of EVE Online tournaments.
My memory could be wrong, but I believe that was also the 3rd, 4th place match last year as well. So Truth.Honor.Light just have this habit of coming through the lower bracket. I believe last year got knocked down by...
they were knocked down by Tuskers.
They were knocked down by Tuskers, and then they met them again, didn't they? Yeah, that was the case.
And then Truth.Honor.Light beat Tuskers then, yes. And actually, that one was really interesting because it was another one of those Tuskers weirdness comps where they brought a mix of heavy assault missiles and HMLs. Against Truth.Honor.Light.
So yeah, it just adds evidence to your point that Tuskers, in terms of theory crafting, they are prone, and I think this was one of the teams that we were most scared of facing, is they're just prone to coming out with some wacky stuff,
Yeah, and as I said, this is the pretty much very similar to the comp they used earlier today against White Flag and lost with. But as we see, even if you have low damage, if you have enough control and the right type of control, you can nuke down a lot of these different comps, especially these triple battleship setups where there isn't a whole lot of low end. This dual Abaddon with the lasers, and then you have the Get Navy, who you can just throw all your guidance disruptors on top of because of the mixed guns. They're on to the Celestis now of Show. They're going to go down, and Tuskers are going to win this 100-0. A bit unfortunate for Jutsu, but as GFs, or not GFs, there's some, there we are, GFs are caught in local. We could talk a little bit more about what day 3 generally means and kind of give a wrap up towards it. Day 3 is, I think, the day in the AT that typically separates the boys from the men, or the girls from the women, or the I don't know what the gender neutral version of that one is, so I can't really say it. But it is definitely, I think, one of those times where you see a lot of teams kind of have to prove themselves up against teams that have a lot more history than them. We saw that in the upper bracket today. So I want to give huge props before we leave the arena to Barcode and to Fraternity for really stepping up and showing what they're made of today. And of course, props to Hidden Leaf Village as well, a team that has not made it this far previously. And Boundary Experts as well. Very impressed with their runs from a team that historically plays top 16, but not necessarily further than that in the tournament.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really exciting runs. I think day 2 was the start of it, really, where we saw all these teams that you'd expect to be moving forward in the upper bracket. We saw Volta get knocked down, we saw Hydra get knocked down, and it just set us up for this epic day 3 where the lower bracket is just an absolute bloodbath. There's so many good teams everywhere you look, and this is on top of what we were discussing on the desk earlier, where we were saying, with the new feeder format, there are so many good teams, and then when all the best of those teams are getting knocked down into the lower bracket, I mean, it makes the lower bracket very scary, but it also means it provides room in the upper bracket for some of these lesser teams, lesser prestigious teams like Barcode and Frat, who maybe haven't got as far before, to make one of these hero runs. And I'm really looking forward to seeing those two duke it out in the winners bracket final tomorrow, because obviously the winner of that will go to the final. And who that will be against remains to be seen, but will be very, very exciting way to wrap up this tournament for sure.
And, you know, also, huge shout out to our production crew. I know it's going to be said as well, but just the students at the Confederate Institute who have been helping us out, alongside the regular EVE NT crews, our refs, and everyone else in between. Shout out Disc. Shout out Bay. They've been running everything behind the scenes, and they've been doing a very good job at it. Also, thank you, CCP Zealous, for putting on this tournament and bringing back the tournament tool and the AT in general. It's been very nice to work with you, and tomorrow it's kind of the culmination of all that. As we're still waiting for these Abaddons to go down. They are very tanky ships.
Yeah, and CJ's just getting his practice in with these MJD beacons, trying to jump from one to the other. Obviously, there's not going to be many scrams. I think he might have screwed up a little bit on this one. I think that one might take him out of the arena. So it's just going to be epic left. Is it going to take him out? I'm not quite sure on the angle. Here he goes. 105. He's okay. He's okay. He lives on for another minute or so until he can get to that beacon, but it's quite a steep turn, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take him to get there. It is quite a slow ship, the Abaddon. But yeah, I mean, also just props to CCP for supporting us. I mean, the 10 days Plex for 10 Omega, the whatever it was, the free Plex, you know, it's all support for the tournament, and it's all very, very appreciated.
And of course, those skins. If you do get your chance to sign some of those skins on the market, it is one consumable that gives you all the skins in the pack. Skins are not sold separately, so make sure you're taking a look at those. They are very good. Thank you to the CCP art team for that. I'm sure you'll be very happy with the amount of skins that you've gotten for your team this year.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, once we got past that second match and we were like, we're getting ships, skins kind of left my mind a little bit. They're kind of on the back burner. I'll hand those out to some people who, you know, were particularly helpful, or, you know, to you, because you asked for a couple. But yeah, I mean, once we got into ship territory, it's like, well, didn't really think we'd get this far. But that is the final ship going down. That's going to wrap up day 3 of the Alliance tournament. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to send it back to the desk briefly for a quick send-off, but that's all from us. Goodbye.
The Tuskers punching their ticket into the top 4, and with that we have our top 4 teams in Alliance Tournament 19. They'll play tomorrow to decide which order they go in. We started today with all these teams you see on the field. Just 4 remain. Fraternity and Barcode in that upper bracket. They haven't lost a match yet, both with their flagships, Flagship Vindicator and the flagship Barghest. The Tuskers and Truth.Honor.Light in the elimination bracket. 1 team with a flagship, 1 team without. They will play tomorrow to decide who goes into top 3. Fraternity and Barcode will be playing a bunch as well. All the best of 3s and best of 5 excitement still to come. Phenomenal day of matches. Day 3 is now complete. Day 2 was a banger. Day 3 almost as exciting as day 2. I personally really enjoyed it. That was a super interesting comp from the Tuskers with the double arbitrator there, especially into those 3 battleships. I'm sure those Abatans just felt that they couldn't do anything. They were just sitting there impotent, couldn't track anything, couldn't shoot anything. Looked like they were trying to clear some drones, but I mean, that's if you find yourself in the position where you're forced to clear sentry drone dropped from EOS's, which can just put more flights out, yeah, you're already kind of on the back foot there. So pretty dominant performance by the Tuskers, but well done to Hidden Leaf for making it this far. Certainly a run to be proud of. I believe that's top 6, I think they get. So, you know, phenomenal job from them. I've been CCP Overload, continue to be CCP Overload, will be CCP Overload tomorrow as well. Is joined on the desk by a whole host of people, and there's way more people in the studio, all of our remote casters, the refs back in Iceland, a bunch of CCPers have been helping us out as well. So massive thank you to everyone that makes this tournament possible, especially the teams themselves, all the teams who were eliminated today. You know, 07, we loved having you. Thank you for feeding your ships to provide us entertainment. It certainly was entertaining, and I look forward to more of it tomorrow. And of course, thank you to the viewers. I hope you guys have enjoyed getting all your channel points skadunked when you get it wrong, getting those cool Twitch drops, and just I hope you really enjoyed it. We love having you here. As I mentioned, CCP Overload, because sign out until tomorrow. We're back same time on the same channel. 1500 Eve is our first match. We'll see you then.